Okay, and we are live. Excuse me one second while I try to find some shoes that I want to wear while I work out. So we are going to talk about Anthony Joshua versus Usyk. Can Joshua beat Usyk? That is the question. I have my strong doubts that AJ can actually beat Usyk. I think Usyk is by far the superior boxer. I don't know though. I need to see what AJ's coming in at, meaning his weight. I don't know if he's going to come in heavy or light for the rematch. I would expect him to come in heavier like he's been fighting, but being that AJ appears to listen to the media and everything else. What's going on, Charles D? Let me go ahead and do this. Lost start was good. Hold on. Let me do this. For all the homies to jump on. Let's copy. Let's come over here. Let's paste this thing. Let's come over here. All right, cool. Get rid of that. Bring that. And while we chop it up, while we talk about it, I'm going to be lifting these weights. But I have my strong doubts that AJ can actually beat him. To me, AJ doesn't know who he is, doesn't know what he is. He listens to too much media coverage, and he tries to change what he does good to appease people who are not him, which you should never do. You should understand who you are and know what you are and not change that. I think AJ's best trainer was Tony Sims. Now he's going to Robert Garcia. Can Robert Garcia do anything that will help AJ? I don't think he can. Because when I think of like Mikey Garcia, I think about how bad he did against he fought Vargas, right? He did. And I don't even think he beat Jesse Vargas. He said, got his hand. Well, let me go through these. What's going on? I already said that. With egg weights, you already know. Got to have them in your gloves. What's good? What's going on, Charles? He better come in lean. I disagree. And AJ has his hands full. I do agree with that right there. Like I said, if anybody wants to jump on the panel, please jump on. It's so much easier while I'm working out to have somebody talking at the same time I'm working out. But I do agree with he has his hands full, 1,000%, but I don't think Robert Garcia is a good choice, as I was stating. The thing with Robert Garcia is, Mikey Garcia, while he did move up in weight to fight Earl Spence, he fought Jesse Vargas, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't think he won that. Yeah, it went to decision, right? It was very close. And Vargas is not a good fighter. I know Adrian Broner fought him too. But again, then I think about Maidana versus Mayweather, where you had a very comfortable and aggressive. That's what he likes to teach. That's how Mikey fought. That's how Maidana fought. And how badly Mayweather beat him, how easily. People could argue all day that Maidana won the first fight, and I say that's BS. I don't even think the first fight was close. I don't think the first fight with Maidana was close at all. I thought Mayweather easily outboxed him, easily outpointed him. And then in the second, it was even worse. It was way worse. There was nothing controversial about that first fight. But again, Robert Garcia had all the time in the world going into the rematch to implement a plan. And the plan that they came up with in the rematch against Mayweather was worse than the first one. Yeah, I don't see how Robert Garcia can teach Anthony Joshua. As I was saying earlier, I think his greatest trainer was Tony Sims. He looked the best under Tony Sims. And I do believe that it was either the Dillian White fight or the Charles Martin fight was the last fight that he had with Tony Sims. I don't remember. But I know since then, Tony Sims has got people that he's training right now that are very good, like Conor Ben, etc. So he has proven that he is a very good trainer. Very good with what he's done with other fighters at the moment. I just don't see how Robert Garcia does anything. Let me see. Robert Garcia looking to collect that percentage payday. He very well might be. I think. Let me see. So, Charles D. Cue the guide. Lost start. Right here.
What's good with it, man? What's good with
My
it, Tony?
dude, first and foremost, I want to say congratulations on your growth. Like when you came here and I shouted you out, you was like trying to get to what, 500? And now I think you got more than me now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I know we had like 28, like 2,800. Yeah, we getting up there growing. Had a couple videos that got, I got a video that got like a half a K, what, 500,000, like 500 probably.
That's what's up. I'm happy for you. I really am.
Yeah, appreciate it though,
Great
man.
job.
Appreciate it. Yeah, but you talking about Robert Garcia, right?
Yeah.
AJ and the AJ. I don't really know what we gonna get out of AJ, man. Like, I don't really know what he could do. Like, he could come with a more opposing this wheel type of style in the second fight, but you still can get outboxed in that situation. The first situation was just you got outboxed when you was trying to, box somebody. Now you're going into a situation where you really just trying to, show that you're the bigger guy, go in there, really knock him out pretty much. That's really how I see it. Shit, AJ going in there for this second fight and he trying to knock Usyk out. Cause 12 rounds, he not going in there on no like. And this is what I'm saying, like with Robert Garcia, and that's why I do like Robert Garcia. Robert Garcia don't change a fighter. He just takes what they do good and try to make it better. You know what I mean? He see things in a fighter and he just try to capitalize on it. So in the aspect of AJ, man, I just think it's like, what's the game plan? Well, what's really the game plan to beat Usyk? Like,
my problem is this, okay? We know Robert Garcia likes to teach aggressive, come forward fighters who muscle their way through fights. But to me, and I want to get on what Charles D said about him being bulky, get tired quicker. I want to get to that too, but I want to say this in response to you. To me, and I don't know if you've seen this, and you can correct me if you have not, AJ does not like to be hit. I'm not saying he doesn't have heart. I'm not saying he doesn't have a chin. But what I'm saying is when barrages come at him, all he does is shell up. There's no counter punching. There's no fighting back. That's why he got knocked out against Andrew Ruiz, because all he did was this. He damn near got knocked out by Klitschko because all he did was this. Against Dillian White early in his career, he damn near got knocked out again because all he did was this. And I'm just seeing a trend of where his chink in his armor is he doesn't like barrage of punches coming at him. If Garcia's whole goal is to make him come forward, then he's going to be running into a lot of shots. Can he deal with that? I don't know.
Yeah, he possibly can, but I don't really know about like, cause see that high guard type of defense, bro, is cool. Like Bivol just got praised for doing the same thing against Canelo. You know what I mean? Going straight up in that high guard, putting it up so you won't get hit. The problem is people are able to penetrate his high guard. People are able to pick their shots. And I think with AJ, man, shit is he ain't got the sturdiest chin, bro. Like, when he get hit in his chin, or the times we have seen him get dropped and things, like, man, like it was hard for him. It was hard for him to recover. He was able to come back in a Dillian White fight. He was able to come back in a Klitschko fight, but I think it's a certain amount of pressure that's on him. Like now We see him in the Andy Ruiz fight. He kept getting dropped. He never recovered. Shit, I think even in the Usyk fight, it was times where Usyk was overwhelming him and he was just having brain lapses. He really didn't know what the fuck to do. It
Right.
was like, I think it's
but listen, touching on that with the Usyk fight, let's continue with that. That 12th round. What happened towards the end of the fight? All he did was shell up like this. He didn't throw back.
it was it's the missing and making them pay. I think that's like that's like the most vulnerable thing. Hold up, I got somebody out here on the fucking dirt bike. I think when it comes to boxing, that's the most vulnerable place you in when somebody actually miss you. They make you miss, and you pay for it. You know what I mean? And that's what Usyk was really doing to AJ, making a miss, and he paid for it every fucking time. Every time he thought he was gonna go out there, gonna put that jab out there, he missed. Boom, coming over the top with his jab. Boom, hitting him with the right, hitting him with the left hand. And AJ, and then at the end, he was putting them shits together.
Yeah,
a combination punching. And AJ actually happened to fight down and shit. AJ not good with that shit, fighting them smaller opponents. They got that hand speed. They throwing all these punches at you. He don't really know how to. He ain't got no defense for that shit, bro.
Right.
And I think his best defense, he probably banking on his best defense is his offense, but he don't like getting hit, bro.
I agree. I don't think he likes getting hit. I agree.
So that shit is that shit is really gonna make it hard for him. This is AJ's biggest fight. This is one of his biggest tests. I think with the Andy Ruiz shit, he just got shook. His first fight in America, and he really couldn't. Man, every time I think about that shit is like crazy to me, bro. That's how I know that really was like damn near could be upset of the decade, bro. Because even when I think about that shit now, and I wasn't even the biggest fan of AJ, but god damn, bro, you got beat by Andy Ruiz, bro, when you're USA, you know what I mean, coming and that shit, you really ain't bounced back yet. It's like you're having nightmares about that shit.
Well, my thing is this, and I'll get to the comments. My thing is this. I picked granted, I have my little 3-streak incorrect predictions that happen, right? But outside of that, I'm on a two correct, because I only do the bigger fights because I don't have the time to do all the minor fights, the undercards. But right now I'm on a 2-win streak for my predictions. So I think it's like 10-3 on my playlist, which isn't horrible. But if you went to my whole span, like I probably only got now like somewhere between 11 to 14 wrong with probably over 90, 100 correct. So I would say overall my predictions are pretty well. So while I have had my losing streak, I've been on hot pretty much. And the thing that I was looking at is after the Ruiz fight, and this is going to segue into Charles B's comment. After Ruiz fight, he decided I'm going to lose weight so I can box, so to say, right? What I watched was AJ outboxed Ruiz. Yes, he looked good doing it. Yes. However, the one thing that we know about AJ is he has a lot of power. When I saw that rematch with Ruiz, I saw zero power. I didn't see him hurt him once. I didn't see him make him stumble. I didn't even see him knock sweat off of Ruiz's face. And the thing about it is this. In the first fight, that first solid punch AJ landed on Ruiz, he went down. Now, he was beating on him at will and could not slow Ruiz down. He could not hurt Ruiz. Everything that he did in the first fight did not reflect. Then I go into the Pulev fight, and I see him land like 7 uppercuts in a row on Pulev, and Pulev ate him and kept coming forward. So I knew going into the Usyk fight, I'm like, wait a minute, AJ is not blessed with power naturally. He needs size, he needs weight, he needs strength. That's what he gets his power from. And then he fought Usyk, who has a granite chin. Like, Usyk doesn't get hurt. You know what I mean? Like, he really doesn't get hurt. So I was like, I don't think he can knock Usyk out because his chin's too good. A light AJ, he doesn't have the power. Now, the segue to this. People say, yeah, he needs to lose weight because if he's bulky, he gets tired. Then I ask, what fights did he get tired in? People say, oh, he got tired against Klitschko. What was the result? Oh, he knocked Klitschko out. He got tired against Povetkin. What was the result? Oh, he knocked Povetkin out. He got tired against Dillian White. What was the result? Oh, he knocked Dillian White out. So my point is this. How can you say he was tired when in all these fights, he's knocking them the fuck out? I would rather be tired knocking people out than get outboxed and lose. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying as far as that goes. Let me read these comments real fast and you can rebuttal. Robert Garcia looking at, okay, I read that. Usyk gonna box his ears off again? Probably. AJ gonna stop Usyk in a rematch? I don't know. That depends on his weight, in my opinion. He needs to put it on Usyk more. I think that goes to what me and Q was talking about. If he goes forward and tries to put it on, then he's gonna get hit more. If he doesn't like being hit, then the worst thing he can do is try to put it on him. James Ali, Bashir, Wakfa, been the best trainer for AJ. He worked with Emmanuel Stewart for years and Usyk for 3 years. I did not know that. He said Rob McCracken told AJ to box with Usyk. Would have been the trainer for AJ. He worked with Emmanuel Stewart. Okay, you wrote that twice. AJ fought best big. He agrees. But yeah, what do you say to that, Q? What I just said.
Shit, AJ gonna have to get in his timing bag. You know what I mean? I think he is. He gonna have to outbox Usyk, but he gonna not in the outboxing where people probably thinking like jabbing him, you know, moving on the back foot and shit like that. I mean, like boxing more in the aspect of the counter punching, timing. You know what I mean? And then off landing counter punches, then you're gonna get your own set of combinations when you can come forward and try to push him back when you kind of got him overwhelmed from landing. Because if Usyk get hit, he gonna go left or right. You know, you get certain instances where Usyk he'll go straight back, but that is really not too much. Usyk, he gonna come, he gonna try to bang to the left. Boom, boom. He might try to foot fake to the right and things like that. But once he hit Usyk, if he land on a counter, he gonna have to come with some other shit behind it. And everybody know how AJ got that nice uppercut. He got that nice right hand. He got that nice hook. You know what I mean? So if he can land in combination on Usyk, I think it'll be better for him when it come with possibly winning rounds, possibly hurting Usyk. You know what I mean? Possibly catching him with his hands down. You know what I mean? Or even getting him catching him with his hands in a cookie jar, because Usyk gonna let his hands go. He start letting his hands go more and more throughout that fight, especially toward the end, because shit, man, he was close to stopping AJ. AJ was all the way on them ropes, leaning back. You know what I mean? They said they stopped the fight like 10, 15 seconds early.
Yeah, I heard that too.
So when it's like that, shit, Usyk was getting trigger happy. And, you know, if he can catch him getting his hands in the cookie jar, you know, he possibly could, bro. But I don't know, bro. I think AJ is mentally, you know, he like mentally lost right now. When he come back and when I see him in the public saying certain things that he doing this and I was listening to NWA and all this shit, that's you trying to get your morale together for yourself.
Running up on college students.
Yeah, he needs to go see a therapist or some shit like that. You know, I don't know what's up with him, but I know Robert Garcia is gonna have a pretty decent game plan. I give Robert Garcia that respect when it comes to training. You know, I like a few of the guys that he training with, what he do in this gym. So, do I believe that's going to help AJ? Shit, that's to be seen. You know, I still got like my boy said, boxing his fucking ears off, man.
My thing is, here's my thing that I look at. Okay, height does not make you big. Okay, to me, weight is what matters, right? Somebody can look big because they're tall, but that doesn't mean they're the bigger man. So with me saying that, AJ, I believe, if I remember correctly, weighed in at 247 for that fight with Usyk. However, He was like in sweatpants, shoes. I mean, he was dressed up. So you got to take at least 4 pounds off of clothing. So his real weight was probably around 143, 144. Whereas Usyk came in at his biggest at 6'4", 230 something. I think it was like 232.
Yeah, like
Now,
230 something.
yeah, my thing is this. That's not that big of a weight difference. It's really not. You're looking at 12 pounds, 12 to 14 pounds, depending on what they actually weighed if I'm off a little. But you figure 12 to 14 pounds, but then yet you got to equivalent Usyk's 2 inches shorter. So 232 and 6'4" is just as big as somebody who's 6'6", 142, 44 pounds. Mass-wise, they're the same size. So again, I don't see AJ as this big come forward tank like people make him out to be. He's just tall, but it's not that much weight. Tyson Fury's big. A guy who can come in 270, 280, that's a big fighter. But when you're 6'6", 250 below, you're not that big. Realistically, you're not. So I don't see how he can body Usyk. I just don't see. I don't think he has enough weight advantage on him to do it.
Yeah, man. Oh, bro. It's just really hard to see it right now. Like, cause I had AJ win and beat Usyk, coming in the second fight. That's how I know it's a possibility that he could beat him in this fight.
Right.
But it's that mental, it's the mental part of boxing right now. I don't really think it's more so about him getting outboxed and things like that. I think it's the fact that AJ coming in is like, damn, I don't really know if I can beat the guy. Like, I don't know if I really can believe that AJ think that he can beat him. You know what I mean? Like, and that's where I'm at right now. Like, if AJ seemed to be more confident, it took him this long to find Robert Garcia. You know what I mean? So, which is telling me he don't even know the kind of coaching he need. You got to go through. You coming through the UK, you coming through the US, you doing all this shit, and you still don't know what's going on.
Right.
So it's just the mental part, bro. Like, physically, boxing, like, he could beat Usyk. Like, you know what I mean? But this shit like 50-50 when it comes with physicality and the mental mind state of the game. You already lost it. You already lost before you get in the ring if you already count yourself out. So, well, AJ,
I don't know.
I don't really know.
I don't know. I think Usyk. Look to Kelvin. I already said I'm on a 2-winning streak. My losing streak's over. So I done picked 2 right in a row. I picked Beterbiev to knock out Joe Smith, and I picked Inouye to beat Donaire. So I'm past the losing. That's done. The fight that's gonna get me, if I do, I don't think this is a fight that's gonna get me because unless AJ comes on the schedule north of 250, I think he's gonna lose. I think that's the only way he wins. But if he comes in and it's 240s, I pick him to lose. I think it's not enough weight the way that he fights. He needs to be bigger. He needs to be stronger. He needs to be able to impose his size on the Usyk. And if he's not bigger than Usyk by a significant amount, I think he loses. That's why Tyson Fury gained all that weight for Wilder. He wanted to impose size and weight on him. I think AJ needs to do the same thing. He needs to go back to what he was at his best, in my opinion. Outside of that, the fight that's going to get me, that will probably make me lose my prediction is I'm going to go for George Kambosos in the rematch against Devin Haney. And I know I'm probably going to lose. I know I'm probably going to get on that.
Tony, bro. Nah. Hey, before I let you walk off, tell me why.
Well, here's the thing.
I want something logical too.
I know I'm gonna give you logical. I think Kambosos, if he just improves a little, I think he can beat Devin Haney because We already know what Devin Haney's going to do. He's going to attack with the jab, and that's mostly all he's going to throw, with the occasional straight, the occasional hook. All right. All Kambosos has to do is just get a little bit better to evade the jab and get a little bit cleaner on landing his shots on him, and I think he can win on points. Because at the end of the day, the power shots are going to count more than jabs, and he just has to be landing more and not getting hit by as many jabs. If he can navigate the jabs, I think he can win. So I just see that Kambosos makes little tweaks and he can beat Haney. Now that's a big test. Like I said, I'm telling you, I'm probably going to get that wrong. I'm probably going to get it wrong. But you know what? I picked him the first time. I might as well run the rematch back with him as well. But again, I'm saying that we're saying in the same breath, I'm probably going to get a loss on that prediction.
Yeah, because he didn't have what I think he needed. Like if he actually had just slip, bop, move your head, bop, up, move your head, like the jab coming straight toward you. You slip in the jab and you throw your jab. He got a great lead left hand. At least all he did. He had a decent one versus goddamn Tio and and Mickey Bay, but all that shit went out the window when Devin was in there.
It did.
And the crazy thing about it, I think, and I don't just blame one of them. I blame both of them for making that fight boring. Right. I think both of them held back, being scared in the moment, and I think that's where the lack of experience came on both of their ends. We was giving Kambosos credit for saying he had the experience because he fought Tio. But he really did it. That was your experience as an opponent, not as a champion. Now, when you came in as a champion, you didn't even come in to take it. He literally out-jabbed you in a boring fight. Yeah, I see you go in, grab his glove, and try to fight off getting in the glove, but try that with some real boxing. Try that with, put your skill into it. You was in there trying to outbox this guy and couldn't do it. And I heard seeing Devin on the Boxing Voice talking about, man, I wanted to, but I never threw the uppercut. And I'm fucking hearing OG Judah and fucking Bill Haney tell him to throw that shit. Is right there. 6th round, 7th round, 8th round. You hear him in the corner telling them that shit. You never throw it? Yeah. Kambosos ain't even got the knockout power for you to feel like, oh, you in danger like that. And then you already up 8-0. You up 8 rounds. Who gives a fuck if you lose this one, dog? Man, and that still don't mean you lose if you get hit one time. Like, come on, bro. What's like you gotta have some type of next level, them gears, like my nigga Meth be saying. Like where them gears at, where them levels, you got to turn it up. The explosiveness, bro. You literally fighting at the same pace the whole time. Double jabbing and jabbing, and Kambosos ain't really good at no fight. You know what I mean? In my opinion, they messed up a classic. They messed up a classic fucking lightweight undisputed match. They made it low-key boring. You know what I mean? With neither one of them putting it all on the line. You know what I mean? And we chuck it up to all he had to do what he had to do. And I seen a lot of boxers do what they had to do, and did way more. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but I think with Devin Haney, that's just going to be the story of his career. He's going to do what he needs to win, and if he has a lead, he's not going to put it into another gear. He's going to stay safe 1,000% of the time.
He gonna hate boxing, Tony. He gonna end up hating boxing, and I'm gonna tell you why. He gonna get in there. He gonna get in there with somebody who gonna apply some pressure for what he doing. He gonna, like I was saying, what Kambosos need to do: go in there, take risks. You already getting hit by the jab. Now really make a fight. Go in there and land whatever you can. Make that shit look ugly.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, the jab landing, but all that other shit, what else he do with what you had to bring to him? You know what I mean? So when it come to shit like that, I feel like he get into a fight like that and somebody bring the fight to him and he lose the fight And we can sit there and be like, yeah, man, Devin outpointed it. You could have gave the nod. That shit was kind of, it wasn't the most entertaining, but they could do Devin like Rigo easy.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean? And he could end up hating the sport. Like, man, I really
I think though is you got to be what you are. Like the complete opposite of what AJ. You got to know what you are, and you got to do what you can do, and you can't be what you're not. My thing is this: while I do agree with you for a lot of it, I have to bring up this point. He tried that against Linares, and it damn near got him knocked out. So he was up 10-0 and got caught trying to get the finish, trying to take risks. And the fact is, he doesn't have the power. He just doesn't. He'll never have the power. It's just not something that he has. He wasn't blessed with it, but that doesn't mean he can't outbox people. So
did Purnell
I don't think. What's that?
Did Purnell have the power?
I think he had more than Haney. I think
Haney got more knockouts than him already.
What's that?
Haney got more knockouts than Sweet Pea already, I think.
But it's different. Haney got most of his knockouts in Mexico against who knows who. And Haney also gave an interview where he said he fought the same guy twice with a different name. So you see what I'm saying? Like the knockouts that he got came at such a low level that anybody could have got those knockouts. Has Haney fought the level of competition that Sweet Pea did? No. That's my thing. That's what I was saying about.
But so how far you think his type of boxing gonna get him when Sweet Pea was way more of a boxer and way better of a fighter? Because Sweet Pea, regardless of him not being able to knock you out, you can also say he beat your ass. Even though he didn't knock you out, you'd be like, oh shit, Sweet Pea beating his ass, 3-piece, 4-piece, flipping, moving, all that shit. He showed you that he was faster, showed you that he was slicker, showed you that, all that shit Devin be saying, I don't feel like he really showed me. If you're faster than somebody, if your defense better than this person, you should be able to make a miss. I don't give a fuck where I'm at. I don't give a fuck if I'm in the pocket. I don't give a fuck if I'm mid-range. I don't give a fuck if I'm on the outside. But you only can show me on the outside and not show me on the inside.
But here's the thing. Who would you say is Haney's role model when it comes to boxing?
Floyd.
Exactly. Floyd.
Mike. Shit, but you got Mike McCullum who trained him too. We talking about
right. But what I'm saying is, listen to Haney talk in his interviews. He says a lot of shit that Floyd said, and he answers questions similar to how Floyd used to answer questions. Like, he emulates Floyd a lot. And the one philosophy about Floyd was hit and don't be hit. In other words, don't take unnecessary risks. And if he can win 8, 9, 10 rounds from the outside, he's not going to come in. He's not. Because
Floyd winning in the pocket, though.
Yeah, but that was young Floyd.
Floyd beat Canelo in the pocket. That's 36 years old. In the pocket.
But Canelo, like, you gotta understand, like that was such a mismatch, and Floyd knew it, because I'm gonna tell you why. I said it before the fight even happened. Canelo stood 0 chance of winning because I thought Canelo lost to Austin Trout. I still believe he lost to Austin Trout. And Austin Trout fought very similar to Mayweather, but did everything worse. So I knew when he got in there with the non-generic, the non-off-brand version, that he stood no chance of winning. Like the skill gap was so great that Floyd could have turned around backwards and thrown punches behind his head and still hit Canelo.
I mean, but shit. So the comparison with Devin and Mayweather really ain't even no comparison, because they don't fight like each other. Devin is Devin.
But the mindset, hit and don't be hit. That's all I'm saying. Shakur, I consider him the closest to Mayweather that we'll probably get in this generation. He'll do that. He'll fight in the pocket. He'll fight on the outside. He'll exchange. Yeah. He won't exchange. That's Shakur, but that's not Devin. Devin is just Shakur from the outside, but he's not going to be a mid-range. He's not going to be an inside. you gotta have the power. Like he doesn't.
Well, I think, bro. Okay, I just say this, Tony. Even then, I think he should be able to pick his shots better from the outside, bro. Like, it's only the jab. Like it's literally just the jab.
That's it.
Just the jab, bro. I don't give a fuck. I love Devin, bro. You are not beating everybody with just a jab.
And that's why I think Kambosos will get him in the rematch.
Kambosos is not that good. He can beat him because Kambosos just showed me, goddamn it, you won't even take it to that gear, and the person in front of you, like, you're not reading the IQ not there. It is no doubt in my mind that if Tank there, that if Shakur there, and matter of fact, I'm not even gonna push a corner. If Regis there, if what's his name, Gary Antoine Russell, or if one of them guys is there, bro, you're going to get hit. You're not going to beat them with just a jab. You're going to have to use your right hand. Even if you is on the outside, shit, you're going to have to put some mustard on that shit because them guys is coming to beat you up, bro. And I think the IQ is better than that.
I don't think he can survive. I don't think he'll be a multi-divisional champion. Not, at least not undisputed. Like, I think there's a lot of guys at 140 that beat him. I don't see him being he might be a great 135 champion if he can stay there and make the weight, which he might not be able to because he claims he can't. He could possibly be undefeated-wise one of the best 135-pound fighters ever. But if he moves up, I don't think it translates to the high weight class. He
can't make 135. He way too fucking big.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think he can survive in a bigger weight class. Like I don't see him beating a Regis, like you said. I don't even know if he can beat Post-Style. To be honest with you,
I think he'll beat Post-Style. Like, I don't know. He'll beat Post-Style, bro.
I don't know because I thought Post-Style beat Ramirez.
Post-Style won't be able to. He'll hit him, but Post-Style won't be able to find him like that because he's gonna be trying to out jab the jabber. Like people like Regis and Gary Antoine Russell, they ain't gonna out jab you. They gonna beat your ass. They gonna find you that pressure, and they slicker on the inside. You know what I mean? They'll sit there. They gonna slip Devin jab.
Right.
You're not gonna be able to be out there and flick that jab. And once you flick that bitch and they close that space, only thing you got to do is hug or hold.
But here's the thing. Here's another reason why.
Or duck your head all the way down, and he do that way too fucking much.
But here's what you got to consider too. Devin at 140 is not going to be able to jab like he is at 135 because now he's no longer tall for the division. He's middle to shorter. Whenever he goes up in weight,
range. Well, how long does this reach? Like 70, like 72 or some shit?
I don't know if it's that long. I don't have my phone on me to look it up.
Oh, I'll check it.
Yeah. And then compare him to like Josh Taylor, who's significantly taller. I think Taylor's like 5'10", 5'11". Compare him to Post-Style, Ramirez. He might be the same height as Ramirez. But his advantage that he's going to have in range is really going to be cut when he goes up. He's not going to have the same advantages. All right. Actually, let's go a little heavier. I don't think 225 is going to be enough.
What the fuck?
What's up?
He got a 71-inch reach, but he undisputed, and they still got him number 2 in the world. That's crazy.
Number 2 at 135?
In the world.
What do you mean?
Like, you know how they got their rank? Huh?
Who's above him?
Shit, let me see.
They better not say Lomachenko. Fuck no.
Let me find it. Let me check Lomachenko.
He better not be number one. There's gonna be some bullshit. Like, I'm
It might
sorry.
be. It might be Tank, bro. You fuck around.
It could be Tank, but even that's bullshit.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Especially when you're looking at somebody. Yup, it's Tank.
Get the fuck out of here. So,
Yep.
so wait a minute. The undisputed champion is number 2 to a guy who doesn't even have a real belt in the division. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, get the smoke. Hop on the panel, my dude. It's always spirited when you get on. There's the link. Oh,
it's Tank. Let me see.
I cannot believe that. That's disrespectful to the max.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck? My thing is this. To me, rankings are not about who you think will win. Rankings is legitimately what they've done to put them in that position. And by far, Devin has done way more at 135 than 10. It's not even questionable. Who is Tank beat at 135? Rolly?
I'm over here looking, and like, you know how they got the stars. You know how they got the stars by the fighters.
Yeah.
And shit, I'm just going through looking at the stars on how they kind of set them. Shit. Damn.
Yeah, I need to go watch.
Like, it kind of looked like I guess they feel like the guy's Tank fault is actually better.
That's bullshit. I'm sorry, but that's bullshit.
Cause they got like, cause when Tank fought Gamboa, they had Gamboa with 4 stars. But when he fought, let me see, when he fought Devin, wow, they only had Devin when Devin first became champion. He was only like 3 stars. And I guess after he beat Gamboa, they put him at like, he was like a 4-star fighter. And then they moved him, he was like 5 stars when he fought JoJo. And they got JoJo listed as 5 stars, and they got Cambosis listed as 5 stars. I don't know why. Maybe because he went up. Because a box rec that they kind of got a point system. They kind of got those points and shit on their ranking. So I don't know, but that's crazy. Salute to IB, man. Salute to Smoke. What's good with y'all, man? But I don't know. That's crazy. But
It's insane. Look. I like Tank Davis. I wish he would step up and fight harder competition. But ain't no way in fuck he's higher ranked than Devin Haney at 135.
They got him high ranked. I mean, and I hear a lot of people say that too, bro. They Tank still the guy. Like, I don't know, almost as if Devin Haney, okay, he just got the Bills now. And shit, I don't know, that shit is crazy.
Look, I'm going to be honest.
Crazy, bro.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think Tank can beat Devin Haney. I do not think he can beat him. I don't. Because I look at it like this. I'm going to name these names, and you could be like, yeah, 2 of those names, he got the knockout, but that's not the point I'm getting to. He was getting significantly outboxed by Mario Barrios, who was trash. That's a trash fighter. He was getting outboxed to the point of where Mayweather came running down to the corner talking about, you're losing the fight. Okay? Then he struggled. He went life or death with Isan Cruz, who's 5'0". Then he goes in there and he fights Rolly Romero. He was getting outboxed by Rolly, and Rolly's not even known to be a boxer. Like, the last thing you think of Rolly is boxing ability. Like, no, you think of a brawler. You think of somebody who just throws punches. Sounded stupid as fuck throwing shots. So I find it hard to believe that he's going to be able to get in there with somebody like Devin Haney, who takes no risk, like you said, who's going to try to keep him at bay all night with the jab and move away. I don't think he can.
But that's the reason why. But that's the reason why, like Mario's and Leo Santa Cruz got knocked out because they did something too much. You can only use the same punch so many times throughout 12 rounds, bro. You only can do it so many times before I time you.
Right.
Tank footwork is I think Tank footwork is better than Devin's because footwork is what helped him beat Usyk Cruz. Like I thought he just outboxed Leo Santa Cruz. If people want to look at it from the aspect, like when they look at Devin just clearly outboxing somebody, that's what he did to Usyk Cruz. He clearly outboxed that guy.
I mean, I hear you, but again, look, there is no doubt in my mind that Tank could knock out Devin. There's no doubt that he could do it. If he landed solid, Devin's going to have some real issues. No doubt. No questioning that. But my question is Devin even going to be in that opportunity for Tank to land that shot? And I don't think he is.
Not even just outbox him, though, Tony. I don't think he could just outbox him. And that's what I was saying like before, like when I said Devin can hate the sport. People could watch the fight and Devin could, he could be out there pumping the jab and shit. But Tank is going to take those risks. His footwork better than that guy's, and he is southpaw. So Devin, he fuck around and slip Devin jab and land his shit. Bro, and even if Devin don't get knocked out and he consistently doing that throughout the rounds, those rounds are closer.
Yeah,
even if people think Devin may be winning, some people might think Tank gonna be winning. Some people gonna be like, oh, that shit in the air. And Devin lose the fight, then how Devin feel about that shit? Like, what the fuck? That's why I feel like you gotta take more risks with the shit. If you could land the jab, you could land any other punch. Put something behind that shit.
What's up, Bobby?
And that's what I feel like Tank not just gonna let him pop, jab, pop. If he just let him go out there and jab him, then I'm gonna be like, oh shit, he feel like he probably gonna knock dude out. Okay, if Devin pumped that bitch to a decision, oh shit, that shit. Okay.
I think that's
but if he pumped that bitch to a decision, you like, how you looking at that fight? Like, damn, Tank trash, but what the fuck? Like,
no, I don't.
Like, that's it. That's it. If that ain't straight up and down no special effects, I don't know what the fuck is.
I feel like
right or wrong,
that's gonna make it boring. It's gonna be a boring fight.
But right or wrong, Tony, is that straight up and down no special effects?
What do you mean?
Just beating you with a jab, nothing else.
I don't know if I would call it, because you gotta understand, I don't know if I call it special effects because Tank's so short.
No. I ain't talking about Tank. I'm talking about Devin. If I'm only can beat you with a jab, nothing else. None of that extra sauce, no right hand, no combinations, no.
But there's already been a fighter like that.
Who?
Adonis Stevenson. He only threw the left hand.
Nigga, so what we talking about?
So what I'm saying is, like, granted, Adonis was a
Answer the question.
But my thing is, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I can say that special effects. It's just
like if it ain't what's the special effects.
Hey, do me a favor. You got a calculator in front of you. I just want you to check the math. Make sure I'm not off. So do 140.
Hold on.
I'm pretty sure it's 235, but I just want to verify.
All right.
So it's 140 plus 45 plus 50. Should be 235.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just want to verify.
Bro.
I don't know, man. I
think
you can just win with one arm is something special, but I don't know.
Hey, I mean, shit. You gotta tell me, because I would say that's straight up and down, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people say that same shit about Kovalev, bro. And he had a power jab, nigga. He had a jab that'll knock you the fuck out. Devin ain't even got that. He just got a jab.
He don't. Was the same thing with Klitschko and Lennox Lewis. They both
They was
realized.
knocking shit out, dog. They was knocking shit out on me.
I
That
know.
ain't even close. That's like motherfucker get touched with the jab.
I'll put it like this. I'll tell you this. If Devin beats Tank with the jab, and if he can be successful at 140 with the jab, then you have to put him in the debate as one of the best jabbers of all time.
Nigga, I would put some of these niggas in some of the trashiest fighters ever. If a motherfucker beat you with straight at just a jab, bro, that's like, my God, man. Cambosis ain't getting the flack for it. Like, Cambosis ain't getting the flack for it. To be honest, nobody really thought he was there, bro. You know what I mean? You beat a guy in the upset. You wasn't able to defend it. Okay. And he beat you with a jab. Everybody knew Devin was coming with that smoke. Motherfuckers knew what type of shit Devin was coming with in that fight. But I'm going to be honest. I guarantee you a lot of people thought he was going to do more than that. I mean, hell. Maybe a little bit, maybe, or if Devin, I've never heard nobody say Devin gonna beat him with the jab. Like it was. Well, he won on me. He won.
I mean, I picked Devin to lose. I lost that prediction, but yeah, I mean, I would have thought he would have done more than just. That's what I'm saying. Like, he really only jabbed. Like, that's all he really did. It was just the jab. I mean, because, like, full disclosure, and by all means, people have argued with me all the time, but I'm going to say this. And again, I feel like I have to keep saying this because people don't listen to what I'm saying, okay? So I'm going to just say this to you, not saying that you be like other people, but it's like they don't listen. So, full disclosure, I don't contest Devin winning. I understand why a bunch of people said he won the fight. I don't say it's a robbery. I'm saying the right guy won, okay? With that being said, when I was watching the fight, I thought it was 7-5 for Cambosis. Personally, that's what I thought. Because, again, we come back full circle to, I saw Cambosis land a lot of hooks and straights to the body, and I account that more than I do just a jab. So that's why I scored the way I did. I'm not questioning whether the right guy won. You know what I mean? Like, Haney won. That's a fact. No dispute. I'm just saying when I was watching it, I thought Cambosis won 7-5. I don't understand what's so controversial about me making that statement.
Cambosis won?
That's what I thought watching it.
Oh, shit. Nah, I ain't seeing motherfucker went around. I could have been generous with the second, but I ain't that generous. You know what I mean? This is
right, and I understand that though. I understand why you say that. It's not like I'm disputing.
Yeah.
If you say you believe it was a wash, 12-0, I'm not disputing that. The only thing I'm saying is the reason why when I live scored it, because I was doing blow-by-blow commentary, I thought Cambosis was winning, is because I count for hooks and straights for more than I do jabs. And that's how I came up with the scorecard I did. But I don't question the decision at all. So I understand. I understand why you and others say it was a wash. I get it.
Yeah, that's what he said. Like, cause I watched it with my wife and shit. You know, she was like, "Oh shit, this motherfucker just ain't went around." I watched the fight with her the week before with Tank. She was like, "Tank ain't went around." Like, but Tank knocked this nigga the fuck out, and she think Tank could beat Devin. Like, and like I just said, she said Devin washed this nigga. Clearly washed him. Like, but bro, it's the same. Like,
you know,
it's only so many times you could do it, bro. It's like a fucking fly, bro. If a fly buzzing in your ear, the only reason why a nigga ain't catching no fly most of the time because that motherfucker fly in all different directions. But if that motherfucker fly and come at you the same direction every time, bro, you gonna catch that bitch. If you steady throwing the same jab, bro.
But I will say this. I will say this though. I will counter that with this, and this is my counter to that. Eventually, you're not gonna knock somebody out, and you're gonna be so far behind on the scorecards that you're gonna lose eventually. So I think the same could be said about Tank. Like, his last, besides the Cruz fight, his last couple of fights, he's been way behind on the scorecards and come back with a knockout. If he can't get the knockout, he might get his first loss.
Rolly fought like that, and this is the thing. Rolly fought like that because the same way he sparring damn near is damn near how we fight. He coming in that bitch. Even when he seen throughout the fight that Tank was barely missing his ass, and Tank like, ooh. And people thinking Tank hurt his hand, but Tank came back and said, like, no, I missed the shot. And I'm like, I really wanted that shit. And you like, oh shit. You literally seeing the shit.
Right.
You can see that Tank see that fucking shot. He's not throwing shit at all. He didn't even throw shit at Kambosos, who didn't even see the shot. Kambosos ain't even see the uppercut that was there wide open for Devin to smack his ass with that motherfucker.
Right.
Follow up with that left hook and night. I don't give a fuck if Devin don't hit hard or not. You just running into the shit. By this chance, if you still doing this 9th, 10th round, and I'm gonna take it. Everybody else telling you to take it. Your corner telling you to take it.
Right.
Listen to your corner. I seen him throw it a couple of times. I heard some people say, "Man, Devin was throwing the uppercut." I seen him throw it one time. Bro, you literally counted the one time? Okay.
One time.
let me know he ain't throw that motherfucker enough. And Devin said he ain't throw that motherfucker enough. And Devin said he didn't throw it. And listen, Devin said he didn't throw it because I didn't want him to get on to it. I threw it and I missed it, and I ain't wanting to throw it. I wanted to disguise it, but I never got back to it. Like,
but I will say this. In his defense, but listen though, in his defense, I can kind of see that methodology. I can kind of see that thought process, because when you have a guy who's throwing a lot of hooks, all Kambosos has to do is see the uppercut, step to the side, and throw that same hook he's been throwing all night to counter. So I can kind of see his mindset, but I do agree. He's got to take more risk. He has to. At some point in time, it's going to be needed. It's going to be needed eventually. I don't know if at 135, but definitely at 140, he's going to have to take risks. Question for you. 245 or 255 for my next set for this incline bench?
245.
45? So, okay, I already put the 45 on there. We could go 55. Because the 35 was light.
I'm going to do the 45, man. Fuck it. Yeah, I mean,
this the last set. This the last one.
I'll put hey, go ahead and put the 50 on there.
I'll put the 55 on there. Let's do it.
He wanted to throw more on that bitch. Look, I was gonna be like, nah.
Let's do it. Let's push it. Worst case scenario, I just throw the bitch off me. All right.
But
let's try.
Like I'm saying, you can't do that with Tank, bro. A motherfucker like a dog. Nigga like that, bro. Motherfuckers that got knockouts like that. Nigga, they smell fear. They smell that shit. What? Like, oh shit, he's scared to punch.
But
and they'll tell you that. I literally heard Tank say that shit. Canelo say this shit. Goddamn Earl say this shit. Crawford say this shit. Like, bro, they tell you like, I hit him and he didn't. I could just tell he ain't like it. So shit, I just went in for the kill. Like, bro. It ain't gonna be no different. It's gonna be the same post press conference, and motherfuckers gonna be so surprised, like, oh, like when I'm just like, only thing he gotta do is punch. Like, I don't like you can't tell me just a jab gonna do it, but if you tell me he willing to throw that shit too, willing to throw his punch like Stephen Fulton, that's what I want to see. If Devin was at 135 boxing like that. Oh yeah, nah, I don't know if Tank can beat him. Nah, hell no.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
He's not doing that, bro.
But look, Devin's got more knockouts than Fulton. But by far, at 122, Fulton hits hard. I think Fulton's only got 9 knockouts.
Bro, but Fulton beating dudes the fuck up.
But this is my point. Even though Fulton doesn't have more knockouts, you could tell that at 122, he has way more punching power. He's got a lot more power. Devin don't have that. Devin is
Fulton got the skill, bro, like the inside skills and shit.
Devin's got a lot of skills. He's got a lot of skills. You have to have skills to be winning all your fights by jab.
Yeah. But
Look, Devin is like, he's like Malignaggi when it comes to punching power. Like, he just doesn't have it.
did Malignaggi just beat you with a jab, or did he mix that shit?
No, but did he also get his ass sparked for trying to beat you up with shots he couldn't hurt you with?
He wasn't just beating him with no jab though.
No, he wasn't. I agree. But
exactly, bro. Exactly, bro. You can't name me a motherfucker, regardless of punching power or not. They ain't just beating you with one punch.
Hey.
Nah, bro. This ain't Lomachenko, bro.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it.
All right. Until that shit get broke, and then you're gonna be like, damn, it's too late for you to fix it. Like, shit, okay. And it ain't even telling them to stop doing some shit. It's actually just throw that and throw the other hand too. Shit, what the fuck? You got you the fastest. Fuck it, let me see it. You got the best defense. Fuck it, let me see it.
I got you, but
you the smartest. Let me see it. You can set up your thing. Let me see it.
With Devin, I think it's just gonna have to be broken before he tries to fix it, because you gotta understand, none of these dudes, even Shakur, maybe Shakur can, but I doubt it because he's not that tall. None of them are gonna be 5 division champions like Mayweather. None of them are gonna be 50-0 going through 5 divisions like Mayweather did. They're just not. So with that being said, if Devin gets the L, he gets the L, but I don't think he's ever going to be on that pedestal of like one of the greatest ever to do it. I don't see that there. Shit. So if he can win with a jab. Do what you do best. Do what you do best.
And how you going, bro? Just because you went undefeated or won and lost a couple and you did it with just a jab, that's not. Who gonna say you the best? Like, how they ranking that?
What make you the best?
Bro, moments.
No.
Fucking performances. No. Goddamn motherfucking. Hold on. Because all the people that's the best have all of that. You know what I mean? But aside from all of that, is skill, how you beat a motherfucker ass, because ain't nobody remembering nothing boring, bro. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you something. Okay. If me and you were to race, right? Let's just do something like hurdles, okay? If we was to run hurdles, okay? And I beat you running the hurdles, but because you knew you were gonna lose, you do a front flip and then a 360 over a hurdle to make it look spectacular. Are people gonna say you're better than me because you lost? Exactly. So you gotta win to be the best. You gotta win,
bro. So if you lose, people don't say you the best.
I mean, they can. Like, I get what you're saying, because. Like,
so in that case, goddamn Rocky Marciano and goddamn Mayweather the best.
Well, I mean, there's a debate.
Man,
you can argue that Rocky Marciano is the best heavyweight to ever do it, or you could say Joe Louis. But
Joe Louis lost.
Joe Louis lost. Marciano never did, and he knocked out Joe Louis.
But I'm saying Joe Louis ain't just lose to Rocky Marciano. He lost to a few people.
He did.
Smelling and some more motherfuckers. So,
but the thing is, he also fought a lot more fights than Marciano. Marciano stopped at 49 fights.
Exactly. So that's why that shit, I don't give a fuck that Floyd and Rocky never lost. You know what I mean? Like, they was undersized, and I know they had to have skills. So yes, they are one of the best. You know, I think,
here we go,
especially like in the decades and shit. But bro, they not the best just because they never lost. You know what I mean? And shit, because I mean, Andre Ward never lost neither. So if you want to throw him in there too,
but you know what? I'm glad you brought up Ward, because Ward thinks he's one of the best to ever do it, if you ask him.
And Mayweather do too, but goddamn,
Yeah, but Mayweather got more of a claim to award.
Man, but okay, but I ain't gonna lie, but when you got but when you got motherfuckers that'll look you in your face like they're still alive now, like Roberto Duran, if he was to be right in front of Floyd and he say, oh, I would have beat you at 135. What you saying? Like I seen James Toney look Andre in the war said, I would have knocked you out, lights out. You know what I mean? And I don't doubt it. Mother shit. If I ever see Roberto Duran running the goddamn Floyd and say, put his fist to his chin, like, yeah, I would have knocked you out. Like, I fucking believe it. Goddamn it, shit. Goddamn Roberto Duran, shit.
Man.
Shit. This James Toney, the Andre Ward, man, he'll mix you up in that bitch, boy.
I don't know.
Bernard Hopkins probably would have mixed you up in that bitch.
I'm gonna be honest. At welterweight, I think there's only one fighter that could have beat Mayweather, and that's Sugar Ray Leonard. I don't think anybody else could beat him.
I said 135. If Roberto Duran was like, I'd have smashed you at 135. You know what I mean? If Ray Leonard, shit, goddamn Roberto Duran beat Leonard first. Shit. That's what I'm saying. So I just can't say that. Just because you ain't ever lost, like, man.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I hear you, but I don't know. Like, I mean, you gotta understand, it's not just about being undefeated. It's about quality of opposition as well. And
exactly. If you talking about a guy like, oh man, I think Ray Leonard would have beat him. Hell, Roberto Duran beat him too. You know what I mean? Of course, he lost second. You know what I mean? But hell, he won first.
Right, but I don't think Duran could beat Mayweather stylistically.
He can't beat Hearns.
Who, Mayweather?
Yeah.
I think he would.
Oh.
I think he would.
At 147?
Yeah, I think he would.
Man.
I think he would.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. If Mosley rocked him like that, fuck you think Hearns would have did, man.
But what did he do to Mosley after he got rocked?
Nigga, bro, Hearns better than Mosley.
But I'm just saying, like, yeah, he got rocked. But how many people did not rock him? Like, that's one fighter, one moment that they had, and then he got the living shit beat out of him every round after.
Man, hey, I mean, but we talking about motherfuckers who better than them too, as well. Like, I ain't gonna lie, we talk about Tommy Hearns, my nigga. Like, Tommy Hearns would have knocked both of them niggas out, Mosley ass out. Goddamn, bitch. Like, I put it like this: it's not one person on Floyd resume that I think would have beat Duran, Ray, or Hearns. Fuck around, just think about it. Like, maybe, but I think it's more question marks as of people on their resumes, Duran's and Ray's, if Floyd could beat them. There's no doubt in my mind that they could beat all 50 of them motherfuckers, including Conor McGregor, because he one of the 50. Come on.
You said including Conor McGregor.
You know what I mean? He one of the 50, ain't he? Shit, come on, bro. Come on, quit playing, bro. Man, I got Duran.
That was a bullshit fight.
I got Duran. Hey, and for that reason, I got Duran. That was me, Hearns, all of them, bro. It's just
that was McGregor was Mayweather's first exhibition fight.
It's the 50th though.
That's on the record. It is, but you know that fight made him get in his mind. Oh, I can do exhibitions. This is easy,
bro. But they don't say he 49 and old.
No, they don't.
They say he 50 and old, bro.
Yeah.
He still like, and that's what I'm saying. He still was able to fool motherfuckers then. He can't do it now because if he could still fool motherfuckers, all them other exhibitions he did, he'd be like 53 and 0, bro. Real talk. The motherfuckers ain't like, man, you ain't putting Logan Paul on that shit, bro. You ain't doing like we ain't niggas. Come on, bro. So He got away with the Conor McGregor shit, but none of the other shit, boy. None of the other shit, boy.
I can't believe that people gave Conor a chance. Like, I literally, listen to me. Like, I got in such heated debates with people, I damn near fought them. Like, that's how serious people were about Conor. And I'm like, he stands no chance. This is stupid. I don't know. 1-2 King. Like, you say no welterweight today could be Hearns, but I think Paul Williams, who would have been similar in reach, similar in stature, I think he could have beat him.
Bro.
That I'll tell you this, Q. I'll tell you this right now. Paul Williams is the only fighter I believe who could have beat Mayweather, but Mayweather never fought him. I truly believe Paul would have beat him.
If we talking about a jab in a motherfucking right hand, bro, they ain't standing in front of that. They ain't standing in front of that, bro. He gonna clip you and chip you.
I don't know.
Man, that boy, I ain't gonna lie. Like Ray don't even debate it. Ray knew how to win. None of them.
He would have killed the Philly Shell. He was too fast.
It's over with. You're not beating it. Duran, too fucking crafty, bro. Too crafty. You
gotta understand though.
If you think Mayweather can hold, Duran held better because that's where fucking Mayweather got his shit from. You talking about the student trying to beat the teacher? Like, it's so much of Duran and Floyd, people don't even see the shit. Like, bro, come on, man. Like,
you do realize the 130 Floyd was stopping damn near everybody he fought, right?
Bro, do you realize the 135?
I know.
Come on, bro.
I don't know. Like, if I truly had to make a choice, I would pick Mayweather over Duran. I would pick him. I would. Like I said, I mean, I think it's a good chance that he beats Tommy. I really do. I think he could beat Tommy. But Sugar Ray, I think he stands zero chance against. I think Sugar Ray just demolishes him. I don't even think it's competitive. But that's the only one.
I ain't gonna lie. We talking about finishers. And then we talking about these trainers and shit. Like, man, I ain't gonna lie, Manuel Stewart out training the Bull Roger any day, man. Against Hearns, he can't get hurt. He can't get hurt by that guy. It's too crazy. You just can't. You know what I mean? Floyd, like, and then just trying to outbox him, that's still a tall ass task. Cause he got that power. Like, bro, like Hearns was too, man, you talking about guys that was going all the way to 160 and knocking shit out. I.e. Duran, i.e. Hearns, you know what I mean? Like, going up there and knocking shit out too, not just these little classes we talking about. Like, so I don't know, bro. It's just hard. It's hard to believe a nigga. Man, it's just hard. It's just hard to believe it. If he could, that would, you know what I mean? That's why I wish you could throw these niggas in the time machine. Like,
no, that would be great if we could. That would be amazing.
But Floyd in the goddamn what the 60s, the 70s and shit.
I don't know, man. I really don't know. I don't know, because the thing about Floyd, the one attribute that he has is his IQ. His IQ is unmatched because he figures you out. Like, it doesn't take but a couple of rounds. It doesn't matter who he's fighting. In a couple of rounds, he figures them out. And it's a walk in the park for him. Like, his boxing IQ is so good that I don't know. I really don't.
His reflexes is good too. But
no,
I think Duran and Hearns and Ray, I think they're just different, man. I just think they different. Like one thing that you if you go through all Mayweather's opponents, you'll notice there's very few elite guys that he's faced with a bigger reach than him. So Hearns, man,
What was Hearns'
no,
reach? What was Hearns' reach?
I have no clue, but it
Because
was
here's a
ridiculous.
possibility.
It was
Here's a
ridiculous.
possibility Mayweather has longer arms because his
No
arms
way,
are fucking long
no
as shit.
way, no way.
I think Mayweather either has a somewhere between 72 to 73
or
reach.
73, something like that. But that I'm saying, like, this dude,
Shit, Tommy Hearns had a 78-inch reach.
right?
Okay, it would be more.
Woo!
And that ain't including his wingspan with his shoulders, how wide his
61
shoulder is.
wins, 48 knockouts. That nigga damn near got more knockouts than he got fights, bro.
How many knockouts? How many knockouts Manny Pacquiao got?
I don't know.
Yeah, but Manny,
It didn't mean shit.
Manny had shorter arms and he was smaller. Like, you know what I mean?
What's his name? Fuck.
see, he's a nobody.
No, he's a big
I
somebody. No. In my mind, no. Listen,
messing with you.
I can't think of his name because I keep thinking of Castillo, but it wasn't Castillo. It was fuck. He's
Corrales.
Corrales. There you go.
He's an inside fighter, mid-range inside fighter.
got
Didn't
you.
use his reach,
But
he didn't have much of a
he
reach.
was a killer though. When
Yeah,
Mayweather fought him, he was a
beast.
killer.
He was a killer. He was undefeated, and he was a killer, no doubt about it.
Mayweather beat that ass.
Yeah, but he wasn't a boxer, man.
Duran would have beat that ass.
What I'm saying is I got
Knocked
you.
him the fuck out, dog.
But my point is, he went in there against a guy who was a known killer and embarrassed him.
Bro.
Right.
Duran was 5'7" with a 66-inch reach, knocking out 168 pounders, bro.
Even Freddie Roach wouldn't compare Manny to dude, man. I mean Duran, because he said Duran would wash fucking Pacquiao.
Manny came from 118 pounds.
Shit,
Right.
hey, Roger Mayweather said himself, like, it was like, do you think Floyd could be Duran? He was like, well, yeah, that'll be a tough.
You know what that means.
Look.
You ain't gonna knock his fam.
I'm gonna say this again. Out of all the fighters, the only one around Mayweather's size at any point in time in his career that I think for sure would have beat him was Sugar Ray.
He's like 5'10" though, right?
Who?
Sugar Ray.
I think he's 5'9".
Sugar Ray had a longer reach than Floyd too. Let me see.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's the speed. So the reason why I keep going to Sugar Ray is because
he has 70-inch reach, 70 and a half.
what is he, 5'9"?
Yeah, 5'9".
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyways, look, the reason why I keep saying Sugar Ray is because, in my opinion, the Philly shell, what Mayweather implements, is chink in the armor, is somebody significantly faster than you. I always point to this fight. Look at Roy Jones Jr. versus James Toney. The Philly shell, because you're so angular, is very bad against pure speed. And that's all Leonard was lightning.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
James Toney really got took out that fight mentally too.
Yeah, he did.
Because he still has certain moments in that fight that he did well, but like at that time, Roy Jones, it was just, bro, wasn't nobody fucking with him. Like,
wait, but at that time, nobody was fucking with James. He was undefeated.
Yeah, he was the cover Lang, man.
But James Toney was always known as somebody that took rounds off. You know what I mean? And only fought
and training
like that.
He'd have weight camp.
I mean, yeah, maybe that too. But I mean, just like as it pertains to winning a fight, like when he in the fight, it'll just be kind of slow and whatnot. You know what I mean? But he got that shit done. They were saying that same shit till he knocked Michael Nunn ass out.
Yep. Yeah, James Toney was one of my favorites, man.
Yeah, James.
Yeah, hell yeah, I liked him. I like James Toney, and Roy was just a talent, man, a once in a lifetime talent, man. Like he got away with shit that no one could do. You know what I'm saying? He could fight a whole fight without using one jab. Like it's just 4 left hooks and just as quick as 2 jabs. Blah 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 blah. I'm like, man, this dude is just talk about a glitch, man. That dude was a fucking glitch.
I agree. I think pound for pound, Roy was the best fighter who ever fought. I don't think anybody could beat him in his prime.
I think he was. I think he was. I think he was the most talented fighter that ever fought.
Naturally gifted.
Yeah, I think he was the most gifted. Yeah, fighter that's ever done it. But I think Ray Robinson probably would have gave him that work.
Hey, 1-2. Who was it that Roy did the bolo punch on where he was here, came real slow, and they caught him with it?
Oh, I don't know. Shit.
That shit.
He shall remain nameless.
Like you watching the damn arm wind up.
He knocked his name away. He made him forgettable with that shot. Yeah, he did some crazy shit, man. Hands behind the back shit.
Dancing in front of you.
Yeah, man. And then that shit that he did when he would fucking lock and load his arm. Yo, I used to love when he did that shit. He'd be like he was cocking the shotgun, and they'd be like, blah, blah. I'm like, man, this dude's sick, man.
And you know what? He got the best rap song ever made by a boxer, too.
Y'all must have forgot.
No, not y'all must have forgot. Not that one. What's the other one?
I smoke, I drink.
No. That was all Magic. That wasn't him.
That head, body, head, or something.
Can't be touched.
Oh, yeah.
That shit was cool.
I don't know, man. Fat Joe kind of got him, man. That lean back shit.
Yo, Fat Joe got ran up on. It was
Yeah, I know, but that shit was still funny though. He was like, even Roy Jones was forced to lean back. I was like, yo, yeah, he ran up on him though. He like, what you talking about?
Fat Joe tell the story. He like, man, I had shooters all around me. Roy just ran up on me.
Didn't care about none of that shit. Yeah. Roy, yeah, man, Roy for real, man. Yeah, I like that dude. That dude's badass. I like Hopkins too, man. That was one fight that we didn't get, man. Hopkins and James Toney.
Yeah, that would have been good defensively.
James Toney ain't fight a lot of motherfuckers. I ain't gonna lie. It was
well, because he jumped up, man, and then just kept moving up and kept moving up. I was like, this dude jumped from like, what was it, 168 to heavyweight.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, holy
shit. I mean, that they had their time, shit.
Yep.
You motherfuckers weren't too eager to fight James Toney, bro.
Nah.
I hate that James Toney lost to Couture in UFC. I fucking hate it. Like,
well,
that's
apples and oranges, man.
Huh?
That's a different sport, man.
No, but here's the thing. The problem is Tony didn't even take it serious. He was supposed to come in 205 for the fight, and he came in at like 230 something.
He never took weight serious, man.
Listen, I hate he lost to Lucas Brown.
Yeah.
Man, I hate they robbed him ass in that Montreal Griffin shit.
Yo, Lucas Brown was the truth until he got caught on all PEDs.
The truth. Okay.
Yeah, we talking.
The truth is he was like, man, listen, I got John Ruiz beating that guy.
Wait, we're talking about the same guy that Dillian White beat, right?
Yeah, knocked out. Yeah, left hook.
Yeah.
Showed up Patrick the SpongeBob.
So
yeah, the dude that just knocked out Junior Five. Yeah, that guy.
Right. But what I'm saying is, get this smoke. When he lost to Dillian White, he was coming back off of the suspension from like steroids. He wasn't as that's what made him good.
I get it. I mean, that's cool. The backstory of fucking Lucas Brown. I get that. I mean, I know about his domestic abuse shit too. You said he was the truth. You said this guy was the fucking truth. Lucas Brown? Like what the fuck? What? That's a lie. That's a fucking lie.
Smoke. Let me say this. Valdez was the truth until he got caught on his teeth.
Valdez?
Yeah.
I mean, are you just talking about people who didn't get caught for steroids and then they did?
No. I'm just saying, like, he was a good fighter.
Fuck no, he wasn't, bro. I got John the Quiet Man Ruiz beating the entire fuck out of Lucas Brown.
Oh man, yeah, that's
like you call this dude the truth. Like, what the fuck?
I
got Franz Botha beating the fuck out of Lucas Brown.
You take everything so serious. I was trolling you.
Okay, well, there we go.
God
Let me
damn.
know, man. I'm too old for this shit, bro. Like, I don't even know what the hell. Like, trolling is something I learned about like 4 years ago.
You know
Never
what?
heard
You're
of it.
right. You're right. You're right. You are too old for this shit. I see you on camera. You accidentally popped your camera on one of my lives. And
Yeah,
it
yeah,
shut it
man.
off real fast.
Yeah, no, but no, yeah, sometimes the camera button's right next to the mic button. You might
I
mess
didn't
it
even
up.
know you had a camera till I seen you.
Oh no, I pop it on every now and again, depending on the circumstances. But yeah, man, like, yeah, that's a troll. Okay, cool. I should know better. But I can't tell with you, bro. You said like the fix was in for Kambosos versus Haney.
I didn't
You're
say
like
the
you're
fix
taking
was done. I
photos
never
and
said
shit.
that.
Like I don't even know what the hell
Never
you.
said
I don't even understand your take about that fight anymore.
Yo, I never even made that comment. Like, I never said the fix was in. That's some shit that you ad-libbed.
You said, bro, you're like they're taking photos before the scorecards are read. Yeah, man, get the fuck out of here, Tony. Like, come on, man.
No,
Like, all of a sudden you don't remember how you were talking about the fight was fixed?
No. What you're not gonna do is ad-lib. What I said was it was so funny prior to the fight that people thought that Bob Arum was actually going to have him robbed in Australia, that he was going to be robbed. And before the decision was even read, Bob was taking pictures with him. My point to that was Bob would have never robbed him. He wants to steal him from Eddie Hearn. There's no point in robbing him. That's all I was saying.
Oh,
You
man.
said
whatever,
you
man. Listen, I'm not listen. Whatever you say, I'm not here to argue with you about your opinion about that fight. Not at all. I just had it. I saw it differently, and also I just scored it differently. We already had this conversation about the methodology of your scoring, right? Like it's just kind of it's clean punching, not what kind of shot it is.
I already told Q how I scored it. I saw plenty of clean shots landed to his body with hooks and straights. Again, I don't know why you and other people get so... Hold on, time out. I don't know why you and others get so upset when I say I scored it a certain way, but in the same breath, I say I'm not contesting it. I'm not claiming that there was a robbery. I'm not saying that Kambosos should have won. When I also say I understand why y'all scored the way y'all scored. I don't understand why everybody has to try to change my opinion on how I scored the fight. I can't take back time. I can't change history. I would be a liar if I said while I was live scoring the fight, I had Haney winning. That's not what I'm going to do.
Bro, you just ran on like a 2-minute rant about something. First off, I'm not upset about it at all. I told you I didn't even want to argue with you about it. We already had this conversation about. I get where you're coming from. It's just like I think, like I was saying, I think your methodology is a little bit off with the way that you score, right? And that's all it is. I'm not trying to go back. I'm not trying to get a way back machine and have you change it. It sounds like you wish you had a time machine so you could change it, but that's on you. I'm not losing no sleep over that shit.
Not at all, because if I could go back in time, I would have scored it the same way. It would not have changed.
I mean, all right. Well, if you say so, I mean, it sounds like there's only one way to test that theory, right? And that's to get a time machine.
We'll build a time machine. Do it. And send me the patent. Send me
just
the
for this purpose,
go back in time.
Just for this fucking purpose. No, but I'm saying, like, I'm not saying like like whether or not Kambosos landed clean shots that were hooks and all that stuff, it would still be the cleaner work was landed by Devin Haney. Like, it's not about like whether or not Kambosos got some clean work off. It's who had the cleaner working around.
What are you talking about, Smoke? I scored it for Devin Haney. What are you talking about?
What did you say?
Huh?
What are you talking about? You said you saw hook. You said you saw Kambosos throw clean hooks to the body.
What are you talking about? I scored it for Devin Haney. Did you not see my live?
Oh, okay, so wait a minute. So you feel like you got a time machine, you went back in time, you changed it, but I am still stuck in this particular timeline. Is that what happened?
It's going over your head.
Okay, I mean, is it? I think I get it, but I'm not sure that's how the temporal shift works. But okay.
Well, right. It does work that way unless you believe in string theory.
Yeah. We're gonna get it together. One of these days, like you're gonna make a joke and I'm gonna laugh.
Yeah, it went over your head. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. That's what it is.
Lower the bar.
It's me, it's not you.
No, it's definitely you, because you talked about time machines and then I changed the outcome. You know, it's in sync.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Me and Q, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry.
All
About
right.
it.
So the other thing, like I was listening to you guys. I was in traffic. I come drive home. But I was hearing what I couldn't differentiate between like liking a person's style and that style having the ability to beat people. The idea of like Devin Haney like not using all the punches that are available to him means he's going to ultimately lose a fight.
No,
I don't know if one follows the other, right? I don't know that you
nobody
need
said
to
that.
use every punch that you could use in order to beat a guy.
No, nobody said that.
Right. No, well, I just heard like, special effects straight up and down. He's going to get beat because that's the way the guy fights. I'm not quite sure if that's the way Devin Haney fights in general, or if that was just like sort of an exacerbated form of his style for Kambosos because of the circumstance, right?
So you're not even correct on what you were saying whenever me and Q was talking, because that was what Q was saying. But that's not exactly what he was saying. What he was saying is eventually he's going to have to risk something. Eventually he's going to have to put it all on the line, because eventually the fight's going to be too close to where a jab alone will not win it for him. So he was saying he needs to take more risk. He never said that he would lose, definite. He was saying that if in the case of it's a close fight, say against Tank Davis, and Tank has been landing all these hard shots on him, and all he's letting go is jabs because he won't risk it all, then he could lose on the scorecards. That's all.
Right. That to me is maybe that's a difference of my understanding about the way he fights versus what Q was saying, because I don't think that is a style thing about the way Devin Haney fights. Like he's going to fight every single fight that way. I think that was the style he fought for the situation. I think it was more like situational boxing versus Devin Haney's style. It could be that like an attribute of his is that he's not going to go overboard and he's going to play it safe. That could be a style thing, but playing it safe doesn't necessarily just mean you're just going to stay behind the jab.
I mean, I would say the evidence points to what Q was saying being very close to the truth.
Right, I know, but I mean, I get it. I'm just saying that I've seen that guy fight a myriad of ways, right? And the idea that, like, first off, that all he does is flick the jab. Like, I feel like he has way more jabs than that, than just flicking it out. I think he has about 4 or 5 variations of his jab. And then, and also the situation that he uses it in, it's not like he just beat Gamboa with a jab, or he beat Linares with a jab, or he beat Joe Diaz with a jab, or all these other dudes with a jab. Like, he beat Kambosos with a jab, but as you said, like, there was other shots that he landed. But, I think Kambosos had, like, way faster hands and was looking to trade hooks. I think that, trade combinations. I think in combination punches, then Kambosos has faster hands. But in, like, single shot punches, not so much. So, like, the idea that you're going to, like, try to do combinations with Kambosos, what for? Especially if you don't, like, why do that if you don't have to? I don't know if that means he'll do it against anybody else. I don't know that the way he fought Kambosos will translate to him fighting anybody else but Kambosos that way. And also, even in that situation, too. Like,
Q is here, so I don't really have to speak for him, but that was my interpretation.
I think he went off camera, so he might just be caught up for a sec.
I don't know. Like I said, when he comes back, then he can speak for himself.
Yeah.
Like, that was my interpretation of what he was saying.
No, I got that part. But there was more to it than those 2 statements, right? There was there was just the idea of like the idea of the knockout versus playing it safe. Being a ultimate, like, maybe it may like wind up being Devin's downfall. Ultimately.
Well, again,
I'm like, I don't know.
We're gonna have to wait for him to come back so you can discuss that with him.
Yeah.
Like I said, you heard me. I said if you can win every fight by a jab, then do it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is how you win fight. Yeah, exactly. Like how, but yeah, I feel like there's a narrative being built up about the way Devin Haney fights that I think does a disservice to the way that he fights. Actually, like if I was to if I never saw the guy fight, but I listened to the commentary about people who are critical of Devin Haney or his fighting style, I would think that all he did was jab and grab.
Well, the thing is, the bottom line is he'll never be fan friendly. He won't. He's not a fan friendly fighter. He's not a Better Beef. He's not a Joe Smith. Like, that'll never be what one of his fights look like.
Yeah, but neither one of those guys are even like, I don't know, like both of those guys fight in obscurity. Like people watch Devin Haney fights. It's just the idea that he's going to be doing the knockout. All you have to do for to be fan friendly is sell the knockout. Just if you don't get it, that's fine. You don't get it, but
look, his biggest point was, do you realize? And I don't agree with this. I don't understand it, and I will never get it. But he was saying Tank Davis is ranked number 1 over Devin Haney, who's undisputed.
Yeah,
That
that's
makes no
box
sense.
that's BoxRec. A lot of BoxRec's ranking system doesn't make sense. Like what BoxRec is good for, in my opinion, is being a database for fights, right? And like they're an excellent resource for that. But outside of that shit, they just turn into trash. Like I don't, you know.
I don't get that. I don't see how somebody could be ranked higher than others.
Well, it's you have to look at BoxRec's methodology about how they do their ranking. It's like points. Each fighter has different points, and then also you get points if your fighter if a fighter's active. So like you take a guy you take a guy like Lomachenko, right? Like Lomachenko has been inactive. So right now you'll have guys like Isaac Cruz being ranked over Lomachenko just because Isaac Cruz is more active than Lomachenko.
Which is stupid. Okay.
Right? Shit like that.
But my only point is, like, I don't care how they score it because it's stupid. Because why was Undisputed created? What's the point?
I don't know that that's part of the methodology. That's what I'm saying.
No. What I'm saying is, but what is the point of Undisputed? What is the point of having an undisputed champion?
The point of having Undisputed is for casual fans to know who the best is generally. Like, if you want to just want to be a reductive person that doesn't know shit about boxing, and you ask who's the best in the division, you go that guy. He has all the belts. But then at lightweight, you could say maybe it's this other guy because we think he might be able to stop this dude. I don't know. Like being undisputed doesn't mean you're the best. It just means you have all the belts.
My point is this: if BoxRec's methodology was correct, then there would be no point of undisputed. It's pointless. If a guy is undisputed, it means he's unquestioned. He's the best. But yet they're questioning the undisputedness in Devin Haney. It doesn't work like that. He's undisputed.
You have to understand that you're talking to competing forces, right? Undisputed is a function, is a marketing asset of sanctioning bodies, right? Because they're talking about the belts and who owns the belts, which is their own asset. That's their property. So that's a completely different sphere of influence than BoxRec, who is trying to get you caught up into their product, which is care about our rankings and care about the fact that we're a database of fighters. What they actually are is just a database for fighters. But this other marketing asset that they're trying to push on people is their ranking system. It has absolutely nothing to do with the sanctioning body. It has everything to do with their own methodology.
Yeah, I hear you, but again, to me,
it's like Transcontinental, right? They don't give a fuck. I mean, does Transcontinental go by their sanctioning body's ranking system? They have their own proprietary shit. They all do. Ring does the same fucking thing.
But the thing is, there's not a BoxRec title. There's no BoxRec title that anybody wins. The point is, the number one guys in each section and body become the champions. And if you have a person who has all the fucking titles, he's number one. There's no getting around that. He's number one.
There is a getting around it with their own system. No, that's the whole point. There is no empirical thing. What you're just talking about, again, what you're talking about is the dominance of a sanctioning body. So unless you have the sanctioning body's title, you are not fucking shit. That's that kind of thinking. Meanwhile,
no, you're not a champion. Like at some point,
that doesn't mean you're the best. Whether or not you're a champion has nothing to do with whether or not you're the best. That's the point. That ranking system is about being the best, not about who's the champion.
Bro, the winning all the titles is how you become the best. Like
that's how you become the guy with all the titles. Like Joe Frazier versus Muhammad Ali, right? Their first meeting was billed as the undisputed champ versus the lineal champ, right? Because even though Joe Frazier had all of the belts, there still was this idea that Muhammad Ali was better. I'll go you one better. Even if Wilder, I do know why, but I'm gonna give you another example.
I don't need another one. No, we can jump.
Okay, so go ahead. Go ahead.
Why was that the case when we're using Muhammad Ali exactly? Go ahead and say the real reason.
Right, because he didn't lose his belts in the ring.
Right, he never lost the belts in the ring. So with that being said, some shit like Tank Davis is number one, who's never won a real title at 135, is bogus as fuck. It's not.
Again, only if you're using sanctioned body, right? Only if you go by the methodology of sanctioning bodies. If you go by BoxRec's methodology, which I think is bullshit anyway, let me just make sure that we understand each other. I think their fucking methodology is bullshit. Even if they had a belt, I would still think their methodology was bullshit. Right? Like a BoxRec belt doesn't all of a sudden make their belt, their ranking systems more legit just because it came through a belt attached to it. And the same thing goes for sanctioning bodies. Just because you threw a fucking belt on top of that shit I don't know if you've seen the WBA rankings recently, but for most divisions, they're fucking bullshit. Right? I don't know, but the IBF has some pretty spurious fucking rankings also.
I think Sergio Martinez ranked in the WBA for middleweight,
right?
Number 3.
Right. I'm just saying, like, the idea that we're just gonna go like, oh yeah, the sanctioning bodies are great and BoxRec is full of shit. I mean, all of them are full of shit, really.
What I'm saying
all I'm saying is, like, all of them are full of shit, really, to a certain extent, and it becomes a thing about like fans really chopping that shit up. Like if AJ, that was my other example. I mean, we kind of got into it when it comes to the undefeated fighter, didn't lose in the ring, but AJ and Wilder fighting in 2018, they both still would have had to face fucking Fury in order to clear up that whole shit because Fury didn't lose his fucking belts in the ring, right?
I disagree. So again, while Fury may have fought them, one of them would have been undisputed. One of them would have had a title that Fury never had. Fury was never undisputed. Hold on, let me finish. People could make the argument that he was lineal when he left, but when he returned, he would have been the number 2 guy. He wouldn't have been the number 1 guy. He would have been number 2 behind Deontay Wilder or Anthony Joshua, whoever would have won that fight.
Right. Unless some people would have still said that he beats them both, so he would be the best, right? Like they would have said he beat this guy and he beat that guy, whatever the fuck. Like everyone was talking about how at that point, if you remember, Wilder was a bum basher. He was a bum himself that never fucking fought anybody, and AJ had the better resume. And the shining star in AJ's resume at that point was Vladimir Klitschko, right? And he beat the retired off the couch version, not the guy who was the reigning, long reigning champion kind of shit. So it's kind of like, all I'm saying is like fans can come up with any number of things, and that includes sanctioning bodies. Like people who, this idea, the hierarchy, it's not like God is coming down, but like there's tablets coming down from the mountain saying this guy is number 1 and this guy is number 2. It's just kind of like Ring has one, ESPN has one, BoxRec has one, the WBA has one, the IBF has one. Like,
and what I'm saying is, I don't give a fuck who has what. Somebody who has won all the titles is the number 1 guy. He is beaten, whether he goes through all the champions to get it or he beats the current reigning champion with all 4 belts. He's proven to be the number 1 guy because he beat the number 1 guy. There's no getting around that, in my opinion.
Yeah, but then you get into triangle theories. Just because you beat the number 1 guy doesn't mean the number 5 guy can't beat you.
No, that's not a triangle theory.
It's kind of like
theory. No, it's not, because I'm not saying because Haney beat Kambosos, it means by default he could beat Tank Davis. That's the triangle theory. What I'm saying is Kambosos had all the belts. He was the number 1 guy, regardless who you feel would win. Haney beat him, so he's the number 1 guy.
If you think the sanctioning bodies are determinative of the number 1 guy, if you don't think that, then no, it doesn't matter that he had all the belts.
I think all the belts do matter, though. That's where
I think they matter. I don't know if that determines who's the number 1 guy, though. I do think it determines that if you want to be a champion, you got to fight that guy. Like I do think it determines who is the champion at a weight class. Whether or not he's the best at a weight class. I think the only way you can settle who the best is in the ring. So if there's another guy, if there's somebody out there that has a claim on being the best, then you got to go out there and fight that dude, and then that proves you're the best. You can't just like lawyer up with a fucking like hide behind belts and shit.
Look, being the best can be proven. Being number 1 is different. that doesn't per se mean that you could beat everybody. But at that point in time, you're the number one person until proven otherwise. It's not saying that they're done and retired and we're talking about, oh, Devin Haney was the best fighter to ever fight at 135. But the fact of the matter is the titles do matter because that's what you strive to become, a champion. A guy who's never become a champion with a real fucking title cannot be better than a guy who has all the fucking main belts, which is the main goal of why people fight.
Well, I mean, you do know that you're doing further delineations now. Like now as champion, number one, and the best. All three things having different metrics behind them. And that's what it happens when it comes to fans liking this shit.
No, there's not a different metric.
Yeah, like you can't if number one is not a measure of being the best, and number one is not a measure of having all the titles, right? Like you're saying that number one is a metric of having all the titles, but clearly that's not true across the board.
It is true, except for some website.
No, there's also
no stake in anything.
Well, no, it's not just true for some websites. It's also true because there was a designation before there's any such thing as a sanctioning body. Like the John L. Sullivan man that beat the man thing predates all of these fucking titles. It predates Ring Magazine. It predates every single fucking sanctioning body. So that's still a thing.
Yes, right. But before the WBC was a belt, what belt was it?
What organization was it? WBC?
What came before the WBC belt?
The WBA was the first recognized body, but
what came before?
There's NISAC. I mean, there's NISAC. There's WEBU. There's a ton of them.
The point is, even if you go back to John Sullivan, there was a title to be won.
No, there wasn't. There was just right. So the title was it, but there wasn't a belt, right? There wasn't a sanctioning body. There was him saying, "I can beat fucking everybody," and if somebody felt they were big enough and bad enough, as long as they weren't black, then fine, I'll fight them.
I got you.
And that became a champion. Like there wasn't like a belt associated with it or anything. It was just like a designation.
He was still the champion, whether he was wearing something around his waist or not. He was
right, but I'm saying that there wasn't a sanctioning body to determine it. There was no box rec. There was no Ring Magazine.
But what I'm trying to tell you is
older than all of that shit, and it still exists today.
But the point is, the metric that they used back then was, oh, this guy is the lineal, or however you want to say it, because it branched off.
It turned into the lineal, right? Yeah,
right, because it branched off of him. The metric was to beat him. You are now the best. Which turned into now we have something to signify who the champion is by putting a belt around their waist, something you could see. But at the end of the day, the champions are the best of their sanctioning bodies. When you have one guy,
we don't disagree there.
When you have one guy like Devin Haney who defeats all the other champions because he has all their belts, he's the number one guy in every sanctioning body. He by far is the number one guy in the division. There's no.
I mean, I'm not saying. Listen, bro. I'm not faulting your logic. I'm faulting the fact that you think this opinion equals a fact. Like the facts behind what you're saying is the case, but it doesn't make any difference when the entire enterprise is about opinion. Like even John L. Sullivan did not fight the best of his day. He excluded an entire race of people from this whole thing, right? So this idea that you're the champion has never been meant that you're the best. It's never meant that you're the number one. It just meant that you're the champion, and people want to fight you.
You're trying to lean on a crutch whenever there was segregation and things weren't allowed.
No, I'm just telling you, it's the same fucking thing. Like the idea,
it's not, because
it's always been public opinion. And not only sanctioning body, and this whole idea of sanctioning bodies, like all of these fucking if you look at the ratings, you would laugh at the way that these people are rated. And also getting these fights is a matter of opportunity too, right? It's not just based on ability, it's based on who you're with and all that other shit. Like, and whether or not they'll fight you and what kind of shit you're willing to take to get a fight. Like all of that other stuff comes into fights being made and not being made that has absolutely nothing to do with the skill.
Like I said, we're never going to agree on this. Undisputed is undisputed. You're undisputed number one. There's no disputing that, and I don't care what box rec and their fucking art.
I mean, I'm with you. I mean, I would feel. I mean, it's not like I don't think that there's any value to being undisputed. I just think that the value of being undisputed is starts and ends with sanctioning bodies, right?
What does Tank Dunn deserve to be over Devin Haney at 135?
I don't know. I mean, individually, I think that BoxRec takes into your entire career. They don't just look at what like you've competing at 135. Like for their particular thing.
Let's run with that. So then, therefore, right now, currently, Terrence Crawford should be the number one guy at light heavyweight, right?
No, he's never competed light heavyweight.
Well, I mean, if he said I was a light heavyweight, then he should be number one, right?
No, he's never competed light heavyweight.
But no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying,
I know, but it is what you're saying. You've taken the thing to some absurd thing where where the logic is no longer sound logic.
It's absurd what you're saying.
It's not absurd what I'm saying. He's literally competing at 130. Okay, so
a guy who has never beat anybody of any significance at 135 is now the number one guy.
Who says that they're of no significance? You're the person who's determining whether or not there's significance.
Who did he beat of significance at 135?
I don't understand. Okay, I'm not understanding.
No. I'm trying to understand. Who did Tank Davis beat at 135?
Okay, all the people that he fought at 135. He beat all of them.
Where were they ranked?
You list off the names. So one of those guys is
Usyk Cruz.
So Usyk Cruz was a top 10 Ring magazine guy.
Okay, so
is that significant or not significant? I don't know. It depends on whether or not you think. Like, I'm not trying to argue your methodology. I'm not even trying to argue their methodology. I'm trying to tell you there is no such thing as a concrete methodology that is the truth. There's some objective thing that you can just like wave your wand and say this is the standard that everybody is going by.
I think having the titles is a truth and it's a fact that you can't.
It is. It's also a truth and a fact that somebody else.
It's a truth. It's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical what you're saying, because hypothetically he's number one based off of winning nothing.
Okay, again, you're the only way that you say that's winning nothing is if you place the value of something on having titles. If you don't place all the value on having the titles, then what he won is the fights that he was in against the guys that he fought.
This is stupid. All that matters is becoming the champion.
Okay, I mean, listen, I'm not arguing your methodology. If that's what you want to go by,
my methodology.
It is. That's what you're saying. You're saying that all that matters is the belts. And I've heard a bunch of people tell me that belts don't matter as much as paychecks. You follow the checks, not the belts. That's what I've heard.
Why is Usain Bolt the number one? Well, maybe not right now, but why was he the number one track runner?
Because he had the fastest 100 meter and 102, the fastest 100 meter dash number.
Right. It was based off his accolades. Right. So what you're telling me is if I go and run races and beat every single person in track and field outside of Usain Bolt, then I'm better than Usain Bolt, even though he holds all the gold medals in the fastest time. But I'm better than him because I've achieved nothing, but I beat certain people in track and field.
Right. So
it's
right. So since you can have a fastest time and be objectively the fastest person in the world, right? Like, I don't know how you can objectively be the champion of the world, right? Outside of having all the belts, right? So that makes you objectively the champion of the world. Does that make you objectively the best fighter? No, it doesn't. What would make you objectively the best fighter in the world is beating all those other people. That would make you objectively the best in the world.
What makes you number one? What makes you number one is having all the titles. To be number one.
Okay.
Now, if you want to get into if you want to get into a semantical argument about who's better than who no, because what you're doing is by saying the best, you're saying that Devin Haney could beat Tank Davis, so therefore he is better than him. But he never beat him, so you can't make that claim. See,
correct.
That's what you're coming into. That's a semantical argument.
No, it's not a semantic. That is the nature of the thing. That is literally the nature of boxing.
We're not talking
That's
like
why
that.
boxing
Listen
is not.
to my words. Listen to my words. I'm not claiming that Devin Haney could or could not beat Tank Davis.
I didn't say you were.
What I'm saying is Devin Haney is number one.
I know you're saying that, and you're saying that because he has all the belts. And I'm saying that I don't disagree with your logic or your reasoning or your methodology. That's fine. I feel like that's a reasonable stance to take. What I'm saying to you is that reasonable stance, just because it is a reasonable stance doesn't mean that it needs to be universally accepted by everyone. Furthermore, I'm telling you that it's not universally accepted by everyone. Not only does it not need to be, but it also is not.
This is.
And I can tell you why it's a good idea for it not to be. Also.
You know what? You know what's not also universally accepted? The world is round. There's people that believe it's flat, but that doesn't mean it's bullshit. And what you're telling me to me is bullshit. I'm hearing a bunch of fucking bullshit.
Oh, like, okay. I mean, I don't know. I'm not here to talk about what you decided is bullshit or not. Like that, and none of that stuff is. Like, bro, so, I'm not trying to argue your thing. Like I'm trying to tell you, I can tell you why I can tell you why I think it's a good idea that we don't just use sanctioning bodies as a measure of excellence. Like I already said, they're all fucking corrupt. If you look at their ratings, I don't know that each sanctioning body is reflective of the best in the division. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Like I can't get behind the idea of, like, for instance, Triple G not fighting the other champions at 160. So how the hell am I supposed to know who's the best at 160? Just because he has more belts, or he has more titles? Like, I don't know what the hell. Like, I don't know how.
We can run with that. We can run with that. You know why you can make the argument? You know why you can make an argument that Triple G's not the best at 160? Because he doesn't have all the titles. But here's the problem: there's not other champions outside of Devin Haney. He's the only champion. You could argue all day. No. You could argue all day that Charlo is better than Triple G.
Right.
You could.
Listen. You're attributing a value to a term, right? We're attributing to a value to champion, and that value is number one, right?
And I'm
telling you is that a champion may or may not be number one.
The ultimate goal of boxing is to be a champion. That is the proof.
That is literally the ultimate goals for. I think a lot of people would, as long as they get life-changing money and were never a champion, I think they'll be just fine. Ask Dillian White if he's just fine with being a boxer, making millions and millions of dollars and never being a champ.
Okay, yes. So let's run with Dillian White. Dillian White might be just fine with being a boxer, but he's never made the money that Anthony Joshua did. He never made the money that Deontay Wilder did. He never made the money that Tyson Fury did. However, if he would have beat Tyson Fury, then all that money would have been open to him.
Okay, I got it. Now you're just talking about more money. That's cool. More money, but you know what? But guess what? But guess what? He made more money than fucking Joseph Parker. He made more money than Chris Martin. He made more money than Bermain Severn. You think he would, like, try to switch places with those guys?
So, no. You're trying to do this to dudes who won vacant titles, who lost their vacant titles.
I mean, we're just saying, like, I'm just telling you, when it comes to championship, that shit got a value, right? We're putting just values on terms.
You're trying to equivalate Dillian White making the money because he didn't make it off his own name. He made it off of Tyson Fury. In fact, he didn't even go to one press conference to build up the fight. So all that revenue, all that money, Dillian could say, "Oh, I have loyal fans and all of this shit." Those 94,000 people came for Tyson Fury, not Dillian White.
Okay, so the only problem with that particular thing is they didn't do any sort of surveys or polls to figure out who was there for whom. And then the other part of that is Dillian White was a pay-per-view star already in the UK, right? And he already was doing shows by himself. Like he was, I don't know how all of a sudden he had zero fans if people were buying his pay-per-views, even when he got paid. Let me finish. People were buying pay-per-views even when he was fighting guys who were never champions, like Derek Chisora.
Battery. I got 2% battery.
Oh, shit.
Listen. Yeah, but he made $400,000 the fight before fighting Tyson Fury, which is less than what Joseph Parker was making, which is less than what Severn made, which is less than what Luis Ortiz made. So while he may have had pay-per-views, he really wasn't making any money. So again, I'm not discrediting the fact that he did not have fans. I'm not discrediting the fact that he didn't have pay-per-views. But for us to act as if the numbers that he received when he fought Tyson Fury was a normality, it by far was not. He had never had anything close to that, not even 10% of that. So again, I mean, those are quantified numbers. We can
I just wanted to put one thing on, but it's one thing out there. You only got
Hurry up, because I'm gonna switch.
Yeah, I know. One thing was
I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna jump on my phone because this is about to die.
All right, then I was waiting for you to switch then.
All right, let me do this. All right, I'll be right back.
Cool. All right. No, huh? Damn. All right. Let me see if I can look at the comments. Why you guys go? Why I don't have my glasses? Fuck. And I don't have fire either. No welterweight. No welterweight today could fuck with Hearns. Oh, that was a long time ago. Yes, I totally agree. No welterweight back in the day could fuck with Hearns. But yeah, I feel like this is a pretty, I don't know, a stimulating conversation, I guess. But yeah, if you feel like number one equals have all the belts, you know, I'm not mad at that. If you want to just, I mean, you're just gonna come up against a whole bunch of people who don't care about belts for a number of, I feel like, valid and reasonable reasons, right? And that is like the, you know, chief amongst them, the behavior of the sanctioning bodies historically and even like right now today. Like it seems to be the sanctioning body seems to be a wholly owned subsidiary of marketing interest. I mean, and I guess that's really the nature of boxing. It's, I don't know. It's hard as it's I don't know. I'm not even trying to necessarily point a finger at the sanctioning bodies. I'm just saying that I don't know how determinative they are of the best.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, there you go. Right. So
go ahead.
I was circling back. You were making another point about, oh right, Dylan White. I was saying that that was the number that he reported to the sanctioning body. I don't know that that's all the money that he made, right?
Okay.
I don't know what that number was based on. It could have been based on his guarantee, and which points he wouldn't have had pay-per-view numbers attached to that, or his or the attendance numbers either. I just don't know.
Yeah.
Right. So before I go into a whole like all he made was $400K.
The fight prior to that, he only made $1 million. The fight prior to that, he made even less.
Right, but that was what he reported to the sanctioning body, not like necessarily how much he made.
Okay, well, what we know is reported is he's never made more than $1 million prior to Tyson Fury.
Well, I mean, there's other reports.
There's
other reports he made more, but
no,
the only what he reported to his sanctioning body is what we know of his last few fights.
But I'm not going to go off of this. Oh, the back end money that they could have hypothetically have made, but nobody can verify. I'm going to go off.
I mean, I just don't know what number that represents is all. That's when I say the whole thing. I just don't know what it. Like.
What I'm saying, Smoke, is it couldn't have been that much more than, because that's the reason why he got fucked over on the percentage when he fought Tyson Fury. I know exactly what your argument is, and I think it's a sound starting point. I just wanted to make sure that before we start assuming that it's everything, it's just what he reported to a sanctioning body, which I don't know if they have any like fiduciary responsibility, like what the fiduciary responsibility is as a fighter to report accurate numbers to sanctioning bodies. Like I don't even know what that would be. But let me put it like this. If that was not pretty close to accurate, right? And I'm telling you that you're only going to make $7 million in a fight that you should be making 25 million in, you're going to release those real numbers so you can make 20 to 25 million. You're not going to keep it at 400,000.
It depends on whether or not the promoter wants to actually open up their real books.
I'm telling you, with that much money gained, there's no way you would let that slip through your hands.
I mean, I guess. I mean, it could. Listen, again, I don't know if you want to go back and relitigate. I don't know. I understand what you're saying. I'm not arguing with it. It seems like you're really incentivized. You have a really good reason to revisit those initial numbers you reported to the WBC, right? Yeah. You're like, there's a reason to find some receipts in your couch cushions. I get you. I get it, bro. I'm just saying that's all they've said is like what was reported.
But Smoke, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to get down this debate because I was on another channel earlier and I made the statement in fangirling like they were. They said, do you think it matters that Fury cannot fly to America? And I made the statement. I said, no, it doesn't matter that he can fly to America or not, because he sold 94,000 tickets, which is the record more than AJ ever sold in the UK. So yes, I think he would be successful fighting Joe Joyce Anthony Joshua or Usyk, whoever the winner is or whoever he fought, I think it'll be very successful. Maybe even do the same. And they was like, oh, you can't compare him to Anthony Joshua. Da, 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 da. And I think you most certainly can when he breaks the fucking record. I'm sorry, but Joe Joyce to me is just as big of a name as Dillian White.
Yeah, the only problem is Joe Joyce is not a bigger name. Like, really, objectively speaking, like if you were just to go, how many pay-per-views has Dillian White done in the UK versus Joe Joyce? And you'll find it's like 4-0 or something, 4 or 5 to nothing. Like, how many times has he headlined and sold out an arena?
Joyce,
like Dillian White versus Joe Joyce. And I think it'd be like 4 to nothing. And that's without Tyson Fury, right?
Joyce versus Dubois was not free.
I mean, Joyce versus Wilder's a thing, but Wilder's a ticket seller.
No. I said Dubois when he fought Triple D, Daniel Dubois. That was not.
Yeah, that was regular ass fucking TV. That was no fucking pay-per-view.
I'm pretty sure they had to pay for it in the UK.
Nah, that was BT Sport. BT Sport is free as fuck.
$19.99 for that fight.
Hell no, they didn't fucking put that shit on no goddamn.
No, but the point is, in the UK, he's a huge name, and I buy. There's no way.
I mean, listen, I'm just going by objective, the whole fucking thing. Like, Joe Joyce is cool, but I think really people know him for 2 fights, if they know him at all. Maybe for 3 fights, but one of them is like a domestic dust-up, right? But 2 of them are domestic dust-ups. One is the Bermain Stavern fight. The other one is Daniel Dubois, and the other one is the Nathan Gormley, like the Nathan whatever that fucking fight dude's name is.
Because boxing is an ever-flowing, ever-changing sport, right? With each fight, people can become the cash cow or they can lose it. Correct?
They didn't become a cash cow yet.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I said is with every single fight, somebody could become a cash cow or they could lose it.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we know is before the rematch in the trilogy with Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury did shit numbers. What we know is he did the rematch and then he had good numbers and he did the trilogy, had better numbers. Then
but what you're missing out of that is Wilder had good numbers the entire time. It's Tyson Fury who's had good numbers and bad numbers.
I'm not taking away from Deontay Wilder. I'm not doing that, but just listen to me. Okay? This isn't about Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury. This isn't about Tyson Fury versus AJ. This is about, if you was looking at this on a graph, looking at their stocks, looking at the trajectory of where they're headed to, first, you see the rematch. That's better than anything Tyson Fury's been attached to. You see the trilogy. Right. It does better than anything he was attached to. Then he has his first fight in England in over 5 years, and it sells more tickets than has ever been sold in England before. I would say that he's going up, that you could tell that people are more interested, especially when he just had a spectacular knockout on Dillian White and completely outclassed him, made Dillian look like he didn't belong.
I feel like his popularity is probably on an uptick. Sure, why not?
Right. So what I'm saying is, I do not believe the evidence shows that if he fought Joe Joyce or Usyk, let's say AJ loses to Usyk, if he fought Joe Joyce or Usyk in England, that it would do horrible numbers. In fact, it could even do better than his last fight.
Wait, hold on. So can Fury do the same numbers in England should AJ lose and Fury fought Joe Joyce? Could he do the same numbers as he just did with White?
Not if Fury lost.
I'm saying if AJ lost. If AJ lost, could Fury do the same numbers as he just did with White if he fought Joyce?
I'm pretty sure he could. I'm saying that
I don't think so. Maybe.
Look, I look at Smoke. He just sold a fucking event, regardless if the dude had been on pay-per-view or not. Dillian White did 0 publicity, 0 for that fight, 0.
Tyson, but he's also a hometown hero. People know who the fuck Dillian White is. Like, he lost. I feel like he spent some of his cultural capital by not doing pub, but people knew who the fuck he was.
What's the most tickets Dillian White ever sold prior to Tyson Fury? What's the most?
I don't know. I think like 20,000 or something like that.
He did that many.
Say again.
I don't even
No, he sold out the O2. It was like a 20,000. I think he did it like a few times. Like he's been at that arena more than once, and he sold it out more than once. I think he sold out like 3 times, and it seats like 20,000.
Well, I'll walk inside. We'll see. What's the most ticket sales he's ever done? Because I'm telling you, I truly believe that Tyson Fury, especially after knocking out Dillian White the way that he did, people are going to buy to see him.
I'm not. I don't doubt. I don't doubt that. I feel like you should expect that. You should be able to expect that. Like whatever kind of bounce he gets, who knows? Because he also, has a tendency to open his mouth and say some pretty like damaging things. Like he's a self-saboteur. But I feel like a bunch of people don't like Tyson Fury, and they were rooting for Dillian White to knock him out.
And they'll be rooting for Joe Joyce to knock him out, and they'll be rooting for Usyk to beat him.
Maybe
it's the Mayweather effect. They're gonna.
Well, no, not so much that. Not so much that. I feel like he actually had fans. Like the other people that you're talking about, like the Maidana didn't really have fans. He was always the opponent. He was always the perpetual B-side to guys who were like, good, but even obscure guys like Matisse. Right? But so, yeah, no, I'm saying that Dillian White is an entity all of himself. He was the local kid that the people were rooting for in the Parker fight. Like they were rooting for him in the Chisora fights. I mean, some people were rooting for Chisora, but some people were rooting for him too. He was a guy that they were rooting for in the Povetkin fights. Like,
I'm trying to look.
He was a guy like the Rivas fights. That dude, like, as a matter of fact, this dude has had hella pay-per-views. I said 5. That fucking the walk, he was on the undercard.
According to this, hold on, no wait. This isn't going to be accurate. You can just look at the capacity for O2 and then how many times he sold out the O2. I think he sold that out at least 2-3 times, like at least twice. And I think he probably did it like I'm not
even double that, right?
Selling out the O2.
But he's been basically whooping out. He's been an entity since really 2018. Right? Like the whole like talked up Wilder and thing, and then
the only time
that Parker fight was it Parker fight in 2018?
No, listen. The only time that White ever sold out the O2 Arena is whenever he fought Anthony Joshua. So now I'm trying to.
There's no way there's no fucking way. He sold it out with the Chisora rematch. He showed it out with the Parker fight. Hold up.
I've seen that.
At least I saw it. Okay, here's the other part of this thing. Eddie Hearn ostensibly.
No, he did not. He did not.
Ostensibly says he sold it out.
He did not sell out the O2. If the capacity is 20,000, he did not sell out. He sold 13,000 tickets for the O2, and that was Chisora 2. That wasn't the first one. That was White versus Chisora 2. Sold 13,000 tickets. So he did not sell out the O2 Arena.
Let's see.
I'm looking at it right here.
No, I got you.
2011, wrote by BoxingNews24.com. 13,000 tickets sold for White Chisora 2. I'm not seeing where he ever sold out the O2 anywhere for any fight.
Let's see. Let's see.
For Parker, he did even less. He did 12,000. So he sold 12,000 tickets for Parker, which is 1,000 less than he did with Chisora in the second fight. So what I'm to believe is that overnight, Dillian White gained 9 times.
No, it's not a zero-sum game, bro. Like you can't both of those guys together bring out people. He has a group of people, like as you said, like you just saw. He has. It's not that he has 0 fans.
Let's do this. Dillian White versus Anthony Joshua. ticket sales. Let's see what the two of them sold together.
And that was for a British title, right?
Yeah.
It's for vacant British, like.
Hold on, I'm trying to Google it right now. So we know 12 for Parker, 13 for Chisora, and the second one, which was more successful in the article, it said, than the first one. So we know the first one did less. Speaking Joshua, and no, that's just a estimate, but not an actual number. I'm trying to. I don't see the ticket sales for the Joshua White fight. And Joshua been a cash cow for who knows how long. No.
Started that fight. I think that's the first pay-per-view they both did.
Okay, here we go. Body snatcher coming well. Da-da-da-da-da. Fight. Why does it not have ticket sales for this? I can't find ticket sales for the fight. I'm just curious to see what he did with AJ.
You know, they never tell you how much AJ made for fighting Charles Martin. They always tell you what Charles Martin made.
Right. But again, I don't think that you sell 94,000 tickets.
But it's not. It's together. They sell them together. Like, do I think that most of the people came out? Do I think that most of the people came out for Tyson because Tyson Fury beat Wilder? Of course I do. Right? Like he was the thing. But I think that like people knew who the fuck Dillian White was to a certain extent. But this fight was the it was the homecoming fight. It was a local. It's two UK guys. It's two like I don't know like. Where did the fight take place? Did it take place in London or Wembley?
Wait, hold up. Wait. Where's the numbers? Give me the numbers. Are you fucking serious? It's not telling me. So I was about to tell you how many they sold Daniel Duval versus Joe Joyce, but the article didn't give me a number. It said they had to rearrange the arena for the tickets sold, but that doesn't tell me.
Yeah, but that place isn't very big where they fought.
Well, no, that was the O2. So I wanted to see how many they fought in the O2 like Dillian did.
Let's see. Hold up. Let me see what the O2 holds. Because now I'm realizing that I think I got this information from the most unreliable source imaginable, but I just let it go because he's a UK dude.
Right.
And I'm not even gonna like I'm not even gonna dignify it with who said this to me. So
I'm trying to see.
Let's see. O2.
What is straight up?
Yeah, it is 20,000. Yeah.
Yeah, which Dillian White never sold out. Joe Joyce versus
capacity for boxing. How about that? Because their capacity for other things may be different for boxing because it could be 3-sided or something.
Sales. I can't find the ticket sales for the Joe Joyce fight against Dubois because that's what I'm trying to see because it was in the O2, but I cannot find an actual number. I don't know if they released it. And I wouldn't take somebody's word for it that went there and be like, oh, it was packed. That doesn't give me a number.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you what the number is for boxing. It just tells you the overall thing.
Yeah, I like I said, I would really like to see what Joe Joyce, Daniel Dubois did in the O2, because if he did around 12, 13, then I would say that it would be very foolish to think that Joe Joyce and Dillian White couldn't do the same or close to. But I don't see. Again, I can't.
Yeah, the problem with the Povetkin fights is that they happened during the pandemic, so those are backyard brawls.
Yeah, I'm not counting those. I'm not accounting for that.
Yeah, but I think that also kind of hurts what's his ass, Dillian White's.
No,
no. But
I'm looking at actual arena fights. It was 13,000 for Chisora
No,
to
I got you. I know
12,000.
you are. But I'm saying the WBC thing is looking at his last few fights,
No,
which he
no, no,
had the
no.
Povetkin fights in there.
I understand that. Yeah, we all know that was in a backyard.
Right. I'm saying I think that's what led to the low number that he gave the WBC.
That could be a possibility, but again,
Because I think they said it was based on his last like 3 fights.
I don't.
Or was it last 4 fights? They said it was
I
3 or
don't
4. You
remember.
know what? Let me pull it up.
However they did it, I don't care. The point is, I'm just trying to see what Joe Joyce has done.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
But
yeah.
you're
All I
looking
care
for
about.
you're looking for Frank Warren to do shit like Eddie Hearn does. I don't think he does. Right?
No,
Eddie Hearn goes around telling people ostensibly that everything's sold out. Right?
yeah,
That's what he
I'm
does.
not seeing any for one fight. I'm not seeing ticket sales released for Joe Joyce, so I have no metric to gauge. Like I can't see any number of tickets that he sold, whether it be 2, 10,000.
Yeah, that's not his thing. That's not his get down.
Yeah, so it's an intangible that can't be answered. Like I don't know what this variable is because I can't find it. Not even for one of his fights, which is crazy.
Yeah, if you Queensberry, yeah, I don't think that's how Queensberry gets down.
You might be right because, like I said, there's nothing here to indicate what they sold.
Although Tyson Fury is a Queensberry guy, but he's not just Queensberry.
I don't know, but again, I will stick with what I said earlier because I don't want to really get too hung up on the ticket sales because I already got into a long debate because, like I said, I made a factual statement that Tyson Fury sold more tickets than AJ ever did, and that just turned into a long ass conversation that I didn't want to be a part of.
Well, that is a
fact.
That is a report, at least. It's reportedly a fact. We don't know what the actual numbers are, but yes, according to reports, 94,000 is 14,000 more than objectively 94,000 is more than 80,000, right? By 14,000. But reportedly, both of those guys reportedly did those numbers. Whether or not either one of them did those numbers is another. That's a that's a different conversation.
But what isn't reportedly is the tickets for the 90,000 sold out in 90 minutes. So the additional 4,000 is a reported to, but we know 90,000 tickets sold out in 90 minutes.
But I mean, they said the same thing for the 80,000, right? Those are the secondary sellers. You don't know if actual people bought them or corporations.
I mean,
it's probably corporations, right?
I got you, but regardless, however it went down, 90,000 tickets were gone in 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is still more than 80,000. That's 10,000 more than 80,000. So even if we said the 4,000 was made up bullshit, he still outdid them by 10,000. So again, I come back full circle to it's a factual statement. It's not hypothetical.
No, I mean, I get it. I even understand why that would be, right? Like the trilogy coming off of the popularity of the trilogy, the redemption story. He slayed the guy that AJ didn't fight, that everybody wanted to see slayed. Like he's the conquering hero. And AJ at the time was seen as an underdog, a guy who had a puncher's chance, and maybe it was too soon for him. He was on his ascendancy. He hadn't arrived yet. A lot of people thought it was too soon. I'm saying like a lot of people, in England thought it was too soon. And he kind of shocked the world in like a upset performance, right?
Right.
So it's kind of like, I don't know. I don't know that the two events necessary. I could see why one would outsell the other. I'm not arguing whether or not it did or didn't.
My only point, Smoke, was this. There's nothing, in my opinion, looking at the factual data that would indicate that Tyson Fury's next fight would be a flop or not do close to what he just did.
Well, Carlos Takam. Well, here's the thing. Okay, how many times can you be the homecoming hero is the problem. I mean, if he continues to knock people out, right, I think, yeah. But if he reverts to like not like going 12 rounds, you can only be like, you can't, like, how long going to be able to dine out on the Deontay Wilder thing?
Yeah, but Smoke, here's the thing.
And him being Tyson Fury too, like
Right. In order for what you're saying to happen, though, he's got to fight again because at the moment he's coming off of 3 straight
yeah,
knockout wins.
yeah, of course, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So if we go by your metric, what you're saying, his next
Yeah,
will be highly successful because of the knockouts.
I don't know if it'll be as successful as Dillian White, but maybe. I think Joe Joyce probably presents a pretty good shot at that. But I think AJ would break those records, right? Like even right now, if AJ and Fury fought, they would break what Fury and Dillian White did.
Yes, they would, and without a doubt.
I would accept. I mean, I would expect that.
Yes, I would too, but that's because AJ is still currently the cash cow. But what I will say is, if AJ gets his ass whooped to Usyk, I don't think him and Tyson Fury do bigger numbers than 94,000.
I don't know that there is a cash. I think there's several cash cows in the heavyweight division. I don't think there is a cash cow. I think there's a few dudes that like make tens of millions of dollars, and you will probably make your biggest payday fighting him too.
Right, but I still will remain with what I just said, that you said something different to that was non-relevant. What I'm saying is if Anthony Joshua gets his ass whooped to Usyk in the rematch, he loses.
Yeah.
I don't believe Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury does 94,000.
I don't know. Maybe not. Not sure. I do. What I don't think is he's going to get $500 million to fight Usyk, unless Usyk knocks out AJ.
Well, I mean, I think the dumbest thing that the Zone did was signing AJ for $100 million contract when the dude is one loss away from being non-relevant.
I don't think he's one loss away of being non-relevant. I think he is one loss away from having to rebuild for millions of dollars to fight. But I don't think he's very far away. I think I still think he's like a top 5 guy, and he can just work on a couple of things, right? Like Tyson Fury is ready to cake his pants any day now, and I don't know. I guess Usyk could be long reigning. I maybe
Smoke.
I don't know. Maybe
AJ had a mental breakdown after he lost to Andrew Ruiz. Now that he's lost to Usyk, he's running up on college students. This dude is one loss away from being done.
I don't know, man. He's kind of an early. He's kind of a young guy.
He's like
a young guy that like. There's always a second act, man.
How old is he? 31. Is he 32? Let me type it in. Anthony Joshua, 32. I was right.
That's a baby in heavyweight years.
I think AJ is mentally weak, and I don't. If he loses, I don't see how he ever becomes a champion again. I just don't see it.
Well, here's the thing. The reason why he loses, it may be that his mind is not in it and his heart is not in it. It could very well be that thing, right? So rededicated, like taking yourself out of the sport and finding your passion again and your desire to do it. You could have a second act, or he could just be done like forever. Like it wouldn't be the first time, but he's young enough and he's been successful enough, and he has a market share enough. Like he would have lost at this point to Andy Ruiz, who he beat, and Usyk, who he didn't beat.
Right. So he would have 3 losses. And Kelvin, I looked up the numbers. They did not sell out. They did 12,000. Parker versus White did 12,000 ticket sales. Now, if 12,000 is selling out the O2, then they sold out. But at the end of the day, they only sold 12,000 tickets, which is 1,000 less than what they did with Chisora. So again, that 94,000 people, the majority of them came for Tyson Fury, not Dillian White. And I like Dillian White. I still like Dillian White. I still want to see him fight again. I picked him to beat Tyson Fury. I don't like Tyson Fury. But what I'm not going to do is lie about factual numbers and say that he didn't sell 94,000 tickets when he did.
Well, he sold some percentage of 94,000. It wasn't 100%.
I'm not saying it was 100%,
But
But
you do what you do when you say he sold 94, because the same could be said about Dylan White, but that wouldn't be, right? It's not a fair comparison.
but the thing is if he sells 95,000 against Joe Joyce still has a percentage of that 95,000.
Yeah, so I don't know why I say he sold 95,000. Like he sold 95,000. Just say like the fight drew 95,000. Like what? I mean, you can say one guy was the main draw, but that doesn't negate the drawing factor of the dance partner.
I got you, but I truly believe, especially knowing that Dillian White did zero promo for that fight, I truly believe that the majority of those numbers was because of Tyson Fury's name, not Dillian White.
Right, but I mean, I don't know that either one of I don't know what percentage of the 94,000 was a product of Tyson Fury's promo. I'm assuming not very much. Right? It's just kind of like those guys fight from there. They're local guys for boxing. Like if you know Tyson Fury and you're into the fight, you're gonna find out about Dillian White, the other White. Like the guy fights there. He's only like not fought there. Like I think one time. Was it even then? Where's Lucas Brown? Was that there?
I don't know where he fought Lucas Brown.
I think the dude fought Lucas Brown there. I think the dude just fucking fights there. Like I don't know, but you know, I'm not from there. I'm not trying to. If he brought in 20,000 or 15,000 or 8,000, I don't know. It feels like you might as well give my man at least give him that for like 10,000, right?
Let me ask you something. If somebody,
it's just like saying it like I feel like Vladimir Klitschko brought more people to the AJ fight.
Look, I actually don't want to talk about this because I already got into
you said
about
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody, I've said it several times with somebody getting butt hurt that I said that he sold more tickets than AJ, and that spiraled out of control because of a factual statement. So I don't really care to keep this going. Like to me,
yeah, I hear you. Your energy sap. It's kind of a.
Yeah, I'm just saying, in my opinion, in my honest opinion, I think no matter who he fights is going to be extremely successful, especially if it's Usyk. Usyk beats AJ in the rematch, which I believe he will. I think Usyk's about to wash him. I think it's highly likely that Usyk, especially how he turned it on in the 12th round, turns it on faster from round one and knocks AJ the fuck out. Especially with Robert Garcia as his coach, who's going to have him coming forward, running in the shots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just wish that they worked longer together.
I wish.
I get that. I like the style matchup, but I don't like the length of time.
I don't like it at all. I've seen Robert Garcia's fighters fight technicians and all get washed. I wish he would have went back to Tony Sims. I think that's the best trainer for AJ by far.
Or Freddie Roach, somebody who is definitely offensive minded. He needed someone to get that bruiser mentality. I don't think Robert Garcia is a bad choice. It's just like I said, he didn't have enough time to like really wake that eye of the tiger in him, I think. And that's really the sad part of this whole thing is like if you had the eye of the tiger, you wouldn't have waited this long.
I don't understand this. I don't know why people think AJ is going to sleep Usyk. Look at what AJ did when he got beat by Ruiz. He tried to do everything he could but fight Ruiz in the rematch, which was smart. I'm not taking away from it. But I'm to believe that all of a sudden, after he gets his ass whooped, that he's going to get super aggressive when the history shows that he's going to play keep away. Nah, I don't believe he's going to knock out Usyk. Even if he beats Usyk, I highly doubt he can knock him out. Usyk's got a granite chin.
Well, it's just that bruiser stuff. He needs to be in there with Orlando Salido.
He's not big enough.
He's not that guy either.
No, he's not. Like how Salido did Lomachenko, AJ can't do that.
But that's literally what's required for this fight.
I agree, but he can't do that.
Laying on him, fight him dirty, turn into Tyson Fury.
But
Every
he's
dirty
done,
trick in the book.
but Smoke, he's done the opposite of Tyson Fury.
I
Tyson
know.
Fury.
He fights like it's the Olympics.
No. Listen, he did the exact opposite of Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury had a tight fight with Deontay Wilder, and what did he do? He put on a significant amount of weight. On the flip side, AJ has taken weight off.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not that much bigger than Usyk. He's literally not that much bigger than him. There might be 12 pounds difference in between the two guys. That size advantage really doesn't exist. And that's if Usyk doesn't come in even heavier than he did in the last fight.
Yeah. Hold on one second. Yeah.
Right. What was the official? I'm trying to see the official. I don't remember off the top of my head. Okay, so here's the official weigh-in. So officially, AJ came in at 240 for the Usyk fight, right? Usyk came in at 221.25, but we'll just say 221. We'll round down, okay? Now, when AJ weighed in, he was wearing sweatpants, shoes. So you got to take off about 4 pounds. So really, he was about 236. So you're looking at about 15-pound difference in between the two fighters. It's not much.
Yeah, he came in lean. He came in lean trying to box.
And got his ass whooped.
Got outpointed. Lost the foot battle.
And he didn't get outpointed. He got his ass whooped. He damn near got knocked out in the 12th round. They rang the bell like 10 seconds early.
Well, you know.
There is no,
AJ rules.
Look, I like AJ. I really do. I think AJ's got the mentality of a champion. I really do. Regardless of how you feel about the Deontay Wilder fight, I feel like AJ will fight anybody. But I don't think he can beat Usyk. I just don't see it. No, I'm not on Twitter. I made an account, but I never used it. Yeah, I don't. Unless AJ comes 250 plus, I give him no chance. That's the only chance he has.
Yeah.
Kelvin, what are you asking me why about? Are you asking me why AJ can't win unless he's 250 plus, or you asking me why I'm not on Twitter?
Okay. Glasses. Hey. My children said they're gonna come hang out with their own man.
That's what's up.
Yeah, but you know.
No what?
Yeah, adults. You know how young adults are.
Nah, I don't have kids that are young adult.
Lives, you know what I mean? They're out there.
I don't know that yet. I don't have young adult kids.
No, I'm just saying. But you've been 23, 24.
Yeah.
You remember what that's like.
But
I say, hey, Dad, let's go to dinner. Sure. Sure. What time? I guess I'll see him in like 2 hours or something.
Why am I not on Twitter? I'm gonna answer this question. Because just like I'm not on I used to be real big on Instagram a long time ago. had over 100,000 subs. Used to be real big on Instagram, but all that was like pictures of me with my shirt off and shit, abs out. But my girl deleted that. Anyways, I digress. I've never been on Facebook, never been on Twitter, never really been on big on any social media because to me, I always look at social media like it's a way to pick up females. I never needed it. I did that in real life. Like I want a female, I'll go to the grocery store, I'll go to the mall, I'll go to Walmart. Like I'll go somewhere, I'll go to the club, to the bar, easy. That's why I never used social media because I just always saw that because all my friends they use it to talk to females. I never was on Tinder swiping. Fuck that. I didn't have to do that. Never done that. Never will. So that's why I never got on it.
I got on all social media as a marketing tool to sell my business. And I found the YTBC there, and then I'm like, oh, this is actually a personal interest of mine. I didn't know the community existed. And yeah, I've since sold my business. So the only reason I was ever really on social media was always like a business thing, and I'm no longer do that. So I'm not on any other social media outside of YTBC.
I feel you. And I have nothing against anybody who uses social media. I was just saying for me personally, I always saw it as like from what all my friends did, it was just a means to talk to females.
Yeah,
and I
exactly.
to do that. But
I'm actually a social person in real life, generally speaking.
yeah.
I've had the same friends for like decades and same community, all that shit. It's kind of like whatever. But I don't need to. Yeah. I come on here to. I literally come on here to not make friends and also not make enemies. I just want to like talk boxing, but apparently people actually are on this thing to make friends and enemies.
I don't know, Smoke. I bet you got a lot of enemies.
Maybe. I know I don't give any energy to it.
Let me say this: you may not know that they're your enemies, but to them, you're their enemy.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't give any energy to it. Like it's kind of like, okay. I don't even know how to interact with that. I don't know what to say about it. No, I don't know what to think of it. It's like it sucks to be you, shit.
I'm the same way. I take none of this shit personal. The only thing I find funny is when people like, I don't know what it is. I say this all the time. I don't know what it is about the white TVC, but anybody who, well, I shouldn't say anybody, but a lot of people on here who talk about boxing, for some reason, all think that they're boxers in their mind and all think that they can fight just because they watch fighting, and they all want to challenge people to fights, knowing that they'll never show up. That's what I find hilarious. Like,
so, my homie, he actually did link up with somebody at a gym, and they actually did spar it out. Out of all the stories I heard, it so happened that the only guy I've talked boxing with in real life, that for real throws hands and all this shit, but he talks a gang of shit online. He actually did meet up with somebody, and they worked it out in the ring.
So, few years back, when I was a little bit younger, on the twilight years of my 20s, I tried to meet up with 3 different people, live streamed that shit. All 3 times, nobody ever showed up. I never drove out of my way. Like, I didn't go from several different cities over and waste my time, you know what I mean? But whenever the rare occasions came to where they're like, oh, I'm in your city, meet me here. Like, okay, what's a 2 to 5 minute drive to go where they want me to go? You know what I mean? Like, that's nothing. Live streaming every single time, they never show. So it's pointless. It's dumb. I just still, like, I'll give you an example. I was over on another panel, right? And this dude made a mad racist comment. He believes that, like, I don't know, like it's the definition of racist because he thought that all black people are better than all white people when it comes to athletics. That's his mindset, right? Which is stupid to me. Anybody who says one race is better than another race, period, is just dumb. That's the definition of racist. But I digress. Moving past that, I told this dude, I like, bruh, I'll beat you in anything. I'll beat you in track, weightlifting, boxing, hopscotch. It don't fucking matter. There's nothing you could beat me in. And Buddy was like, oh, I can lift more weights than you. Now, this a fat, sloppy dude. Like, bro, like I don't touch a weight for 3 months and I'm still benching 315. And you gonna tell me some fat, sloppy dude gonna make a comment like that? It's just stupid.
Well, I guess he should have challenged you to a game of Connect Four or something.
Bro, I whoop his ass in Connect Four, and I'm bad at Connect Four. I hate that game. But I tell you what, I'm flawless at Monopoly.
You said you falls at Monopoly?
Flawless at Monopoly.
I'm pretty. I lay down. I play a Monopoly game that is unseen by most people. Unexperienced, like they don't understand.
I'm flawless.
I'm always the last guy.
I tell you what,
I'm always the last guy. Don't ever listen. I become part of the game.
I don't become a part of the game. I am the game when I play.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like it is impossible. Like I am going to be part owner of every single property. I might not be the full owner of it. You and me and somebody else might own it together, but I am impossible to actually get off of a Monopoly board.
Smoke, you're gonna watch me, and by the end of the game, a monocle is gonna appear on my eye out of nowhere. Like that's how good I am.
Man, you know, you're talking to the guy who rides on railroads for free, who uses utilities for free, and gets partial rent off of all kinds of properties, whether I own them.
I tell you what,
totally or not. Like
I tell you what, my girl, her family's in Cali. When I come to Cali, we'll live stream us playing a game of Monopoly. You'll have to get a couple of more people because it take like years for 2 people to end it. But you get a little squad together. Y'all can't cheat the way they like sell you all their property. But we live stream. I'll play you a Monopoly.
Yeah, you know, it's been a while, but yeah, I figured out. I figured out that you can play Monopoly to just not lose, and it's a very rewarding experience. You don't necessarily have to play to win; you can just play to not lose.
Right. But the game that I am best at, I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's got 2 names. It's called Reversi or Othello.
I know Othello.
Yeah, like that game right there.
That's an old one. That's another Parker Brothers.
Well, I've never played it so they used to have it on so like if you go on like Yahoo, they used to have games and then you would get like ratings to where it would change different colors. I used to play on that a long, long time ago. And I had like the highest tier rating you could be in very little losses. Like I'm talking about like hundreds and hundreds of wins with maybe only like 3 or 4 losses. Like I was so good. I remember I played this one dude and he asked me how I beat him. And I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, I'm using a cheat bot. What cheat bot are you using? And I was like, I ain't using no fucking cheat bot. I didn't even know they had cheat bots for those games. So I beat a cheat bot. That's the moral of that story.
Well, I mean, not if you're like rolling dice with a hand kind of thing. If we do it all electronically, then yeah, sure. You can manipulate the outcome. But for the most part, man, like yeah, I'm good at Monopoly. I'm pretty good at Connect Four. Risk, I kill at Risk. Chess is my thing. Backgammon, I'm not that good at. Well, I'm all right. It's that I had this Persian girlfriend, and she was just like, she abused me in that fucking game. But for the most part, right?
Yeah. So out of all those games that you named, I would have to add checkers to it, but I do not like blow. Like when you force somebody to jump, I don't like that style of checkers. Like I will not play blow. But
wait a minute, what game?
Checkers.
Tetris?
Checkers.
Oh, checkers. Okay.
Yeah. But like there's a rule set in checkers to where some people do it, some don't, to where if there's a jump, you have to take it, or they can blow your piece off the board and they get it because you didn't take the jump.
Yeah.
I don't play that way. I don't like that. I don't like to be forced to take jumps I don't want to take.
I have not played checkers in forever. I played both ways. I mean, you know, dominoes is more the thing.
Yeah, Bones is fun.
Yeah, like you know, and even still, it's been a minute. Wow. Yeah, man, I used to play a lot of games. I don't really play games like that anymore.
Yeah, I used to have a homegirl whose grandma used to always kill me in Bones. Like I used to hate playing her grandma because the grandma be talking the mad shit. She'd be like,
Yeah,
"Hey, honey, go ahead and lay this. I know you got it in your hand. You got the 2 5s. Go ahead and put it down. You can't do nothing else. Come on." And then
yeah, all money ain't good money.
yeah, like she used to bust my head so bad.
I can understand why you wouldn't want to be hearing old adages from your grandmother.
Well, it wasn't mine. It was a girl I knew's grandma.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it was her grandma.
That's hilarious, actually.
But you know, it was my fault.
You can't say anything back.
No, you can't. And I made the mistake of getting on the table with the old heads.
Oh, that's hilarious. You used to get your ass whipped by an old lady who talks shit?
Who talk shit the whole time. It would tell me what's in my hand. I could never beat her. I could never beat her. Like I'm telling you, it's like I was a masochist. Like I knew the outcome, but I kept trying. And I knew I would never win. And I never did. Never came close.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a master at some of these at dominoes. I've never got hosed by the old or the young. Good as fuck at that particular game. Chess, dominoes. Yeah. I don't even play cards that well. I'm all right at cards. Pretty good at poker. I don't have the patience for blackjack, but fuck it, those two, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, like I'll play card games like Rummy, Tonk, Blackjack, etc. Like card games
Whist.
are all right.
I'm gonna go back east to visit the old people. We'll play whist. But yeah, whist or spades.
Spades is fun.
Yeah, man. But doesn't their generation play video games? Aren't you like playing Elden Ring or
Yeah.
combat for like I don't know, shoot
Elden Ring.
first person shooter, some shit.
I love.
Somebody about to die.
Nah, look, I love Elden Ring. That's my game.
Hold up, I'll be right back.
But outside of like Elden Ring, I really don't play that many games. Like I would probably say that Elden Ring was the first PlayStation game I bought in like years. Eat this chicken and go to bed. Hey Kelvin, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
No, I said Kelvin in the chat. Because he was saying that I should get on Twitter, but I mean, I never been on Twitter, so like I would have to learn it. And I don't feel like it. My thing is this: if I was gonna cultivate this into a business, then I would do it. But I don't do super chats. I don't come on here and open up memberships and shit like that. Like I don't use YouTube as a revenue source. I don't do that.
Yeah, this is like literally a place to talk about boxing, and like I don't really, every now and again another topic of conversation will come up if I've talked boxing with you for years, actually. But it takes a while for me to go into all the other parts, right? That's just not, like I said, I have plenty of friends, not really here trying to make friends or enemies. Just have a stimulating conversation. It is funny to me that people would like link up to fight and get all mad, and there's an old generation of people who like actually have been. They start killing each other, meeting up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Murder each other. Like you could also like not do that, right? You could just
Yeah. Well, you gotta understand, Smoke. Like, I never like the three people that I was gonna meet up with. I never had it in my mind that I wanted to kill them or do anything like that. For me, it's hilarious that random people think that they can do something that I know they can't. So if they want to get in there and spar, by all means, I'll oblige them and make them look foolish. But I see it more when I was going to meet up as a joke than I did anything serious. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it's hilarious. To them,
no.
I don't know.
I'm trying to tell you, dude. My man is 45 years old. He still met up with somebody and threw them things. Like,
Right.
I can't imagine. Like, as funny as shit. Because I also hear all these stories about people who never do it. So, like, of all the people, of course, he would be the guy who had actually like met up with somebody.
Right. You're 45. Yo, the last person on here that called me out, I just had to stop and be like, this shit's ridiculous. I don't know how old the dude is, but he's got to be looking at how he looks. Now, maybe he had a hard life and did a lot of alcohol, drugs.
48. Shit, he's not even 45. He's 48.
48?
Yeah.
Well, I could say the last dude that I had to sit back and just laugh about that called me out, he looks like, aesthetically looks like he's somewhere in between, I would say, 50 to 60 years old, probably closer to 60. And I'm thinking to myself, like, bruh, like, I could only hope whenever I turn 50, 60 years old, I ain't trying to call, first off, I don't call anybody out at 31 years old on the net. Like, I don't do that. Like, I've never done that. But I would hope for sure at 50, 60 years old, I wouldn't be doing it. Secondly, I would hope that I had enough sense in my brain to know at 50, 60 years old, I'm not going to beat somebody who's significantly bigger than me in their early 30s. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Unless you're a fucking killer. And that's the other thing is like, you know, there are killers lurking on the internet that are trying to be cool, but there are a whole bunch of people who feel like they're young and they're big as fuck and they'll beat anybody's ass. And then that fucking combination apparently turned into a fight. And yeah. I for one am sorry I didn't see it, but I don't know that I would have drove to Fresno for that shit. Like, anyway, that's like that's in like Central Valley, maybe like 3.5 hours from my house.
Right.
But he still drove like an hour and a half though with this fucking thing.
Yeah, that's too far for me to.
But the guy was there though, and they had the fade. And they're adults about it. It wasn't like nobody died, nobody got seriously injured. Just there was a stoppage.
Right. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, you gotta understand, like,
not a KO, but a stoppage.
When you say a guy's a killer, right? In the back of my mind, I'm thinking like, I'm not over here talking to James Toney. I'm not over here talking to Vladimir Klitschko. You know what I'm saying? Like, none of these people are that. Like, they're just not. That's the facts. None of these people ever been to that level. In fact, I would say 99% of the people who make YouTube videos have never even boxed, whether it be amateur or anything. And
right.
I think in the back of my mind, why a record of 32 wins, 0 losses, and 30 knockouts out of those 32 wins when I was fighting in the amateurs. There's a reason why I could have went pro, but I chose not to. So,
who is lurking in the chat are people like Terry Norris's lead sparring partner, shit like that, shit like where while you're looking at the big names. All these guys who you wouldn't know who are certified fucking killers. The reason why they didn't go pro is because like they threw somebody off a balcony and had to do time kind of shit.
I got you, but still,
Yeah,
I just feel like if 50, 60 years, I don't know, man. I just like, my thing is this, like, you could size somebody up, you could look at somebody, you know what I mean? You could tell if they was athletic or if they wasn't. There's indications that you could see. And it's like, I just think to myself, now regardless, nobody knows me, but I think to myself that, like, I've done lives to where I'm lifting weights, right? Not saying being strong equivalates to being a good fighter. It doesn't whenever you're talking about boxing. Now, in the streets where you could grab a motherfucker, then strength is an advantage. Boxing, not as much. But my point is this. What drives me insane is I think to myself, like, you got a motherfucker like me who caught COVID, who didn't do anything for 3 months. For 3 months, did not work out, didn't feel like it, did not run, did not walk, did not do anything for 3 months. Then I come back after a 3 month layoff of not touching anything, and you see me benching 315 like it's 135 pounds. Like, at some point in time, I would think that people would think maybe there's a reason why somebody could do that. And the thing is, the people who talk the most, they can't do stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's not. I don't know. Like, to me, it's just weird. These people are weird. There's a lot of weirdos on here.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's all good. Like, I'm just saying, like, some people like studied a whole bunch of like deadly fucking arts. They may not be big as shit, but they're strong as fuck. But more than that, they know how to fuck something up for real, and they're just itching for something. And like, well, really, what it is they are trying to like be cool, but the internet is a place where people are like overly provocative or combative. And some people really are trying to link up to get fade, right? Because they've fought in their own, like, whatever, in their own little bubble of being a badass. And so they're like, who you talking to? I'll slap the shit out of you, all that stuff. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but
Some people are really well trained and won't mind, like, beating the fuck out of a bully because who else do they have to, like, show off against, right? They spent all that time training to whoop some ass, but there's really nobody's ass to whoop at the end of the day.
right. I mean, I hear you, but even still, I still think in the back of my mind, like, bro, whenever there's no laws, no rules, whenever motherfuckers are locked up in prison, it's not the 5'5", 135-pound guys running the prison. It's just not. The little dudes are not running shit. And that's just reality. At the end of the day, weight matters, especially when that weight is trained.
It has always been my goal to not be in prison. So, like, what the hell goes on in prison, I totally am not going to live my life by on the outside.
I'm not saying you should, but what I'm saying is there's
I'm
people.
thinking that the 5'5", 135-pound guy is, I don't know, man. Like, I never, it's, how often would you get like a Salat fucking master in prison? It doesn't seem like that's where they would end up.
It don't matter. Like, there's a reason why weight matters, and only on the internet does weight not matter. Only on the internet does somebody who's the size of a pinky finger think they're a giant. Only.
No, bro. Don't you remember fucking UFC? It started off no weight classes, no time limits, and the dude that fucking wound up being on top was not the biggest dude.
Cheated.
Say again?
Cheated. The UFC, when it first started off, they cheated. They cheated for Royce Gracie, who you're referring to. Gracie, they cheated for, because what they did was they let him use his gi so that he could use that gi to choke people. Yeah. That's the only reason why.
No, that wasn't the only reason why. And he wasn't the only small dude to beat a big dude. That was the reason why he was able to choke out a couple of people, sure. But I don't know if I wouldn't consider that cheating. Like, get a fucking gi. They didn't stop you from getting a gi. Like,
right, but you got to understand, at that point in time when UFC came out, they didn't know shit about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in America. And then the big guys that they had fighting were fucking some dude from like down the street that nobody even knows.
No, they had guys. They had guys who knew shit, and they had big dudes. They had a sumo wrestler, they had a taekwondo dude. They had all kinds of shit.
But they ain't no real fighters. Like the guys that they have fighting with dudes at the local.
All I'm saying is that those dudes were even trained in some kind of art, and they were way fucking bigger. Like that was a thing about martial arts. It's supposed to be like your understanding of the way that the body moves. Now that can be mitigated depending on, like, let's say the size of the space that you're fighting in. But if you're faster than a big dude and you know the fucking spots, then yeah, like it doesn't take a lot of pressure to gouge somebody's eyes or crush their windpipe or disable their fucking wrist or whatever, or like wrist locks, ankle lock. All this shit is like, don't take a lot of pressure.
Look,
it just takes training, right?
There's a reason why Conor McGregor never fought John Jones.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, because size and weight matters.
Well, especially for Conor McGregor, is not that good.
Well, even if you said Khabib would get the living shit beat out of him.
Yeah, because Khabib is not that good.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, for John Jones, he'd eat those fucking dudes up. I feel it's not like I don't think that there is a heavyweight that Khabib couldn't beat. He's just not good enough to beat John Jones.
What I'm saying is there's no little dude around their size that could beat John Jones.
I mean, but that's John Jones. But could they beat like a Rampage Jackson? Probably. A Chael Sonnen? Yeah.
I doubt it.
I think Khabib would fuck Chael Sonnen up.
I think Chael would destroy him, and he would do it out wrestling him.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's some guys. I mean, it's just that fucking John Jones is a beat. Like, how are you gonna throw the best dude out there ever, and then be like, "Oh yeah, you do it"? Like, what the fuck? They'll go down the line a little bit, and then also add like way less training. Like, how about like no training? Just a guy that like throws up weights, right, and punches like the heavy bag.
But to me, if you get somebody who's never been in a fight to fight somebody who has, the guy who has an advantage. However, if both dudes have been in fights and both dudes know how to fight, and there is a significant weight difference, then the little dude is more than likely going to lose. Thus, why they created weight classes.
Well, that's because. Well, it's a bunch of things of why they created weight classes. It's because they needed to get sanctioning and get that shit off pay-per-view exclusively, and also like also need time limits, and there's a whole bunch of shit why the UFC evolved to what it evolved to. Well, but even before that, the Pride fighting, it didn't have weight classes. They had this huge ass 300-pound fucking dude fighting a 130-pound dude. I think dude lost an eye in a fight fighting this fucking dude, but he still won. He still beat the big ass dude because he could figure out like, yeah. You get that dude on the ground, all that fucking weight don't mean shit. Bro. It's your ability to understand how to make a person, or your ability to make a person fight the fight that they don't want to fight.
I've said it before and I say it again. Ain't no way a 130, 45-pound person is gonna beat me in a fight. I don't give a fuck who it is.
Oh, well, you think size is doing some damage that it's not doing. Like that's literally what the whole art of jiu-jitsu is about, is taking like a smaller person, taking down a bigger one. Judo, all that shit.
Yeah, that's fine and dandy when they're fighting somebody who's not trained to fight back. Like, but
if they're better at it than you are, that's what I'm saying. If they are more trained than you are, then yeah, you could be trained to fight at a certain level and fight off a certain level of it. But just because you're 135 pounds or 5'5", that doesn't speak to your level of proficiency in a particular art.
I guess I'll never agree here because ain't no little dude gonna win. It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, you have to think that yes, if Bruce Lee came in front of you, that you would whoop his ass. But it could be that he would crush your windpipe before you even saw him move.
Or it could be like Michael Scott White said.
It could be that. I'm not saying it would be that. But it could be that too. Like your vulnerable places are not protected by your size. Only if they can't reach it, right? If they can't reach it, that's a whole nother thing. But
Your windpipe is protected by your chin being down. Anybody that's got their neck exposed has never been in a fight.
Yeah, but they can. But right. So the thing is their ability to force your head back and expose your windpipe, right? And then how many moves ahead they're able to set that thing up. If you're
And
not thinking about your windpipe, and instead you're thinking about like your liver shot kind of shit, like,
look,
and then all of a sudden your head's back and your windpipe's exposed. It doesn't take a lot of time.
Bruce Lee's a prime example of how mythicized things are in this world, because Bruce Lee never was in a fight, but yet people want to compare him to Mike Tyson, Brock Lesnar, and etc., saying he could beat them, but yet this dude never had a fight in his life. He just didn't fight. He said he wouldn't fight because there's rules in fighting, but yet he could beat guys who all they do is fight their whole life. To me, that's disrespectful to fighters.
The thing is that how we know who Bruce Lee is because of his fighting, right? Was a fighter, and then he did train to fight, and then he was sent to America because he kept fighting while being trained to fight.
No, not at all. Bruce Lee's Bruce Lee's whole story behind why he created Jeet Kune Do was because
that's the creation of that's a creation of the art. That's not what I'm talking about.
But what
I'm talking about why he went to Ip Man in the first place, and then also why he left Hong Kong after he met with Ip Man.
In China, when he was in China, he got his ass whooped. That's what made him create his own fighting style, because he got his ass.
There's several steps in between that moment. Okay, anyway, the whole point is, all I'm trying to tell you is he did fight. You're talking about he got his ass kicked. You're saying the outcome of a fight that you said earlier he didn't have in the first place. All I'm telling you is the guy was a fighter.
No, he never had a fight. What I mean by fight, no. Listen to me. What I mean by a fight is not fighting some fucking dude who's probably never fought a fight in their life. What I mean by fighting is fighting other professional fighters, getting in the ring and fighting people who are trained to fight. That's what their job is. That's what they do. That's a real fight. Fighting some random dude, you train every day to hit on bags. You train every day to do exposés. You train every day to do whatever the fuck you do, while this person that you supposedly beat up never did anything.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. I'm with you on the general thing about his fame and the limitations of tournaments or even exhibitions or whatever, like training routines, all that stuff. I understand what you're saying. All I'm saying to you is the idea that Bruce Lee didn't have a fight, or he didn't have fights with people who knew how to fight, is a misconception. Sure, Jeet Kune Do was not born out of the fact. I mean, right. So there is a legend around that does come out of a fight with a different Shaolin guy, right? The mock, whatever that dude's name is. The Chinese Association, they had a fight to the finish or whatever the hell, and Jeet Kune Do was like kind of after that, but that was also supposedly a fight for whatever the hell they say it was about. But point being, the dude did have some fights, but that doesn't mean, again, it doesn't negate that your ability to whoop Bruce Lee's ass potentially because of your size. I'm not saying that like you just got to roll up into a fucking fetal position because it's Bruce Lee and give up. Like, no, he's got 2 feet and 2 hands. You got 2 feet and 2 hands. Figure that shit the fuck out. He has the advantage of training, and you have the advantage of size. It seems to me, for the most part, training outdoes size, depending on your training and depending on the person's of size training. But it's just kind of like training outdoes it, right? You just have to be properly trained.
I mean, if I am the one being factored in, the problem is I have years and years of boxing experience. So it goes past just lifting.
Okay. So if now you're saying you're more trained than Bruce Lee, then I'm just gonna have to take your word for it.
What I'm saying is Bruce Lee never trained to fight. I did, and I have.
But he did. Like literally, he trained boxing in Oakland, like not too far from my house.
What I find funny about all this is I believe it was on Black Belt TV. There's a video where they're talking to Chuck Norris, and the host asked Chuck Norris, "Did you and Bruce Lee have a fight?" And Chuck Norris laughed, and he said, "No, I was a real fighter. He wasn't." I was
Yeah, of course that's what Chuck Norris said,
We
because
never
Chuck Norris
took-
wasn't a real fighter either. Neither one. He's a tournament guy.
But his tournaments were more than what Bruce Lee did.
Right. Bruce Lee was a teacher of a style.
Bruce
He
Lee,
wasn't like going around in a movie star. Yeah, like he wasn't a.
but my
He wasn't
point,
going around fighting. And things. Like I agree with you on that. But both of those dudes are tournament dudes. It's not like they were in the streets whooping ass. Like
no, Chuck Norris was a tournament guy. Bruce Lee wasn't even a tournament guy.
I understand that, bro.
He never like I don't get this.
Okay, so here's what he did. He would whoop the ass of guys who were tournament guys. He didn't participate in tournaments himself. He would use those dudes as as punching bags.
Whose ass did he whoop? Whose ass did he turn into a punching bag?
That
Where's
one inch punch dude, that one, the fucking karate champ of 19 whatever the fuck, 75 or whatever the fuck dude's name was. I don't even give a damn about any of this shit. None of it is fucking interesting to me. Like I was saying to you, like all this karate, like all this tournament fighting is completely different in a fight.
Look, he said, dude, it's a science. Bruce Lee is a genius. I don't give a fuck what the science is, and I don't care what level of IQ he had according to the science that you say Bruce Lee had. The fact of the matter is, he never fought anybody who fought. He never did. He's not a fighter.
Wang Jackman, that's what his name. Wang Jackman.
Wang Jackman was not a champion. Wang Jackman was another fucking karate person.
No, he's a kung fu guy. See, what you don't understand is the traditions of you don't understand the culture of kung fu or how they fight in the streets, but none of that stuff. Like it's just like the Wang Jackman, like the idea that Wang Jackman was not a champion, he didn't know how to fight. Like that is like so far from what the whole deal is, right?
Listen, the fact of the matter is, supposedly, allegedly, he fought him behind closed doors when nobody could see. The only people that was there was the one person judging, Bruce Lee and him, and Bruce. It
was a dozen. It's supposed to be a dozen people, but yeah, not a lot of people. Not a lot of people.
It was 4 people because it's in the book that was wrote by Bruce Lee's wife, and she's the only one that claimed that Bruce Lee won. The guy who judged it and him both claimed
Bruce Lee's wife didn't write it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't like. I'm not even trying to go this deep into the whole thing. Like either the fight happened or it didn't happen. None of us were there for it, but that is part of the legend of Bruce Lee. But the other part of this whole thing is like idea that Wang Jackman is also one of these like exhibition fighters. It's just like there's a way that I think there's just a cultural difference, right, to this entire exchange to begin with, right? I don't know. Like you feel like you're better trained than Bruce Lee.
No, what I'm saying is I find it highly disrespectful for anybody to claim that Bruce Lee could beat world champions who actually fought when he never fought.
Oh, well, yeah, you can look it up on the thing with him like whooping up on world champions. You can look at that on YouTube. Like you could like Bruce Lee versus karate like 1970. Like you could like there's literally footage of it.
There's no footages of him fighting.
No, I'm telling you, I've watched the footage. I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm telling you, it's on YouTube.
Bruce Lee fights who?
Karate champion. Just do that, and you'll see the video come up.
There's no Bruce Lee fights karate champion. There's no real fight. I'm on. I typed it in.
They just did it. All they just did it is a touch thing. Like they just did a touch competition. He did a 1-inch punch. He kicked the dude. Like the dude tried to kick him. And then, like there was a whole
what came up underneath your title because it's saying a karate world champion. It's a black dude who's standing still. Bruce Lee standing in front of him, and Bruce Lee just leaps at him where it looks like a slap towards his face.
There's a whole bunch of things. There's an entire sequence. That is just one part of it.
They're not fighting. The dude is stationary. If this was a real fight, that karate champion would
be... He tried to move around, bro. There's multiple parts of it. You're only looking at the one part where he's standing still.
Oh, my gosh. Like, they're not even making contact.
Bro, the thing happened over more than 30 minutes. Okay? It was a long-ass exhibition. You're only looking at part of it. I don't know how else to tell you this. You're only looking at this one part.
I'm looking at.
I'm trying to tell you. You're looking at the part where he said, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to either you hit me, you try to hit me, and I try to hit you. You try to kick me, and I try to kick you." That you're looking at the back and forth. But there was a sparring part of this whole thing. Also, they started off there.
I'm seeing no contact. I'm
Okay, all right,
I'm
cool.
fast forwarding through it all.
It doesn't matter. It's all good. It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. Bruce Lee can't fight. Like it's a insult to karate champions to think that Bruce Lee can. Like you could actually find that karate champion. You could even hear other the testimony of karate champions talking about how Bruce Lee whooped the ass, right?
How Bruce Lee never fought.
Okay, no, exactly. No, you're talking about Chuck Norris. I'm talking about they said they fought him.
What's his record? What's Bruce Lee's record?
I don't know. What does it matter? I don't even understand where you are with this thing. Like
he doesn't.
I'm totally flabbergasted. Like, okay, we went from a size guy to Chuck Norris, and then Bruce Lee versus Chuck Norris. All I'm telling you is you're not Chuck Norris, unless I'm mistaken. You're saying that you trained a bunch, but because you trained a bunch, are you saying you're as trained as Chuck Norris? Are you trained as Bruce Lee? I don't know where this conversation is going.
I don't understand why you think Bruce. This is what I don't understand. I don't understand why anybody thinks that this dude was a fighter when he never fought. He has no fighting record.
Okay, but do you think you can beat Bruce Lee? If you could have beat Bruce Lee, you right now, if you were there, you could beat Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee cannot beat you.
Do I believe that if me and Bruce Lee got into a street fight, he could beat me? Is that what
Yes.
Hell no.
There we go. That's where all of this is coming from. That's all I was trying to figure out. Okay,
the thing that's so crazy, Smoke, is in your mind, because you're caught up in the smoke and mirrors of a man who never fought.
No, okay, bro. No, listen. This is his fantasy fight. Don't start talking about my mind or what I'm caught up in. You know nothing about my mind. You're like, and literally, I'm not the one saying. I didn't say you could or you couldn't. I was just wondering if you thought you could. Clearly, you think you could.
What I'm telling you is, there's no way in fuck 135-pound man, anybody. Okay. I don't care if it was Manny Pacquiao.
Okay. Listen, I'm trying to tell you. Okay, well, does it have to? What about a 150-pound man? Like, where is the cutoff? Well, how big of a person do you have to be in order to catch a fade, a legit catch a fade? In your mind. Did I lose you? Hello?
I'm trying to think.
Okay.
Wait, no. I'm truly trying to think. Like, because
oh my god, dude, this is hilarious.
It's not, because I live in a world called reality, and the reality.
Okay, everyone lives in their own particular reality, bro.
Let me tell you how stupid this is. Adrian Broner got his ass whooped by some fat.
I'm just trying to find out a name, a weight that you think is a sufficiently big enough person.
No, I'm trying.
Is it a height and a weight? Forget Adrian Broner. That dude's a little dude. Let's talk about like Andre Ward, right? Let's talk about something like that, like a 6'1", $180, $190. Is that a legitimate fade or not? He's still too small.
I mean, I think it's legitimate.
That okay? Andre Ward again is legitimate.
But you gotta understand, like, why you're laughing. Like, if we're talking about a street fight,
because I think Andre Ward beat the entire fuck out of you, and I think you know it too.
I think if it's in the streets where I can grab the motherfucker.
Okay, I mean, listen. I'm just by street fight. I don't know how this turned into all that shit. Like, I think Bruce Lee is way more adept at street fighting than Andre Ward is. By the way, but because he's not big enough.
He's not big enough. He's too
right.
small. I think Michael Jai White said it best. Like, he's a little guy. He's too small. And then Michael Jai White caught all that heat because he said he could beat the shit out of Bruce Lee. And then
because he is a big ass dude that's trained for fucking since he's a little kid also, and is now older than Bruce Lee ever was. Like,
I'm not understanding. So Michael Jai White, a guy who's never fought before in his life.
Okay,
hold on. No. Let's run with it. Michael Jai White, who's never fought a real fight in his life, done movies, done point karate, but never had a real fight in his life, is more qualified as a fighter than somebody, say, like myself, who's actually had 32 amateur fights, never lost, trained for that shit. And I can't even tell you how many fucking street fights I had whenever I was young. So
what makes you think Michael Jai White never had a fight? No, I don't understand. Like, why? What makes you think he never had a fight?
Because he hasn't. He doesn't have a right to back it.
Okay, so if you feel like you can beat Michael Jai White and Bruce Lee, do you feel like you can do it on the same day?
Michael
Like,
Jai White.
would Michael Jai White be the snack and then Bruce Lee be the dinner? Like,
See, now
like
you're
how?
all over the
Like,
place.
I just want to. I want to understand. Like, if they jump you together,
Do
like
you
it's a street
realize
fight, right?
Michael Jai
So you
White
got Michael Jai White and Bruce Lee
will keep going?
jumping you. Do you think you can take them both at the same time?
I didn't say that. What I'm
No,
saying,
I'm wondering. I'm asking you. I know you didn't say that. I'm
wondering.
asking you a question.
No. What I'm asking you is, Michael Jai White has never been in a fight.
I don't know. He's never been in a fight. I don't know the dude
Google
like that. I don't know why you're saying this.
You can Google it. He's
How
never.
are you going to Google whether or not that guy's ever been in a fight?
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Smoke. Do you realize that fighting two motherfuckers in the street fighting like Kimbo used to do does not equivalent to do?
You're the one making the street fight. This is literally where you took this fight.
Listen to what I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
You keep not listening.
I'm listening.
Smoke.
You're not listening to yourself, man.
No. Kimbo Slice fought nothing but street fights.
I understand who Kimbo Slice. No, he also fought in UFC, but that's that's a separate subject. It doesn't matter. Yes, I understand what you mean. He was a backyard brawler. Yes, Kimbo Slice was. Yeah.
And when he got in there with somebody who actually trained to fight, he got his ass whooped by a guy who weighed 205 pounds with pink hair. He got
actually no. That's when he trained to fight in the UFC. That was not in the backyard.
That was prior to the UFC.
I mean, you can get your ass whooped. I mean, that doesn't mean that you can beat the guy with the pink hair. Like, I don't understand where you're going with this. And then nobody said that Kimbo Slice was the best backyard brawler ever. Never lost a fight.
My point is this: Kimbo never fought anybody real in his life. When he stepped up to fight a real fighter, he got knocked the fuck out.
Okay. All right. So now this is about real fighters. So you're the real fighter. And Michael Jai White. So you're the real fighter. Bruce Lee is not the real fighter, and Michael Jai White is not the real fighter. You are the real fighter. Can you beat them both at the same time?
You keep going to extremes, and you're not listening. To
I'm trying to figure out where your metric is for real fighter and size, bro. That's all I'm doing. Like you're too busy trying to figure out what I'm trying to do, what my motivation is, instead of just answering a really simple question of, do you think you can beat them both if they jumped you?
I told you no. That's stupid.
No, you don't think that. All right, so. At some point,
that's stupid.
So let me ask you. Another question. Just one other.
No. First off, Michael Jai White is
a big dude. Right. That's what I was gonna say. That's why I was gonna go with Jackie Chan, who's kind of old and small, and also didn't fight. Right. So if it's Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan together jumping you, that's what I was gonna like. I figured when you said no, it was because Michael Jai White was big, right? So I'm going to two small dudes. Two small dudes, seemingly very well trained, but little as fuck. And one is old. I mean, the other one's dead, but he was a young guy when we saw him, so he was like kind of young and beautiful.
Two small dogs can kill a person. You're talking about 2-on-1. This isn't even realistic. You're talking about somebody
2-on-1, bro. I fought 7-on-1, and I'm not a big dude, and that's just trained. This is just trained versus not trained, and I'm not like amateur background and none of that shit. I've been in fights. I've taken fucking different arts, and
what I'm trying.
That's what it is. Like I can kick in all kinds of different ways. I can punch in all kinds of different ways.
What I'm trying to tell you is, if you're getting jumped, you're at a significant disadvantage, regardless of their size. If you're getting jumped and you're bigger, that doesn't per se mean you're gonna win because you're getting attacked from different angles at the same fucking time.
Yeah, I mean, I get you, bro. I mean, I get it. That's why. All right, so I'm feeling you. I'm feeling where you're coming from. I'm not saying that what you're saying is unreasonable. I'm not saying anything that you're saying is unreasonable. I'm just trying to get a gauge of where you're coming from.
What I'm saying is, you saying somebody getting jumped is stupid. Like,
I'm saying I've been jumped before, bro.
Of course. The likelihoods of me winning would be significantly cut down if I'm being jumped.
Listen, I don't feel like two dudes are going to beat me. I don't give a fuck how big they are. None of that shit. Like, unless you're in a small enclosure, I feel like I can handle myself pretty fucking good. That I will be able to walk away from that fucking thing, and they will know that they've been in a fight.
What I'm telling you is.
But like that's just me. Like, I don't know that I'm not saying I'm gonna beat him up or anything like that. I'm just saying that I will be able to like evade that attack with an counterattack of my own, and then like be able to get.
Reality is, if you are fighting more than one person at the same time, you're at a significant advantage. What for anybody else? So the likelihoods of me winning would be diminished by a lot. It would be cut down.
You would not. You don't like your chances anymore. You do like your chances a lot against Bruce Lee. You're whooping that dude's ass. You don't, and you do like your chances against Michael Jai White, right? But you don't like your chances against Bruce Lee and another. And I'm assuming that you like your chances against Jackie Chan too. I actually just assumed that. I didn't ask. You like your chances against Jackie Chan.
If you keep jumping all over the place, let's reel it in and bring it to a metric. I think I stand more of a chance against Bruce Lee than I do Michael Jai White. Michael Jai White.
And what about Jackie Chan?
Jackie Chan is a little dude. Like, no.
So you got Jackie Chan. So let's get Bruce Lee out of there because Bruce Lee's actually dead. Although it is like it makes for like some titillating conversation. And we can keep him there, but Jackie Chan is still with us, and so is Michael Jai White. And you got yourself whooping that ass, right? They better not like scuff your sneakers and not apologize.
Me? No. Me and Michael Jai White, I don't know how it turns out. It's a real fight. That's a real fight. For me, it's a real fight. It's definitely, I don't think it could be. I don't know. I don't think it would be an easy fight. I think it would be a real legitimate danger. But Bruce Lee, I don't think that's a danger at all. In the back of my mind, fuck no. If I'm going to be honest, hell nah. He's 135 pounds. Look, even if the dude, because here's the thing about it, here's the reality. All fights end up in a clinch. Even in boxing, with the most hardest punchers, they all get grabbed. The difference is in the streets, there's no referee to separate you. So even if Bruce Lee had me in speed, even if he could kick in my leg, he's not going to knock me out in one punch. He's not going to knock me out in one kick. And once my hands get around him, I don't have to box him. I don't have to try to do karate with him. All I got to do is grab him. Once I grab him, the fight is fucking over. He's too small, too weak. There's nothing he could do. Reality is going to set in. Size is going to matter. I'm going to lay on top of him and beat his fucking brains in. Michael Jai White, if I grab him, he looks like he trains with weights. He looks like he's got strength. So therefore, when we wrap up and grab, if it came to that, it's going to be more equivalent. Not only could he be around the same strength as me, he may be slightly weaker, but he's taller than me. I think he's like 6 foot. I'm 5'11", so he's got me in height. He's probably got me in reach, and he's got me in weight. So that is a more legitimate, risky fight if we're being realistic that I may or may not win. I do not know. It could be that he's all movie magic and I hit him and he breaks apart. It could be that he's the real deal and kicks me in the fucking head and my head comes off. I don't fucking know. But what I do know is Michael Jai White and me fighting is not comparable to me fighting a dude who's 135 pounds. It's not. This isn't Jet Li the one. It's not real. That's not a real fight. Because
can I tell you something? Can I tell you something? And I don't know. But before I even tell you this, I don't know the size of the assailants, right? But I did, as a side like personality on this one occasion, did have the opportunity to meet and shake hands with the Crown Prince of Malaysia, right? And before that happened, or after that happened, at some point, I was introduced to his personal security detail, and the head of this guy, it was a smallish man, certainly not, maybe around 5 feet, 5 foot tall, a little bit over 5 feet tall. I don't even think it weighed 135 pounds. And he had a brother that was big as shit, like 6 foot something, like just a bruiser, 2 something. Like you could tell that dude did security. He looked dangerous as fuck. But anyway, this little man, apparently there was an attack, and he personally fought off 200 people and sent something like 73 of them to the hospital and something like 35 of them to the morgue.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yeah, I know. It's like right. It's and like I said, I don't know the size of the assailants, right? I don't know what, like, they could have been little ass Malaysian people, right?
Look,
I don't fucking know.
Smoke. I don't care if there was 200 toddlers. I don't believe he did that.
Well, I don't know if they also attacked him at once, right? I don't know if it was all what, like, he could have been going through a palace hall or whatever the fuck.
You get swarmed by 200 people, you're dead.
Yeah, I also don't know if it was just him personally that got attacked. Right? There's all kinds of details of this story. I'm just saying there's a thing about training, and there's about training for real life. There's about training for like, then there's about training to like snap necks and take spines and all that shit. They're like not all the same. Not all training is the same.
And I agree, not all training is the same, but at the end of the day, to be a fighter, you have to fight. You can be a martial artist, and Bruce Lee was a great martial artist. He's probably, in our era, it recorded history, the greatest martial artist that ever lived. He was. I give him that. Philosopher, amazing what he said. But a fighter, he was not, because he did not fight. He has no record. He was never in a professional fight. He wasn't even in amateur fights. So he wasn't a fighter by definition. Was he a martial artist? Yes. Did he have good teachings? Yes. Was he impressive?
I don't know if whether or not you had an amateur or professional fight. There's all kinds of there's most of professional boxing is a thing called a smoker, where it doesn't appear on any record and then you just fight for cash. That's actually what most of pugilism has always been. It still is that way today. Like, you don't really, like, you can find World Series of boxing shit. Like, I mean, you can find that sort of thing, but even that is like a televised version of what happens in a bunch of fucking places all over you got like back alley brawls, you got like just unsanctioned
right.
Boxing, you got all kinds of
stuff. That's where I brought up Kimbo Slice. You could have all these backroom brawls that you want. You could have the champion of the streets. But at the end of the day, when this dude who's been fighting a bunch of nobodies who don't know fucking how to fight, who have fought a bunch of people who don't know how to fight, they step up and fight a fighter whose whole life is fighting.
Yeah, but that's true for everybody. That's literally true for every kind of discipline. That's literally when you have winners and losers, right? Like, you could say that about boxing. You could say that about champions in boxing.
But that's my point. Bruce Lee never fought.
Well, you keep saying that. I don't know what you have invested in whether or not this dude fought. I think it is really not relevant.
It's relevant when you're calling somebody a fighter.
It is if you fought in the street and you had a whole bunch of fucking street fights to the point where you created an entire martial arts. And I understand for a fact that this dude was trained in any number of martial arts. And then I can also pull up people who are also masters in a particular art that said, yeah, that dude was the real fucking deal.
You know what?
He came and did my fucking thing. Like, I don't know why I need to care about like what his record was. I don't give a damn what his record was.
Okay, so let's go with that. They trained. Did you see in China the MMA fighter that was going around beating up the Wing Chun masters and the Kung Fu masters? He was going through and knocking them all the fuck out.
Which guy?
Some dude in China was going around knocking out.
There's a few different guys in China. There's that one monk that was doing it, and he went in boxing matches, and then he like exposed his chin and got hit with like an 8-punch combo. But then he took it well, and then the boxer just rode back up and hit him with one overhand right, and dude went to sleep. I saw that monk. I feel like I'm telling that sequence of action, how that action turned out. But he was that monk was all right. Like, I don't think that was his first fight. I think he went to like two or three guys. But yeah, man, there's levels to there's levels to it. I'm just I'm just surprised. Like, you're not the only person that I've heard say they think they could beat Bruce Lee, and it wasn't necessarily a size thing. Like, I'm not like, oh, you're fucking delusional. I'm not saying all this shit. Like, I'm just trying to figure out where you think bulk works, right? Like, you're like not 135 pounds. So then I was like, what size then? And then, instead of a size, you came up with a person, right? I'm just wondering. We said Ward. We said Andre. Well, actually, Andre Ward as a person, but I use it as sort of as a proxy for size. So I'm not quite sure what you think about a 6'1", 175-pound person.
I would say that when you get around anything really truthfully, and the thing is, even Andre Ward himself was a lot bigger than where he fought. But
yeah, no, this is way
to be honest,
around 200,
I would say for somebody of my stature, my size, that for it to be a real fight, if they knew how to fight, they would have to be at least around the average weight of a man, which is around 180 pounds. Anything smaller than that.
What if they're just faster than you? What if they're just faster than you and tire you the fuck out? And you won't be able to grab them. By the time you caught them, you couldn't fucking do anything about it.
That's not even realistic.
How is that not realistic?
Because it's just,
That's literally how
There's
little people beat
nobody.
big people.
There's no fucking Sonic the Hedgehog that exists where they're just gonna zoom around you in circles and you can't get a hold of them. The fact of the matter is, when you throw punches or kicks, you expose yourself to be grabbed because you have to come. Your body freezes for a hair of a second, whether it's a jab, whether you're stepping back and throwing a punch, or whether you lifting up a leg to throw a kick. Your body becomes stagnant
No,
for
I got you. No,
that
I'm
moment.
with you. And I
And,
understand that
and
there's
my,
all sorts of holes to exploit and all sorts of things. I'm not. Yeah, I'm
the reality is, when you look at real fights,
talking about just running around, not
no,
necessarily kicking you and freezing
it
or
doesn't
kicking you
matter.
and missing.
It doesn't matter. Even kicking, it doesn't matter. No matter what combat sport you look at, people always end up in the clinch. No matter how much faster they are, no matter how much harder they punch, they always end up in the fucking clinch. Whether it's kickboxing, boxing,
Well, that's also because there's rules to it, right? Like, yes, you can end up in the clinch, but if they have actually wrist locks, right? If they're able to break your pinky, then no, the clinch is done. If they're able to like dislocate your knee, right? Like they're not able to do a bunch of shit
you
in
could
tournament
dislocate
stuff
a knee.
that the art totally teaches you how to do.
What are you talking about? You could dislocate somebody's knee if you could do it. The fact of the matter is, it doesn't.
No, I'm saying in MMA you cannot target knees and joints and fingers and like you can't do it. You can't target the eyes. You can't target the throat.
Wait, time out. You most certainly can target the knees because that's what John Jones was known for, was kicking people's knees backwards.
No, it wasn't their knee specifically, it was their thigh and their shins, right? But
no. He would kick them on the fucking kneecap.
Out gouging has never been a thing, and you've never been able to break anybody's fingers. You've never been able to break their wrists. Like you can do a wrist lock, but then there's a tap to it, right? If you're in a street fight, there's no tapping to that shit.
Wait, time out. There is breaking it, but they tap before it gets broken. But even at that, you're talking about something that happens after the fact. You don't just end up in a wrist lock from being at range. You got to get close, and there's got to be some grabbing involved.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this grappling that happens, I'm saying this entire grappling thing that you're looking at.
Listen to this. There was a guy on YouTube a long time ago. He only weighed 190 pounds, okay? And he had a channel to where he would go around and like challenge different athletes to different things, right? He went up against a gold medalist judo champion who was only 160 pounds, all right? This dude was no expert in anything. They wrestled, all right? Judo, that's his strength. They wrestled, and he completely dominated the 160-pound gold medalist, Olympian. And he had no experience in it because of his strength and his weight. Again, I'm not saying a little guy cannot beat a big guy. It is possible. But the more of a weight advantage that becomes, the less likely it is that the little guy is going to win in a real world scenario. It becomes more. There's a reason why Floyd Mayweather Jr.
It depends on your real world scenario. I'm trying to tell you, bro.
There's a reason why Floyd Mayweather Jr. is surrounded by a bunch of 6'8", 300+ pound men and a bunch of 5'2", 220 pound men.
Yeah, totally. It's not because he can't individually beat a big dude. That's not the reason why. It's not at all. You don't need 4 big ass dudes for like one big dude.
I'm just telling you, whether you want to accept it or not.
I'm just telling you, bro. Like, it's not like I'm like, okay, first off, I'm not 5'5". I don't weigh 135 pounds. Right? I'm not. But I'm not tall. I'm 5'10", right? I'm a welterweight, right? And like career, right? But I've been in, I've mixed it up with guys 6+, 230+, right? I've had that happen. Just like you don't curl up against Bruce Lee, I'm not going to curl up because you're big and you know how to handle yourself. I'm also a trained dude, and it did not end up well for that dude because I wound up choking that dude the fuck out. Because there's a certain point where hands are a thing. I couldn't fucking match this dude like going blow for blow. But I could kick where he could not, and I could also wrestle where he could not. Right?
We gonna say this because hypothetically speaking, this shit can never happen. Hypothetically is the only way, because in reality, it's not gonna happen. I can never fight Bruce Lee because he's dead. He's been not a possibility. What I can say is, ain't no way in fuck I'm gonna lose to somebody 135 pounds. I can make that statement. I've never lost a
I
fight to
mean,
somebody 135 pounds, and there's not one man.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that all 135 pounders like that's like some sort of level of training that you can get. I think that like there is a guy like what was this guy when Henzo Gracie, like the big brother dude that's way better than fucking Royce. I think it was pride fighting that he did. Or was it like house fight? It was some fucking tournament he did in Japan. There was no weight limits. It was just jujitsu, and there's one fucking little dude that fought this one big ass fucking Japanese dude. Dude's fucking monstrous, and he like took his ankles out. He finally got out. He was getting his ass whooped too by the big ass dude until he like finally got him fucking down with a fucking ankle lock. All I'm saying is, man, like there's just trained and there's untrained. Size is a thing, sure. If you have the same level of training, then yeah, but if you don't have the same level of training, or you have a training that is the contrasting style and you're proficient enough at it, then all of that shit like equals itself out. Like you were saying, you boxed, right? But let's say you're just a big dude that threw weights and didn't box.
That's different.
Right? Now, exactly. Like the weight thing, like, right? Then training takes away, it evens out that, you know, that size disparity, like whatever.
Right.
But even still,
But
even still,
Smoke,
there's
Smoke.
even still like I'm saying, there is what you gain for bulk, you lose for other things, right? It just did you ever see did you see Conor McGregor fight the dude the Mountain?
Yes. No, they didn't fight.
Right, but I mean, did you see that little sparring session that happened?
Yeah.
Right? Did you see how
playing.
quickly the Mountain fucking gassed?
Well, he was playing with Conor. Like
I know he was playing with Conor, but did you
Try to
see how
hurt-
he was trying to see gas? I'm not saying like he was trying to do it. They both were playing with each other.
Yeah, but you got to understand, like, here's the thing. When the Mountain did that, whatever they were doing with Conor, because I wouldn't even call it sparring. Whenever he did whatever he did with Conor, that was way back when. Did you see him get into his last fight against Eddie Hall? He's legitimately boxing now.
No, my point isn't even that. My point was just about activity. My point was just about how fast he gassed.
Right, but my point is this. He gasped because he wasn't doing anything endurance-wise. Now, he's been the same guy, the Mountain. He's been boxing, and he doesn't gas.
Right, but my point remains. It actually illustrates my point even further that big and trained is better than just being big. But just being big, yes, you can have a little dude run circles around you, and then you just gas.
But I said that from the beginning.
Yeah.
I said that a little dude, I said anybody who knows how to fight that fights somebody that doesn't know how to fight is going to have a significant advantage of the person who doesn't know how to fight.
All right, cool. All right.
But even at that, there's still the possibility that the bigger guy who's untrained can get on top of the little dude and beat him. The little dude has the advantage because he's trained, but there's still a good significant chance that he may still lose. But the thing is, if you have a little dude who's untrained and he fights a big dude who is trained, the little dude loses every single time. He has no chance to win. Zero. That's my point. Like,
yeah, I don't think the big guy has a chance to win. I think the big guy has a chance to win as much as the little dude has a chance to win. Here's the thing. Little dudes, even untrained little dudes, can still kick some nuts. They can still find a thing. They can still gouge an eye. Like it doesn't, it's just, at the end of the day, it's two fucking men and there's all kinds of soft spots.
I hear you, but I mean, again,
it's just at a certain point, it's really just two men.
Let me ask you this, Mo. You've been to gyms before, right?
Yeah.
How many guys have you seen that are like 250, 240, 230, 260, 70, whatever weight you want to say, that look like fucking monsters, but then whenever you see them lift weights, you're like, that's it?
Oh, no, I don't. I was never, that was never my thing. I've been to like one weightlifting contest.
But my point is,
and I was like, okay, that was pretty impressive. They were throwing up 400 pounds, they were throwing that shit around. Like,
right.
Okay.
But my only point is there are guys who look big, who look strong, but that's all it is. It's just
so there was the jailhouse body little dude with the oversized fucking body. He was throwing it up, but the football guys, Division I guys, they like the pro guys, they were throwing that weight like it was fucking nothing.
Right. But my point is, just because somebody looks strong doesn't mean they're actually strong. So you could be chiseled and big and still be weaker
Yeah.
guy who's small.
Yeah. Or you just trained your muscles, right? You worked on your muscle groups, not necessarily on your strength.
Right. So
Your muscle definition.
I don't know, man. Like, again, if this is about me, it's a different topic. If this is about other people, it's what other people, you know what I mean? But myself, like, if because you've asked me about myself, again, like I said, I had not worked out seriously for 3 months. And now, within 4 weeks, so 4 chest workouts, I'm already back up to 315, moving it like it's nothing. Like, and I'm not even close to my pinnacle or near where I was at my strongest or my biggest. Like, I'm nowhere close. And I'm still 315 moving it is probably stronger than 95 to 90% of the gym goers. Like that's what a lot of people try to max out at. And I move it like it's easy with not even touching a weight for 3 months. I mean, it's just, again, like I used to work out with a guy who was in the NFL, Steve McClellan. He played for the Steelers. I could outlift him whenever we was working out. I outlifted him and he was 340 pounds. Like, it's just myself. Like, I don't even like comparing myself to things because people can say, "Oh, this, that, da, 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 da." You gotta understand. I chose not to fight. I chose to do another avenue to create money. You know what I mean? Like, I decided to go to college. I decided to get my master's. I decided to get a job versus risking fighting in somebody's backyard and getting robbed and then not having anything to fall back on because I dedicated all my time into boxing while having to maintain a full-time job to support it. But that's just the way it went for me. Like, again, I'm not going to get into all the fine-tuned details of everything because people on here like the docs people and everything else, but I can assure you that when it comes to athletics, there was a lot I could have done, but for certain reasons, it didn't play out that way. But again, the point is, like, if you're using me as a threshold, I'm as strong, if not stronger, than a lot of them D1 players that you talk about in damn near every event. And I haven't even been working out on a regular. And as far as fighting goes, do I think I could beat Anthony Joshua in a fight? Fuck no. Why? Because he's been training. I haven't. That's unrealistic. Do I think I could beat Better Beef in a boxing match? No, that's unrealistic. Like, he's been training. I haven't. But those are world champions. Do I think I could beat up Adrian Broner in a fight? Fuck yeah, because he's little as fuck.
How about Trevor Bryan?
Nah, man. Trevor Bryan, the truth. Like, I don't even believe he really lost. I thought he beat Daniel Dubois. That's the best fighter in the world right there. Your mic's muted if you're talking. Hey, Smoke, your mic's muted.
Hold up.
Trevor Bryan.
I don't know. I don't know.
In all seriousness,
I don't know you. I don't know them. Right? I was just at a I was at a weightlifting contest, but there was lifting north of 550. They were tossing that shit, bro. They were doing like sets with that shit. They were like,
yeah,
I don't know if you may be stronger than a bunch of Div 1 guys. I don't know if you're as strong as these particular ones, but I don't know that you need to be to make your point.
Well, I'll tell you this. I
just kind of like
Smoke. I'll tell you this. In my strongest, before injuries and everything, I was benching five sets of 5 with 465, and I've never taken a steroid in my life. I've never done. A lot of them football players are juicing. I've never taken a fucking drug in my life, not one. And I was doing 5 sets of 5 with 465, and that was easy. I could have maxed over 500 pounds easily. But as far as work sets go, 5 sets of 5 for 465 was my strongest. And never taken a drug in my life. I've deadlifted over 700 pounds. I've squatted over 800 pounds. Like, I've done it.
No,
Again,
this wasn't squatting. This was lifting curls.
well,
They're curling.
you're not curling 500 pounds. Nobody can do that.
I don't know, man. Fucking that's what. Again, I don't know what the hell. At a certain point, I was incredulous myself as to what the fuck they were saying they were doing.
No, like that's impossible. Nobody.
I mean, that's what I felt. I feel as you feel. But they were weighing the bar and all this fucking. And like I tell you, I'm not a guy for this. I literally went to one event like this, and this is what the fuck they were saying to me.
So listen, Smoke. I just looked up the world record. The world record for curls is 251.
Yeah, I can imagine.
251 pounds is the most ever curled, and it was done in August 28th, 2021. He beat the world record that was set
No,
in
this was way before that. They're doing lifts and they're doing curls.
What I'm telling you,
I don't know if they, and since memory fades, it was going on a decade ago. It could have been that those are two separate events and therefore two separate weights.
Yeah, there's nobody. The heaviest I ever curled for one rep, not like curls, but just one rep for a max. I did 225, which is a 45-pound bar and two 45s on the outside. But I struggled to get the 225 up. But 225 versus 251 is night and day. They're not even. It would be the difference in a track meet where if we was doing 100-meter, I'd be running 18 seconds to a 9-second 100-meter dash. You know what I mean? Like, the weight difference, even though it seems small, is night and day. It's not even comparable, 225 to 251. It's just not. But I've curled 225 before, but yeah, nobody has ever curled 500 pounds. Like, the world record's half that.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I'm not. Like, you ask me about weightlifting, this is what I'll tell you.
But my whole point,
it will become readily apparent to you that that's not my bag, baby.
Right, but my point was, there's a bunch of guys that look like Ronnie Coleman, who's the most successful Mr. Olympia ever, who are weaker than guys who are 100.
Oh yeah, that's because that's just for definition and all that shit. That's not for strength.
Right.
That's muscle definition. Yeah, man. Come on, man.
Another point to go along with that is, so if you can realize that there's guys that look like they're strong that are weak as fuck, there are also guys who all they do is punch heavy bags, do speed bags, and they look like monsters, but they can't fight.
No, I mean, I got it. Terrence Crawford versus Jeff Lacey, or
those are real fights. It would be
Jeff Horn.
It would be Terrence Crawford versus whoever the best looking guy on YouTube is at hitting a heavy bag that's never fought before. That's what it would equivalent to. The guy hitting the heavy bag looks impressive, but you put him in there in a real fight against a real fighter, I guarantee you he comes up short.
And the other guy muscles you around too. I'm saying, like, for a little dude, apparently he's deceptively strong, and I've seen him wrestle big ass dudes, pin him in all kinds of cool ways.
Terrence Crawford.
Terrence Crawford what?
He powerlifts.
Oh, I said one more time.
I said he powerlifts.
He powerlifts. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Crawford does.
Yeah.
Yeah, he trains for strength. So my point to that is, Errol Spence Jr. is significantly bigger than Terrence Crawford, but that doesn't mean Spence is stronger than Crawford, because Crawford actually power lifts for strength.
Well, right. I think powerlifting for strength helps him being strong, but I also think this is where size does matter.
And Errol Spence could be too big for him. That is a strong possibility. But what I'm saying is, just because Errol Spence is bigger weight-wise, he doesn't train for strength like Crawford does. So let's say they were wrestling and not boxing. 9 times out of 10, Terrence Crawford would be able to beat him, would be able to pin him. Why?
Yeah.
Because that's something he trains for. There's something he's done. There's something that Spence has never done before. He
Right.
doesn't train for strength. He doesn't train to wrestle. So that's my point. Like, as good as he is as a boxer, if you had him in there wrestling, which is something he never did, he would lose.
Yeah. I mean,
So again, I come full circle.
I don't know. I don't know who would win in an arm wrestling match for that matter. I don't know. It could very well be Terrence Crawford. But I was just making a bid for overall strength versus the package it comes in and the size of it. You mentioned Adrian Broner as someone you felt like you could beat up. Do you feel like Terrence Crawford is another one of those dudes that's just too small? A guy who trained other things and is deceptively strong?
I highly, like, in a boxing ring, he could probably get me. More than likely, he would get me. I would say if I could hit him, then there's a possibility I could hurt him due to my strength and my size and how hard I used to hit. There's that possibility. Is it likely? I would say no. In a boxing ring, he would probably get me. I say probably because I don't know.
Where do you feel like you get Terrence Crawford?
If me and him ran up on each other, like if it was a life or death fight at a bus stop, I don't think he could beat me. No, I think he's
in a bus stop or on a bus?
Either way. It could be
on a bus, right?
On a bus, it would be even worse because then the space for him to move would be cut. Outside of the bus, I still think it's the same result because I'm not going to go down in a punch. I'm not going to go down in a kick if he knows how to throw kicks. And even if he could outbox me, eventually I'm going to get my hands on him. And when I do, as strong as he is for his size, I'm much stronger at a much bigger size.
But he's also the better wrestler, though, right?
It's not going to make a difference. It's too much of a weight difference. Like, I'll tell you right now, I've never wrestled. I don't train to wrestle. I don't like MMA. I went to one MMA gym in my life, and to give you an idea, so the dude that I was training with, he was 190 pounds. At the time, I was 220. So 30 pounds difference, right? Now, granted, when we were doing what they called rolling, that's what they called it, rolling on the mat, right? I wasn't allowed to hit him elbow, like I couldn't do any strikes to him. So basically, he started on his back, I started on my waist, on my knees, and he wrapped his legs around my waist. That was the starting position, okay? Now, again, I wasn't allowed to do anything. Like in a real fight, I would have been trying to hit him in the face. You know what I mean? But for this scenario, you couldn't do it. However, this guy had 10 professional fights, no losses. I had 0 experience wrestling at all. He put me in submission move after submission move. Like, for instance, and I got yelled at for this. He put me in a triangle choke where he had his legs around my neck, my shoulder pushed down, and he was pulling down on my arm that was in between his legs, right? What I did is I picked his ass up and I slammed him as hard as I could to break the hold, and it broke because I was strong enough that even though it's only 30 pounds difference, 190 pounds at that time was like nothing to me. It's literally was like picking up a small child because I used to lift so much weight. I picked him up, I yoked him and slammed him. Now, I didn't know in MMA, whenever you're practicing, you're not allowed to slam people on the back of their head. But when I did, he let go immediately, right? We redid it. We ran it back. He put me in an arm bar. I muscled my way out of the arm bar. He put me in another thing. Every move he put me in, I muscled my way out of. My point is this: 0 experience, rolling around with a guy who had 10 wins, and he was not physically strong enough to keep me in these holes that he kept putting me in. I couldn't stop it. It was literally, he would put me in one submission after another. I had no idea how he was doing it. I had no idea how to stop it. And I had no idea how to get his legs off my hips to where I could be sitting on top of him, where my butt, say, would be on his belly button. I couldn't get to that position because I didn't know what to do. You know what I mean? So it was literally him putting me in one submission after another, after another, after another, after another. But every time he put me in one, I would muscle my way out of it. So that's where I'm saying that, like, my size, my strength outdid that. And he was 190 pounds. Do I think Terrence Crawford at 150 pounds could out wrestle me? No. No, I don't. I don't know if you're still with me or if you tuned all that out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't fucking know, man.
But again, if we're talking about strictly boxing, it's different, because the thing about boxing is a lot of your attributes are limited. I can't use my weight. I mean, I could do what Tyson Fury does and lean on top of somebody, but that's the extent of strength and weight. You know what I mean? There's more finesse to boxing than just how strong you are. You're not going to get in there and get somebody in the clinch, pick them up and slam them. You can't do that. You have to be able to use your punches. You have to be able to use your footwork to get in position to place. You have to use your timing. There's strength is not as big of a factor as skill is. But if you're talking about wrestling, then strength is a big portion of it, especially if you're significantly bigger. Hey, Iceman, I don't care if he believes me or not. Like, my opinion, my mindset's not going to change. Like, I'm going to keep saying it. Ain't no way a 135-pound man would beat me in a fight. Ain't no way. I don't care. I don't care if people believe Bruce Lee can fucking walk on water, because that's how they act. The dude never fought a real fight in his life. He never got in there with a professional. He doesn't have a professional record. There's no way in fuck he could beat Mike Tyson in a fight. There's no way in fuck he could beat Brock Lesnar in a fight. I don't even believe he could beat Floyd Mayweather Jr. in a fight. So I don't buy into that. Like, I think it's highly disrespectful to say that this dude could beat people who bled, sweat, and had tears in their eyes over a sport that they dedicated their lives to, and this dude who never fought a professional fight in his life could beat them. That's just bullshit. But anyways, I'm going to end the stream here. You could think I'm crazy. I don't really care, but I'm never going to stop thinking the way I think. Not on this aspect.
No, I think you underestimate the how easy it is to break a clavicle, or the force it takes to knock you out from, like, just a kick to the, like, just a, not even kick, but just pressure to the solar plexus. Like, all of these things are just kind of like your size can even work against you in certain kind of things. But whatever, it is what it is.
I'm going to say this, Smoke. I hear what you're saying, but the reality of the fact is we don't see a bunch of that happening in MMA. We don't see guys who train to break clavicles doing it, because it's a lot harder to do.
Because it's like illegal, right? I'm just talking about like in certain things, right? MMA is a sport with it's still a sport. It's not a street fight. They try to market it as the closest thing to a street fight, but it is categorically not a street fight, not anything like it.
Smoke, there is no rule in MMA saying that if I grab your neck in some type of chokehold, that I can't break your neck.
No, I'm just talking about I'm just talking about breaking a clavicle. Forget in a chokehold or some residual was results, right? I'm talking about literally just grabbing you by the clavicle and snapping that shit in half. You can't do that shit in MMA.
There's no rule that says you can't.
No, that literally is, dude. You will get fucking disqualified and probably thrown out. You can't go around breaking
Show me where that's listed as a rule in the UFC.
Okay, all right.
No, I'm asking you, like, seriously.
Okay. Yeah.
Pull up the rules and show me where that's actually a legitimate rule. Because there's no rules saying that you can't do movie shit, like where you see people kick sideways and break somebody's shin in half.
You can't even hit somebody if their knee is on the ground. Like, if they're touching the ground, dude. Like, there's all kinds of shit you can't do.
I got
you're talking about you can break clavicles, but you can't even hit somebody if they're touching the ground. Like,
show me where that's. All I'm saying is look up the rules and show me where it states that in the rules.
Oh my God! All right, Jesus Christ! You're gonna make me get my glasses.
No, I'm about to go to bed. Like, it's 12:01. I want to go to bed.
No, I mean, I'll get it. I mean, I'm looking it up now.
We got on this.
We can go to bed, or I can look up this whether or not like illegal,
And
Let's
I
see.
think Iceman said it best here. Bruce Lee, an actor. That's what he was.
Yeah.
He could
Yeah.
fight good in movies.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you could just plain fight too.
I don't.
I mean, I don't know why. Like,
Yeah,
that would be like such a stretch.
Smoke. He could probably beat up the average Joe. I agree with you there. More than
I
likely,
think that there's a bunch of non-average Joes he'd be able to beat up too. Like I said, like it's a yeah. If I think that there's a bunch of trained guys that he could not beat, but untrained guys, yeah.
trained. I'm not talking about untrained. I'm talking about fighters. They compare him. Bruce Lee is compared to fighters. So,
right, but it's also like street fighters, right? It's not like boxers. It's not an MMA guy.
Ain't no real fucking street fighter fucking with an elite fighter, a trained. There are.
That's the entire point. You're talking about people who participate in a sport and call it fighting.
What I'm telling you is, I don't care if it's a sport. The fact is,
I'm telling you, that's not a fight. That is a sport. There's things that you cannot do. That's literally not a fight.
What I'm trying to
what you're calling a fight is not one.
What I'm trying to tell you, Smoke, is there are guys who are amateur boxers with deep amateur backgrounds that's never had a professional fight, but they actually fought. Whether you consider that a fight or not, it's fighting experience. Why? Because you have somebody who's trained to fight.
Yeah, right. And they didn't have any, and they had somebody who was trained to not punch, to not gouge their eye out. Because both of you had an agreement that nobody would be gouging eyes. There would be no ripping of the foot, no biting of the jugular. There will be no snapping of the clavicle. You're not just gonna grab someone by their clavicle and snap that shit. Okay, hold on a second. Okay.
Again. I'm telling you right now, there are amateur boxers, there are amateur MMA fighters that would beat the shit out of Bruce Lee in a fight because they are trained to fight and he was not. He was a very good martial artist. He was a very good philosopher. He was very good on camera, but a fighter, he was not because he never fought other real fighters. Maybe he fought some random ass dude from some fucking karate class who thought they could
illegal strikes to the neck, throat, spine, kidneys, joints, groins, testicles, knees, and below. All illegal.
Okay.
Kicks to the knees, to the head in a ground position. Stomp kicks. Intentional breaking of bones or joints. Like, this is literally not a fight. Like, literally not that.
I don't see how a strike to the neck is illegal when you can punch people in the neck in boxing.
Yeah, because they're wearing these big ass fucking gloves. Like, you can't, like, whatever. And then in MMA, you can use the crook of your thumb and your thing to chop the fucking throat and crush someone's windpipe. It doesn't take a lot of force.
Iceman. Before I get off, because I'm about to get off, Iceman. Listen to this. Do you believe Bruce Lee could beat up Mike Tyson in a street fight? Because to me, anybody who says Bruce Lee could beat Mike Tyson in a street fight have been smoking crack.
Forget Mike Tyson. We're talking about you, bro. Do you think? I don't think you think you could beat Mike Tyson in a street fight.
Young prime Mike Tyson? No, I don't think I could.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I don't. I think no. Like, no. There's a reason why he was a world champion. There's a reason why he was sparking all these dudes. Like, in a street fight against a prime Mike Tyson, no. The difference here is I could tell you, no, I don't think I would win, but I wouldn't back down. I would fight him. But the outcome is.
I mean, who the hell? Like, how are you gonna not fight? It's not like he's gonna give you a break. Fuck it.
But what I'm saying, Smokey,
you might as well go out swinging, right? Shit.
What I'm saying is Mike Tyson. Yes, I believe he could beat me, but Bruce Lee's not Mike Tyson. Bruce Lee, Bruce Lee's not 5'10", 220 pounds, who's been knocking out a bunch of dudes in real fights.
Mike Tyson is my height, but he has 70 pounds on me.
What's that?
Yeah, he's my height, but he has like 70 pounds on me.
On you?
On me, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess depending on what you weigh, if you're 150, then yeah, he's got 70 pounds on you.
That's what I'm saying. He's got 70 pounds on him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm damn near the same thing. I've got 65 pounds on you, and I'm only an inch taller. And I'm small right now. I'm small for my size right now. For my natural size, I'm small. I'm not like I'm naturally a 230, 35-pound man.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying, like,
I'm naturally my size.
well, of course.
My thing. Yeah,
But again, like,
I played sports and never really like lifted weights. I never did like.
well, you don't have to
like endurance things and like finesse things. There's some strength things involved with, but it's a different kind of. It's like generating force and I don't know.
Iceman, you're 6'2", 240. Let me ask you this question. And like I said, I got to end this because I got to take a shower and go to bed. I'm way past when I wanted to go to bed. Iceman, let me ask you this. At 6'2", 240, you would not fight Mike Tyson, but would you fight Bruce Lee, who's 5'7", maybe. He looks shorter, but 5'7", 135 pounds. Bruce Lee would get his ass whooped. I want to see what Iceman says. I don't know what his background is. I don't know if Iceman ever fought in his life.
He's not fighting Tyson. Well, I mean, if Tyson presses the issue, you might not have an issue. You might not have a choice.
Well, no, you might not have a choice. Like you go fight, and you might get your eye knocked out. Like, was it Mitch Green?
Yeah, man. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, some dudes, like every boxer that I've ever known has had way more fights outside the ring than inside. I haven't known very many, so I've only known like 5 or something like that.
I mean, like I said, I don't care. I wish you could make your time machine smoke, because I promise you, if we could go back in time, what you think about Bruce Lee is not what it really is. I promise you. Like,
you don't know what I think about Bruce Lee. I just don't know, like, just no idea about you have about fighters and not fighters and trained and untrained and all this other stuff. Like, I don't know, man.
He's not a fighter.
Well, I don't know. If he wasn't a fighter, we would not know who the hell he was at all.
No, that's not true. We know who he is because he was a martial artist.
Right, and the reason why he became a martial artist because he was constantly in fights.
He was getting his ass whooped in China.
Well, that's what you're saying. Like, it sounds like you would be the one shot. Like, all of his fights, all he did was get his ass whooped.
No, that's what Bruce said.
The reason why he came to America wasn't because he actually won some of those fights and he needed to leave town. Especially ones with guys that you don't really want to be around Hong Kong for.
So again, I will restate. That's not what I'm saying. That's what Bruce Lee literally said out of his mouth, that he got his ass whooped in China. That's literally the reason why he said he created Jeet Kune Do, because he needed to take the best from different arts because they did not work.
That's literally, okay. I think that you have misunderstood totally what he said, because he extols the virtues of the teacher for Ip Man, from him getting his ass whooped to whooping a lot of ass, to point where he fucked some Tong dude's son up and he had to leave fucking town. Like, does that mean, like, I don't know, like, it could be all of them are like low grade, like they know some sort of art, but they're not very good at it. I'm not saying that the dude was like a grandmaster or anything. I'm not saying that you couldn't whoop him. I'm just saying that you think that you know what my thing is, and I think that you are just projecting on what you don't think he is. And that's cool that you don't think he is what he is, but you have no idea what I think of.
I mean, I know he wasn't a fighter because he didn't fight. That's
right, and I don't know that by your definition that I would think those people are fighters. Like, I'm just saying, like, you're quibbling over a semantic thing about like whether or not Bruce Lee is a quote unquote a fighter. And I'm like, I don't think the people that you
Bruce
call
Lee-
fighters are fighters. I think that they've been in fights because most of those boxers and MMA people have been in fights. But a lot of those MMA people went to MMA because they got their ass whooped.
Bruce Lee wasn't even a champion in martial arts.
Right. You don't need to be a champ. They teach you like you collect skulls. You don't collect belts. You don't collect trophies.
He didn't
It's not
collect
about title
shit.
and shit. Like the
He
shit
didn't.
that you're talking about is not fights, dude. I keep telling you, you're talking about some sporting events and tournaments, and you're calling those fights.
Here's the problem. Bruce Lee has no record of anything.
Right, because you don't keep a record like that. The thing that you're talking about is a record for like the same record like you keep for a basketball team or a hockey team. Because what you're talking about is a sporting event, bro. It's not a fight.
What I'm saying is when everything's a fucking myth or he supposedly did this or supposedly did that, and we're relying on a fucking story that's
you don't have to do anything. I'm just saying it's just kind of weird that you've made this drawn this semantical line in the sand about being a fighter. Like, and actually, what's funny is the group that you put in as fighters are actually athletes.
Any sport, when you do a sport, you become an athlete. Like, what are you talking about?
Yes, exactly. It's a sport. It's not a fight. Like martial arts, like the whole part martial, that is like war, right? That's the other word for war. Like this is combat fight styles. Like literally fighting, not like sparring. Like, hey, you can hit me here or here in this little zone with these gloves, and you can't do this, you can't do that. Like that, bro. That's a fucking sport.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say, and then I'm gonna end this stream. Look, I don't know why you think that MMA, boxing, kickboxing does not equivalent to fight, because it clearly does. Because we'll fall back to Mike Tyson since he was brought up in Mitch Green as well. Mike Tyson fought him in the boxing ring, dominated him. They got into a street fight, and the same result, but worse, happened to Mitch Green. Why? Because Tyson was the better fighter. We knew that inside the ring, and then when they fought in the street, it was even worse. Why? Because Mike Tyson was fighting fighters. He was a fighter, and that's just the facts. Bruce Lee didn't even fight in his own fucking arts of martial, if you want to say it backwards. He was all he did was exhibitions, demonstrations, everything controlled. He never was in something that was chaos. He was never in something that was unscripted.
How do you know what this man's experience was? That's all I'm telling you. You're like Mike Tyson had a street fight. Yes, we know Mike Tyson had a street fight. Then we also know that Bruce Lee had a street fight. We're assuming that the Mitch Green was a better fighter than the ones that Bruce Lee get. And I'm not mad with assuming this thing. I just don't know why you're so adamant on the dude never busted a grape. I don't know why you need to draw this line in the sand with this. Like, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't functionally matter, right?
He was busting raisins, but he never busted a grape.
Right. I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, that's why that's your grand conclusion.
No.
Why you need for that to be the case?
Because it's ridiculous. Like Bruce Lee.
It's not ridiculous. Like it's a ridiculous thought to think that the dude was as a kid, he was fighting in the streets of Hong Kong. He hooked up with one of the greatest martial arts teachers that ever fucking lived, right? Some legend dude. Mm-hmm. And then he taught him how to fight. And then he continued to fight and get into fights to the point where he whooped some dude's ass who could actually fight, broke his leg, and then had to leave Hong Kong. Like, why is that like equals like a far-fetched fairy tale or legend? Or he's never been in a fight. Like, why does that need to?
Who's the dude that he broke the leg of?
I don't know, some fucking Tong dude.
Yeah, some fucking dude that nobody's ever heard of. Why? Because the dude's leg that he supposedly broke had never.
I mean, bro, it's because like nobody really is keeping track of fucking Chinese martial artists. Like nobody gives a damn about that. Doesn't mean he can't fight.
What you don't understand is there is a difference when you're.
I understand, but you don't know that guy was low level. I don't know he's low level. You don't know if he's low level. I don't know why we just assume that he's low level. I understand that yes, you could be a low level fighter and be a street guy. I get that. It doesn't mean that he was though. I don't know why you need for him to be low level automatically just because we don't know what level he was.
What I'm saying is, He has no level because he never fought.
Okay, right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're telling him like what guys he fought and how he fought. I mean, whatever, man.
What I'm telling you is it's ridiculous. It's asinine. It makes no sense that people actually believe this dude could beat Mike Tyson. He could beat Brock Lesnar.
I don't know if he could beat Mike Tyson. I don't know that Brock Lesnar can fight at all. So I don't know why that would be crazy.
The fact that you said that you don't know only speaks to the ridiculously that is surrounding.
No, I've seen Brock Lesnar fight. I don't know that he can actually fight. That dude's tank is terrible.
What are you talking
unless you have a really small enclosure, then what is he gonna do to you?
Brock Lesnar would tackle him and beat his fucking head.
If he could tackle him, he could try to tackle him, and he only has too many tries before he fucking his gas tank ran out.
He would.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You're very certain about your opinions.
I'm 1,000% sure that a 300-pound man.
You're presenting your opinion as facts, right? Like some shit that we're never going to see, and it's just like I don't even understand why you're so adamant on this on Bruce Lee being a fake. I don't think. By the way, I don't think that Bruce Lee could beat Mike Tyson. I'm not one of those guys, right?
The only opinion
I'm not saying, but I'm not saying that. I don't know that I don't know what chances he has to win. I don't know that Bruce Lee has a 0 chance against Mike Tyson. I give him like maybe a 35% chance.
Again, I want to say this. The only opinion that is being stated here is you have an opinion that he could fight based off of these mythological things that we cannot verify even happen. What I'm saying is a fact.
I didn't say that he could fight. I never said he could, or you're saying that he could not.
No.
You're saying he did not. Literally, I didn't say what. No, first off, I didn't say he could fight. I'm saying that these stories that we hear are not incredible stories.
Right. You're going with the myth.
No, I didn't say that I'm going with anything. You are the one talking about you are the one saying that they're false. I don't know if they're true or false. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is I'm claiming
them to be false. I'm not saying that they're false. I'm not saying that they're true. I'm saying I don't know if they're true. You're saying they're patently false.
No, I'm not. I said that we cannot verify. I never said.
You literally said the dude's never been in fights over and over and over again.
Bro, because you don't understand, Smoke. I don't consider him fighting some fucking fat dude that practices at the
you
local
don't know who he, you don't know that he fought fat dude.
What I'm saying.
That's my entire point. You have some and you've imagined some low-level opponent that he's been beaten on so that you can say he's never been in a fight. Meanwhile, you don't know the level of this opponent.
I don't consider some fucking karate teacher who teaches classes in the gym is a high-level opposition. You know,
you keep coming up with all these people who you don't respect. Meanwhile, you don't know the level of the people he actually fought.
He never fought world champions.
World champion. World champion what? World champion athletes?
It doesn't matter. He never fought other karate people.
All right. How do you know the level of his opposition? Again, you keep talking about the level of opposition, and then you start talking to a record with some athletic thing, as if the two things are the same thing. They are not. Literally, he could have fought some dude that killed 15 fucking people and would have been the terror of fucking Hong Kong. But since he didn't fight some world champion, to you, this dude can't fight. Meanwhile, who knows if what the dude would have done to Mike Tyson?
Do you know?
I don't fucking know, and you don't know.
Do you know who Joe Louis was in kickboxing?
Joe Louis
in kickboxing.
I don't know. Maybe.
He trained with Bruce Lee. He trained with him. He's known as the father of kickboxing in America. He actually trained with Bruce Lee and trained underneath Bruce Lee, and he was quoted on record stating that Bruce Lee could not fight, that he would beat the shit out of Bruce Lee if they were to fight. He was a legitimate fighter with a legitimate record that can be recorded. He retracted from that years later after getting a lot of flack, but his original statement, his original thoughts still remain, that he was actually became a world kickboxing champion. He was around Bruce Lee. He trained with Bruce Lee, and he said Bruce Lee could not fight.
Okay, that's cool. Do you know how many people contradicted that, including, as you said, the same guy you're quoting? Like maybe the guy was looking for a little bit of self-aggrandizement. I heard AB say he could beat Floyd Mayweather, and Floyd Mayweather wasn't shit.
You're not.
I don't know. Listen. I get you have I'm not trying to convince you of anything. All I'm telling you is we don't have a thing, and I don't need for Bruce Lee to know how to fight or not know how to fight. This is not something that I don't give a damn.
Why are we still talking about this? Because I've been
right. I don't know, because you keep telling me I believe things that I don't believe. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care what you believe. Like, tell me what I believe.
The reason why we don't know is because he never fought. There's no record.
Okay, again, you keep saying that shit like you were there, but you weren't. And I don't understand why you need to keep telling me that he never fought, and why you need to tell yourself that, or like why you say that to anybody since you have no fucking clue. Like, why even go there? I do have
a clue. What's his record?
You literally don't. We literally talked about how all of these stories are. You're like, oh, they're unverified. Okay, if they're unverified, then why say he never had a fight?
What's his professional record?
What's his professional record as a fighter? Which no records would exist.
What's his amateur record?
His amateur record as a fighter with no records. They don't keep records for that. Again, you are talking about sports and calling it a fight.
What I'm telling you is the way that we gauge people about how great they were in fighting, he never did. So again, let me get to
the difference between a sport and a fucking fight.
Tony, right? If you spar Michael Jai White, what do you think will happen? Okay. Well, again, we brought this up earlier. Calvin.
Right, even sparring is not a fight. Right, sparring is also has a whole bunch of rules, a whole bunch of we're both gonna walk away from this fine, all of that shit. A fight is when two people are trying to do serious fucking damage and there is no rules. Like, you might want to, it might be to the fucking death. Like, the only thing is, can you bear the consequences of your actions? Okay. That is a fight.
Okay, so I'm gonna get to these comments because again, he said, Tony, if you sparred Michael Jai White, what do you think will happen? So I'm going to re-answer this because I answered this before. Michael Jai White and Bruce Lee are non-comparable. Michael Jai White, I believe, is an inch taller than me at 6 foot tall, and he outweighs me by at least 5 pounds. He's at least 220, maybe more. So he's taller than me and he's bigger than me. So it's a comparable fight. What do I think will happen? I have no idea. There's a possibility that he could throw kicks at me and I have no answer. There's also a possibility that I hit him and he can't take the punch. I have no idea how that turns out. I would say that there's a strong possibility I could lose because he's more actively doing stuff as far as fighting is concerned than I am. I haven't fought in a very long time and I haven't been hitting bags or anything. So if we were to meet today, I would say it's favored to him. However, punching power doesn't really go away. So if I hit him, I don't know how he would react to being hit for real because like Bruce Lee, well, actually, he's been in karate point tournaments, unlike Bruce Lee. So he's actually won things unlike Bruce Lee. But like Bruce Lee, he was never in a kickboxing match. He was never in a boxing match. We don't know what type of punch resistance he has. He's never taken a real hit that we've ever seen. So assuming that he could take a punch, I would say that if you were to bet on me or him, bet for him. Put your money on Michael Jai White beating me. But again, I don't know if he could take a punch or not. Let's get to this. I get what Smoke is saying. Real fighting can get you killed on the streets, and you don't keep scores unless you're a sadistic bastard. You're talking about controlled situations. Just came across this now. Salute. Slim's Boxing. It goes past that. It's not just talking about control. It's talking about the fact that you're not going to think some dude who name is John. We'll just throw the name John out there. You're not going to think John from down the street who's had 30 street fights is going to stand a chance fighting against Mike Tyson, who is fighting other people who are trained to fight. Whether it's controlled fighting or not, all they do is fight each other. They are trained to fight. They are trained to win. That's what they train to do. They're in that sport, like Smoke wants to keep saying. However, the difference here is John from down the street is fighting a whole bunch of other people from down the street that have never fought for a living. They never went to the gym for hours on end to do that. They have no fighting experience on any type of level. So like Kimbo Slice, who was the king of a backyard, the minute he stepped up and got in there with a real fighter, he got his ass knocked out by a guy that he was significantly bigger than.
But what about the guy with the pink hair?
I'm not done with these comments. Bruce ain't beating Mike Tyson. I agree with that. I see what Tony is saying. That's what Tony is saying. You don't know. Chuck Norris said Bruce Lee was an actor too. I actually brought that up earlier as well. So you have two guys, Chuck Norris, who was a point fighter, who's saying that Bruce was an actor, that they never sparred because he wasn't a real fighter out of his own mouth. And you have another guy who was actually in a contact sport to knock people out. And Joe Louis, who also said that Bruce Lee was not a real fighter. So you have two guys who are known guys who have credentials that both train with Bruce Lee. And it said, as far as a fighter goes, he was not. They both praised him as a martial artist, saying he's one of the best to ever do it. But when it comes to the actual world of actually fighting, both champions of their respected thing that they did both came to the same conclusion.
You mean
So
both athletes? You mean a couple of athletes said that they don't participate in athletic competition and tournaments?
Oh man.
Like that again, we keep going around and around and around this. The way that you're describing fighting is not fighting. The way that they're describing fighting is not fighting.
If you believe, Smoke, that John from down the street could beat Anthony Joshua because he beat up 20 dudes in the street, then you are entitled to believe that, and that is why you think Bruce Lee could fight. Because
I didn't say whether or not he could fight. Again, this is again, you're conflating ideas. I didn't say anything about the guy down the street because Bruce Lee is not the guy down the street. What I'm saying is the idea that you keep saying that he's never been in a fight and then referencing this to athletic competitions and tournaments is ridiculous to me. That's all I'm saying to you. What you're saying, really, instead of saying he hasn't been in fights, you're saying he hasn't been in sporting competitions and tournaments.
I mean, last time I checked, boxing, MMA, kickboxing, etc., were considered fighting.
Right, but the dude was around in the 70s, right? So it's not like any of that. Like, really, it was just like kind of boxing. It was boxing and it.
Prime in the 70s.
Right, I got it. But there was still, even then, before there was boxing, they were still fighting. Before there was the Queensberry rules, they were still fighting. Yeah. Right now, but the people who don't box are right now fighting. Just because Kimbo Slice met the guy in the pink hair, right? Does that mean that the pink hair was a real one now because he beat Kimbo Slice? If Kimbo Slice beat the guy in the pink hair, would Kimbo Slice be more of a real one or less of a real one? And if the guy who beat the guy with the pink hair, is that guy a real fighter? Like, I don't understand. Like, guys take wins and losses. I don't know why all of a sudden if you take a loss, that means everything you did was like bullshit. It could be that. It could be another. And I'm not even talking about Kimbo Slice because I don't think Bruce Lee was Kimbo Slice either.
What I'm telling you is all those backyard fights that Kimbo Slice had were bullshit. And the proof was in the pudding when he actually got in there, fought a dude who trained to actually fight. He got his ass knocked out.
But he also knocked some people out that he could fight. He didn't lose 100% of his fights against real fighters. Because at the end of the day, you're still talking about two grown-ass men that can thump. He didn't go zero. He didn't go winless in the UFC. He
got kicked out of the UFC because he couldn't win.
I know, but he didn't go winless at the same. That's not what I said.
Who did he beat?
Some fucking dude. Not more than one. He won more than once. He lost more than 4 times, but he won more than twice. As a matter of fact, he was not winless in the UFC.
He lost. He didn't even win the Ultimate Fighter. He lost the Ultimate.
Bro, he was in the UFC. The Ultimate Fighter didn't even exist back then.
He was on the Ultimate Fighter. What
was he? Anyway, I know him from the UFC. I know that. And I know him from Backyard Brawls, but I remember him on the UFC also. He made his fight. I remember when he won. I remember them raising this dude's hand more than one time.
Bruh. Again, I'm gonna end the stream here. Let me tell you, I'm gonna restate this. Fighting random people in the street who have no fighting experience does not equivalent to real fighting. That is fighting.
No, nobody said it did, Tony. I don't know why you keep retreating to that thing.
No, hold on. That is fighting somebody who is untested, who probably has no idea how to fight. If you're fighting people who are trained fighters, then you're fighting real fights. If you never fight a real trained fighter, then again, I will end with this. It is audacious and ridiculous, atrocious that you would say that, not you personally, Smoke, but anybody would say Bruce Lee could beat these world champions when he never even had an actual fight. And there's no getting around that.
Oh, well, I don't know. See, again, you keep saying he had no actual fight. If you say they can't beat him in boxing because he didn't box, then okay, fine. But you're saying they can't beat him in a fight because he never fought, which means that it's not about boxing. It's just about having a fight. I don't know why Bruce Lee would all of a sudden be handicapped by his lack of fighting, like his lack of boxing experience. Like,
again, We're just gonna go round and round like a merry-go-round, like you said. So I'm gonna go to bed here. We're never gonna agree.
No,
At the
I mean,
end
I
of the
get it.
day-
Like, listen, it's the same thing. Conor McGregor beating Floyd Mayweather. Of course not. But Floyd Mayweather beating Conor beating Floyd in a ring versus Floyd beating Conor in the octagon. Like where this fight, this supposed thing that we're calling a fight takes place, I think matters tons.
I think again, I don't think having a quote unquote street fight equivalates to having a fight with a real fighter because none of
I
this
got
is a
you.
real fighter.
I got it. See, the thing is, it's a cultural thing. So, like Ip Man, the guy who trained Bruce Lee, right? He was famously, he came to prominence because he fought these Japanese and he fought American, he fought these different styles, right? And he supposedly beat him. Right, that was that was how he came to fame. Like he beat a Western boxer and he beat a Japanese taekwondo. And he beat like all these different style of fighters from all over the world. Right, to show that this dude, like that his like Wing Chun shit was actually legit. Right, and the Chinese boxing was a real thing, not just a street fight deal kind of shit. And that's also what we had with like pride fighting too, like how the Brazilian jiu-jitsu had to go through the whole like Japanese ranks and whip a whole lot of ass before it got like its respect. But just because you don't, just because these people are unheralded doesn't mean they can't fight. And maybe some of them could fight, maybe some of them couldn't. I just don't know why your default is that they couldn't. When the culture shows that those guys might be able to fight pretty goddamn well.
Again, we're never gonna agree because I don't consider some random ass dude in the streets equivalent to world champions, or even if they're not world champions, guys who are ranked 50th, 40th, 30th, 20th, 10th in the world. It's non-comparable because those same guys who are running around the streets thinking that they could fight would all get their ass whooped by what people consider bums in fighting. They all
Right.
these dudes would get destroyed by bums because the difference is street fights cannot hang with legitimate guys who their whole life is fighting. There are guys in boxing. I just saw one, I forget his name. His record was like 7 losses. 7 wins and like 100 losses. Didn't even know people really like that existed. I seen him. It was a UK fight, and that dude would beat the shit out of a lot of guys in the street.
See, it's funny because this is like the antithesis of your argument when it comes to size dudes, like a big dude versus a little dude.
Look, you're trying to get back into a whole nother.
I'm just saying. I guess there's a whole thing about training, but you are talking about both people being trained. I get it. I got it. I'm not gonna open that can of worms while you're trying to go to bed. It's been once again a delight talking to you about this stuff. It is hilarious to me. These sort of counterfactuals. But yeah, they make for stimulating conversation though.
And at the end of the day, you don't have to agree with me. I'm not trying to change your opinion. All I can tell you is I have boxed on an amateur level, never lost, 32 wins. And if any day of the week, if you would have caught me back then when I was actively fighting, especially at 32 wins and 0, and just throw some random dude from the streets in front of me, he would have been tenderized meat.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm going to bring back 1977 Bruce Lee. We're going to set that up.
I wish you could. Because right now, I guarantee you right now,
oh my God, dude! There's a song. Will Smith had a song. I think I could beat Mike Tyson. It came out in like '89. That's just fucking jokes.
Yo, tell me next time. Good night, Smoke.
Peace, man.
With you.